S.W.Frost is now live streaming Helldivers Digital Scammers Counter So Far Weekend. Hi, welcome folks.
It's fine.
In 1992, and then just about 18 years later, this very same river struck again. A young European couple, intrigued by Into the Wild, were trekking through the Alaskan wilderness in an effort to reach the famous bus where Christopher McCandless met his ultimate fate. Bus 142, it's called. This couple had almost made it, too. There was only one thing left standing in their way, which was the swollen and raging Teklenika River. A previous hiker had strung a rope across the river, and so Claire Ackerman and her boyfriend tied themselves to this rope and began wading through the chilling waters. They inched their way closer and closer to the other side, but when they found themselves about halfway across the river, something, excuse my language, absolutely f***ed up happened. The rope that they were tied to was too loose, and it dipped down just low enough to get caught in the violent current, which pulled the couple underwater. Ackerman's boyfriend quickly grabbed his knife and cut himself loose, desperately swimming towards the shore. He was able to reach the river's banks, but once he realized that Claire was still in the water, he sprang back into action. He swam back out, but tragically, by the time that he reached her, she had already drowned, and it was too late. The death of Claire Ackerman is scary and it's sad, and unfortunately, it's not the only death that has occurred in relation to the story of Christopher McCandless. From the dangerous river current sweeping hikers away to ill-fated copycat attempts modeled after McCandless, or at the very least inspired after him, there's been a wake of tragedy following the popularization of his story. But with that said, is Chris McCandless himself to blame for all this chaos and death? Or is it the fault of each individual seeking to visit Bus 142 or mimic McCandless's lifestyle? Or is it nobody's fault at all, and these deaths are just an unavoidable consequence of an otherwise inspiring and powerful, at the very least entertaining, story? I can't answer those questions for you. Those are going to be up for you to decide for yourself by the end of this video. This is the dark side of Christopher McCandless's story, the side without the romance and without the charm. This is going to definitely be a pretty difficult story for me to tell, and the reason for that is because it's essentially the story of the fallout from another story. It's really going to take the entire video for me to kind of pull everything together, and so please watch until the end, and then I want you to leave a comment and let me know what you think about all this craziness. And so with that said, I invite you on a trip to one of, if not the most beautiful state in all of the United States. That would be Alaska. This trip is free, but if you're a repeat viewer of my channel and you haven't already done so, you gotta hit that subscribe button to cover your admission. Our ultimate goal is to get to 1 million subscribers, and we've got a long ways to go. And so if you appreciate this content, subscribing to the channel is a free way to give back. In the spring of 1992, Chris McCandless set off into the Alaskan wilderness on the Stampede Trail. And once he took a step into the woods and left the trailhead, he would never be seen alive ever again. The 24-year-old McCandless was in the middle of a pilgrimage of sorts, having given up his comfortable and privileged life in order to immerse himself in nature and to live in a simpler way. He found himself taking shelter in an abandoned bus along the Alaskan Trail that he was following, but by July of that same year, he decided that he wanted to return to civilization. And so McCandless tried to make his way back out, but when he reached the banks of the Teklenika River, he found it was far too swollen to cross safely. This left him essentially trapped, and he had no choice but to return back to the bus. And tragically, as I'm sure most of us know, this marked the beginning of the end for McCandless, and by the time August was over, he was dead. McCandless's story would go on to be told in the popular book Into the Wild by John Krakauer, which was later adapted into a movie under the same name, and it was also covered in countless articles, documentaries, and later on, YouTube videos. The story of Chris McCandless has become so popular that I'm not even gonna tell you the rest of his story in this video.
A multitude of operations, each one a chance for freedom to reign.
So strongly with people.
How dare
who are
the
never gonna
enemy
get into the
sully our
depths
well-swept
that have come
streets?
in its aftermath. But before we get too far into these more disturbing details, I'd like to keep things light for just a moment and tell you about Holzkern. That's right, Holzkern is the sponsor of this video. They are an Austrian company that makes watches.
Every system will soon exult in the glory of managed democracy.
And I mean, just look at this beautiful, beautiful watch. This one is called Space Dust.
Let us continue our
Marble,
progress.
and, I mean, look, guys. I've been really
Coordinates lost.
fashion.
Hellpods Prime.
This Holzkern watch, I think I look pretty good, but perhaps more importantly, my
Engaging
girlfriend
orbital
thinks I look good,
thrusters.
So, I don't know, I think you're gonna look good with their products too. Beyond this beautiful watch, Holzkern has over 1,000 products, including handbags, sunglasses, jewelry, and so much more. Over 1,000. All their products use natural materials and are FSC certified as well. And let's also not forget that they offer free express shipping worldwide, and they'll cover any customs fees for you as well. Go get yourself one of Holzkern's beautiful pieces by clicking the link at the top of the description or by scanning the QR code on the screen right now. And by the way, Holzkern was nice enough to offer you, my audience, an exclusive 15% off your order when you use code Kyle at checkout. You'll also be doing this channel a massive favor, by the way, when you click that link and support our sponsors. It helps so much. So one more time, go click the link or scan the QR code and get yourself 15% off Holzkern's awesome products. And with that said, let's now get back to discussing why the hell people were so captivated by Chris McCandless's story in the first place. So it's difficult to sum this up coherently, I'll be honest, but I think we can probably all see the romantic appeal of just dropping everything and heading off into the wild, right? On the surface, this sounds so freeing and so simple. You don't have to worry about bills, deadlines, politics, or even what society thinks of you as a whole. I think that when things get tough and when people feel, I don't know, stuck in their current place in life, it's easy to fantasize about just up and leaving it all behind. And yet 99.999% of people who have this fantasy don't actually act on it, obviously. Chris McCandless, however, was in the tiny minority of people who actually did go out there and start a new life, traveling around and eventually living off the land. Now, I know the full story behind his decision-making and what he ended up doing is obviously a lot more complicated than I've made it sound like here, but I don't know, I think that McCandless found such a solid place in our culture, you could say, because he did what so many of us only dream of doing. And though he ended up dying in the process, I almost feel like that adds to the allure of this. He died doing what he loved and what we all, a lot of us anyways, I'll say, fantasize about doing. At least that's how some people view the story. A lot of other people, including many of those who live in Alaska itself, have a very different view on McCandless.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Many of these people would tell you that he was reckless at best and just plain stupid at worst. They'll point out the fact that he was woefully unprepared when he set out into the Alaskan wilderness, while accusing breaking into cabins and stealing food.
Let our enemies choke upon their territorial ambitions. Deploying sentry. Sending down support weapon.
Deploying SOS beacon. Dropping a pin.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver. Requesting advanced weaponry!
Objective located. Northeast.
No. I actually fucked up. I didn't brought the hard drive. I'm on a wrong spot. That's not leader.
Jetpack inbound.
Wrong spot, my dude.
Enemy elite. Southwest. 100 meters. Objective located. Southwest.
Outpost destroyed.
Calling down a support weapon.
Got a sample. Throwing supply beacon. Heavy. Northwest. 50 meters. Mag's empty.
Calling down a support weapon.
Thank you. Supplies. Objective located. Southwest. Bugs. Southwest. Objective located. I'm out.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Reloading. Tagging location. West. How'd you like to taste? Oh, freedom!
You're welcome. As I said, I fucked up. I dropped in last place I should be. Misread the map. Please don't. Please, Gunner, don't kill them.
Found something!
Squad lost. Deploying replacement squad. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
That's the worst TK I ever saw. Whole team.
Ready to
Record.
liberate.
Probably a record. Never do that again.
Rare sample acquired. Requesting sentry. Liberty, save me!
Probably stop. Okay.
Reinforcing.
I could understand if you like throw the orbital napalm, but normal.
Joining the fray. Affirmative.
Calling in an eagle.
Outpost destroyed.
Support weapon. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Got a sample. Supplies. Tagging map. West. 200 meters. Marking location. West.
Tagging location. West.
Sub-objective in your vicinity.
New man! sentry! Say hello to democracy! New mag!
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry!
Deploying sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Have a taste of democracy! Mag's empty!
Tagging map. Northeast. Far.
Found something!
Requesting air support.
Injury? What injury?
Package acquired.
Mag's empty! New mag! Calling down supplies! Supplies.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Tagging map. Northeast, 200 meters.
Oh, great.
There's something here.
Mag. Nice.
Rare sample
Super
acquired.
crack.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Run, Mr. Pink, run.
Get some! Get some! Sentry.
Yeah, run past the turret line.
New mag! Found something! Supplies.
Yeah, right, can't see that shit.
Marking location.
Requesting vehicle.
Supplies. Sample. Supplies.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Drop in package. Calling down a sentry.
I'm out.
Yeah, can you reinforce him?
Thank you.
Thanks. Uh-huh.
Supplies. Follow me.
No, wait, Mr. Green. Yo, we got a car. Yo, stop! Motherfucker, stop, we'll go there. What a guy.
I'm on it.
What a guy.
Last reload.
Stop shooting grenades. Thank you. Oh, you wanna kill us again?
Found something.
Let's take.
Calling in reinforcements.
I'm sorry.
You just killed him with the car. I mean me. Sorry.
Requesting sentry. First one, northwest.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Tagging location.
Do we need
Objective located.
antenna?
East.
Or you did it?
Affirmative.
Okay.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 200 meters.
I got the terminal.
Freedom spreads yet further. Extract when ready.
Thank you. Rare sample acquired.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Requesting orbital. Heavy, northeast, close.
Calling down a support weapon.
Reloading! Found something!
Outpost destroyed.
Calling down a sentry!
northwest, 50 meters. Requesting air support.
Affirmative.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
There you go.
Enemy elite, northwest, 100 meters. Deadly as an eagle.
Mag's empty. Mag's empty. Calling down a sentry. Have a taste of democracy.
Objective near your position. Sending down sentry.
Mag's empty.
Requesting sentry.
Calling in extraction. Extraction shuttle inbound.
Thanks.
Reinforcing. Have a taste of democracy.
Didn't get killed by 20 running bugs. Got killed by 1 out cannon.
Point me to the enemy. Calling down a sentry. Throwing supply beacon.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds. Calling down a support weapon. Heavy, east, 100 meters.
Tagging map. Southwest. 100 meters.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Say hello. New mag.
Orbital inbound.
Dropping a pin. South. 200 meters. Affirmative.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. Marking location east.
Soldiers make tough calls, and that sometimes means friendly fire.
Tough call, she said.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit.
Food and possessions from locals in the area. They'll remind you that before he came to Alaska, he was arrested at the Mexican border for illegally crossing and carrying a firearm. And perhaps most importantly, they'll point out that his actions caused him to die a slow, lonely death all by himself. He certainly wouldn't have known it, but McCandless's death would mark the start of a chain of events that would lead to multiple other deaths over the years that followed, at the very least indirectly. And on that note, I want to be clear, I'm not blaming McCandless for these deaths or anybody else for them for that matter, but it is just a fact that at least 4 deaths have either been loosely associated or directly related to his story. The first of these deaths was that of Claire Ackerman that I told at the beginning of this video. And the next one I want to talk about is that of Dustin Self. In mid-March 2013.
Here.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Watch out, that's one coming. Watch out.
I'll take it. Sentry, south. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down fortifications. Reloading! Say hello to democracy! Marking location.
Calling down a support list. We've got equipment.
Get some! Get some!
I'm out.
I'm out!
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Reloading!
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Orbital inbound!
Heavy. Down.
Requesting sentry!
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a support weapon! Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry! Heavy, southeast. On my position. Calling in reinforcements!
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Requesting fortifications! Calling down supplies! Requesting backpack! Backpack inbound!
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Supplies. Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Not today!
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Requesting fortifications. Calling in reinforcements.
Calling down a sentry!
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
With the gas.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Fire in the hole.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Right after.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
I was wondering about that kill.
Requesting air support. Marking extraction point. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Reinforcement budget depleted. Today you carved another foothold in a long climb to liberty.
Being optimistic.
Mission complete. Sample collection below average. Welcome aboard.
Our city burns. We must rescue it. Well done, Helldiver. This operation will swiftly usher this planet's salvation.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
It's fine.
Orbit synchronized. Launch initiated.
shall fight in the streets. We shall fight on the sidewalks. We shall fight in the intersections.
Deploying SOS beacon. Calling down supplies. Requesting advanced weaponry!
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Affirmative. Tagging map. Southwest.
Reinforcing.
They got killed by what? Stalker nest. Close.
Democracy has landed.
Really? Like with 2 hits to it.
Reloading!
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Found something. Requesting sentry.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Found you.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting action. Requesting sentry. Sending in an eagle. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Bunker.
Follow me.
Here.
Calling down a sentry.
It's
Follow me.
There you go.
Follow me. Bugs. Follow me.
Yeah.
Follow me. Tagging location.
Thanks.
I'm on it. Thank you.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Glad you're here, Helldiver. Sample collected. Requesting advanced weaponry. Marking location. Follow me.
Nope.
Bag's empty. Reloading. Marking location. Requesting sentry. Throwing supply beacon. Requesting air support. Ah!
Calling in reinforcements.
Sample. South. Follow me.
Right here. Thank
I'm
you.
on it. Thank you.
Sample.
Okay.
Affirmative. You will never calling down a sentry.
rescue!
Dropping a pin. North.
Requesting air support.
Tagging map.
Sending in an eagle.
Super samples.
Found something! Tagging location. Southeast.
Marking location.
Tagging map. East. 200 meters.
Negative.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Tagging location.
Rare sample acquired.
Requesting sentry. Tagging location.
Reinforcing.
You're way too far.
Tagging map. West. 100
Any
meters.
samples?
Calling in reinforcements.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to
I think I got
exterminate.
Reloading! Calling down a sentry! Reinforcing!
Yeah, I am.
Calling in
Maybe
reinforcements.
I should reinforce.
Calling down a sentry. Calling down a support weapon.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Helldivers never die! Follow me!
Enemy tactical asset within range.
Requesting sentry!
Requesting air support.
Orbital inbound.
Sending in an eagle. Calling down a sentry.
Mag's empty!
Requesting tac pack. Calling down a support weapon. Dropping a pin. Southwest, 300 meters.
Calling down a sentry!
Requesting air support. Sending down equipment package. Calling down a sentry.
Have a taste of democracy! Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters. Tagging map.
We got a lot of nests.
Affirmative. Outpost destroyed. Heavy, on my position.
Thank you.
No need for panic.
Dropping item.
Tagging map. Southwest. 300
You need to
meters.
go to extract X-Field.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
No,
Dropping a pin.
you don't really need.
100
There
meters.
is like 5 nests, heavy nests.
Requesting sentry.
See, but
No, plane
Espen-
consulate. Yeah.
yeah, Espanol.
Non habla. Plane. Evac doesn't leave until timer hits 0. It can stand on an evac like indefinitely.
Reloading.
Affirmative. I do.
Calling down a
agree.
sentry.
And I'm gonna try to do the Pelican glitch where he shoots.
Oh yeah. Yes.
ETA T-minus 1 minute. Tagging map. Southeast. 200 meters. Requesting sentry. ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Requesting sentry.
Wow.
Calling down a sentry.
And that's it, you cannot leave.
Calling down a sentry. Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Sending in an eagle.
Leave extract.
Yeah, I'm running. And
Pelican 1 maintaining altitude until Helldivers are
got it.
within
There we
the
go.
extraction
It did
zone.
it.
Tagging location. West.
so now explain the other teammates not to run to the exit.
Roger.
Found something.
Super samples are at the X-Field, so if you need them, they are there.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Heavy. East. 50 meters.
Heavy. Southwest. 50 meters. Tagging map. West. 300 meters.
It's fun how the Pelican snipes them across the map.
Unleashing democracy. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting sentry.
Affirmative.
The Does it, when I, like, talk in chat, or do need
I need supplies.
do that, does it translate better?
Yeah, that's
Requesting sentry.
we
Roger.
did it.
Just yes or no questions.
Yep.
If it is better for you.
Requesting advanced weaponry. One life for super. Calling down a sentry.
Oh no, stop. Don't go closer to the exit. It did save my skin, the fucking plane.
Supplies. For liberty. Tagging map. North. I need supplies. To the
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Have a taste of democracy.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 200 meters.
Heavy northwest. On my position.
Oh,
It's fine. You
uh,
gotta...
shock
K9.
grenade.
Ah.
Request approved.
New
Reinforcements on
war
the way.
bomb. It's not bad.
Joining the fray.
It's stunning.
Real good. It's really good. The assault rifle. It's really good for bugs. Really good at stun.
Also, the passive fire is good, you know. Not at killing, but stunning.
Sending in an
Yep.
eagle.
Well, it does kill. It does.
Calling down a sentry.
Yeah, it can stop stalker bugs.
Yep.
Dropping a pin. East.
Have you
Far.
tried the track pistol?
It's bugged.
Yep.
From what I've seen, it's bugged. It won't lock on stalkers, for example. And
Oh,
that-
no. Put it on unguided, the second one, and it tracks it.
Really?
It
Wow.
even goes
For
through
prosperity!
heavy armor because
Supplies.
of the glitch, but it's going to become, it's going to get fixed.
1, preparing for touchdown.
Oh yeah, they're gonna fix.
But it's still good.
Yeah, I agree.
Marking location, south.
It's probably fine. We did everything right.
Yeah. The only bad thing with the grenade launcher, it's very unreliable.
Requesting sentry.
Sometimes you one-shot things, sometimes you don't.
It's related to the amount of people in a squad. You know that?
Really?
Yeah. If you play solo, it's not gonna stun anything. If you play with 2 or 4 people, the stun is gonna be like double times stun.
Hmm.
It's a glitch.
Good to know.
It's a glitch.
I'm hoping that it's going to be way better
When they fix it.
later down the line. We can probably just get in the shuttle.
Yeah, as soon as
All of
everybody
the samples.
gets in.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support. Heavy, west, close. Reloading. Tagging location, northeast. Calling down a sentry.
Marking extraction point.
On my way.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Ending in an eagle.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. You leave a more free city than you found.
Affirmative.
Oh wow. Is this like side objective still like a thing?
Yeah, why
It,
is
it,
there...
it shows like 5 objectives. Like where?
Wait,
Where?
there's
There's a cannon.
SAM sites?
I think it's bugged generally.
Weird.
Sometimes you'll do objective and it doesn't show up correctly.
Very odd.
If you played this game for like last year, that's not the oddest thing.
Yeah. I've been playing since launch.
Then you know. Oh, then you have been
Yeah.
to the creek probably.
Oh, yeah, I have the cave.
Well
Space
done.
Vietnam.
I'm just super glad about the weapon customization. That is something that I've been wanting to do for like ever.
And now do the same for pistols.
Liberty's enemies
I don't really
march
care
ever
with the
closer.
pistols. There's like not going to be much to do with them.
Hellpods prime.
Do you want maybe
Engaging orbital
Nerf
thrusters.
rounds for a gun, like a pistol?
Sorry?
Nerf round, you know, like blue
Orbit
bullets
synchronized.
that deals less damage and they stun lock enemies, for example.
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
Or you can choose.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't think status effects, that kind of stuff would be good, because then it would make it so then they can't be creative with other things.
I'm not a developer. I'm just throwing idea. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Like, I really like what the stun on the AR does.
Yeah, but the AR is like half of like other rifles, but it doesn't really matter because the bug or whatever you're shooting, it just stops.
Yep. I just wish there was more drum mags and extended mags on
Rifles?
all of the rifles.
Yep.
I mean, some of them that have like 40 don't really need it, but I'm pretty sure we can get a little bit more than
maybe
30 rounds in a mag.
Maybe 40 for the adjudicator.
Yeah. Or even faster reloading magazines, that would be better.
Like a snappy animation.
Yeah.
They say like the new pacifier, you know, the new AR has like a long reload sequence.
Is a center of commerce. It must be defended.
It does.
Requesting sentry.
But you kind of get used to it. It's really good and snappy once you get the grip on it. Like the grip that you actually have to unlock. Yeah.
Tagging map. Northwest. 300
I'm
meters.
just happy because now nobody can like critique guns anymore, and they can just up the well, they can't say that the guns are bad because they could just up the effects on a attachment.
Well, it's up to players now to decide how do they want to play the gun. Do you want less recoil or more mobility?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if there's like way too much recoil, they can just add it now, prevent it now. Even the adjudicator, you can make it have no recoil. It's actually insane. Well,
Marking location. West.
Bunker.
Affirmative. Follow me.
I'm gonna do the stalker.
North, 200 meters.
You know, I really have to say, your English is like impeccable. It's actually really good.
Reloading. Follow me. Hold position.
I don't know if that's mean, I just want to be nice.
No, it's fine.
Supply.
Ever since.
By the way.
Yeah. Yeah, the kill zone armor really good. Because it's anti-acid and this and the grenade launcher.
Yeah, but you know, it's like 50, so it's fine, I guess.
Yeah, it can still stim afterwards.
Sample collected. Supplies.
Main objective
Dropping a
nearby.
pin. Northwest.
Oh, he found a satellite dish.
Yep. One thing that I do not like about the grenade launcher is it can't close bug holes.
The EMP?
Yeah, the EMP doesn't close bug holes, and I don't know why. It would look like it would.
Something about impact power.
Because like it still does a boom. And I can still dent the ground with it, so...
Yeah, I understand why it should, but...
I guess just balancing, huh?
Yep.
Have to have a downside, it can't just be it or better.
Like, if pacified, you know, the new assault rifle were to have like the 18 damage per bullet.
I'm sorry that I stole that kill. That precision strike would have actually really worked. That was a really good placement, dude.
Okay.
Calling down a sentry. Objective
Yeah,
located.
stalker right there. I'm dealing with it.
Sending in an eagle.
There we go.
Run, run, run.
Oh, that's really
Yeah, that's the voice of
it's
the
fine. I actually didn't see that. Hate that
Calling
the
in
red,
reinforcements.
It's
the
close.
red doesn't stay
Because
there.
of, I think it's because of the
Reloading.
buildings. That's why the
Yeah.
vehicles are not visible.
Reinforcing.
Those buildings make it hard.
Right, liberate. Back empty. Thank you. Democracy has landed.
Objective located. East.
Also, half of the stratagems are useless in the building environments.
Reloading.
Yeah.
Most of the bombardment and airstrikes and whatever.
Calling down a sentry.
Yeah, that's why I usually just take the 50 kg,
Taking
because
that.
if it does hit, it's going to do a lot more, but if it doesn't hit, then it just doesn't hit at that point.
And
Doesn't
then you
really
say,
matter.
then you say goodbye to the scraper.
Yeah.
You know how they say like, oh, you liberated the city.
Yep.
I always say like they liberated from life.
Yeah. We saved the city. The city is just covered in death and destruction.
Yeah, literally nothing.
Calling
I
down a
mean,
sentry.
did at least make it so then the
Requesting sentry.
SCAF can actually kill them all.
Heavy, wet, close. Get some! Get some!
Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support.
Say hello to democracy!
Wow. Back up.
Termites for the win!
Calling down a sentry.
Oh! Not this fucker.
Calling in reinforcements.
Oh, the two chargers. Yeah, those two.
Calling in reinforcements.
I ran away from two bald titans
Ready to liberate.
just to bump into like a two chargers.
Requesting sentry.
Amazing.
Sandwich, yeah.
The funniest thing, chargers didn't even kill me. The freaking
Reloading.
hunter did. Oh.
Oh.
Engaging.
Oh shit. Nice. No, no, leave it. He's dead.
So we got a
Two termites.
AT.
Dropping a pin. East. Throwing supply beacon.
I dropped in ammo.
Roger.
Calling down a support weapon.
Calling down a... Supplies. Tagging back. 300 meters.
Wrong way. Or, oh, sorry.
Sample collected. Objective located.
Were you the one that tried to talk to me in Spanish? No, no.
See.
See? Oh. Okay, okay.
Objective located.
I don't know a lot. I know basic reading.
No, no, it's okay.
Requesting sentry.
I'm no Spanish, I'm Serbian. Basically fake Russian, because we live in Central Europe.
Oh.
similar people, but we don't have like a tendency to start war against whole group.
I can do a good accent and make my voice kind of deep, or I can do the German accent and kind of make it. I don't know why I kind of lean to French there, but now I'm British. What the heck is happening with my voice?
Calling down a sentry!
Requesting sentry.
I have a very wide spectrum of
Mixed characters,
Requesting
Yeah.
air support!
like members of family from all sides.
Requesting air support!
Heavy. North
how did it
close.
live?
What am I?
What the hell?
Can somebody kill me? Hello!
Okay.
Yeah, I was in a textile. I was inside a
One life for super!
You're okay.
I am jammed myself without a cannon.
Heavy, east, on my position. Heavy,
That was the dumbest 500 kg I ever thrown.
follow me!
Yeah.
Affirmative! Follow me!
Yeah.
Tagging map, east.
I just told you again. I'm still gonna get the other gun XP, but I can use this.
Oh, it still gives the other gun XP. It doesn't matter how much you use the other one. You can pretty much. Oh, here, use it on that guy. Oh crap! No, please. There we go. Yeah. It does 50 damage per bullet, but it also has medium 10, so it does a lot of damage on the light unit.
Their lives were in ours.
Calling down a sentry!
Terminate live structure destroyed.
Reloading!
You have served democracy well.
The auto cannon flash rounds can do the fast job of the nests. That's like a free advice.
Oh yeah. I used to main the autocannon even before,
Changes.
yeah. But then I started messing around with other stuff after everything has became practically useful, so...
Yeah, I used to run the Quasar cannon on the bot front,
Oh yeah.
but using
Sample
spear
collected.
can take out like 3 dropships on the bot end
Oh yeah.
faster than
That
one
is-
Quasar.
Spear, I used to love the spear, but then I kinda got over it.
Depends on what you wanna do, you know, how you play, I guess.
Requesting
Everything
sentry!
is
Yeah, I mean, when I need the anti-tank, I can run a spear, but at the same time, there's some other ones that are actually not bad, so...
Well, the expendable anti-tank, the E80.
Oh yeah, that was another one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's so low cooldown, you can run it like as a second, you know, support gun. Because every time you need it, you can just drop it and use it at the spot.
Requesting sentry.
Those soldiers are gonna die.
It's fine. Just try to save them if possible.
Hold position!
I usually make them follow and just like hold the ground and that's it.
Yeah.
Engaging!
I don't mess with them much, but when I do, I really get too attached to them, so I started not to mess with them so I don't feel bad. I mean, I save them when I can, but at the same time, when they start running into fire, I can't really do anything about that.
When they throw you grenade.
Oh yeah, the grenades. I don't know
down a
why they're
sentry.
so bad at throwing
Requesting
grenades.
sentry.
It shouldn't be that hard.
I mean, I would rather them like throwing stun grenades.
If I didn't jump there, that was the... Oh
I just
my god.
saw that
That
man
was
killing
hilarious.
himself.
Yeah, I barely jumped hacked away, and one of them just completely hit him in the face. I get flipped into a triple backflip on a rock.
It's kind of dangerous to run the airburst against the bugs.
South, 100 meters.
Because they jump a lot.
Calling down a sentry.
What I wish is they would do like an expendable version of the airburst or something.
Like one-time use, like EAP?
Yeah. Because if you could use a jetpack and get like high ground and then do it, I think it's gonna be way better.
Affirmative.
I mean, if you have a backpack right next to you and like you're defending, you can do it, but
Calling down a
otherwise
sentry.
it's still pretty good. Like you just wiped out that entire place. The one guy did.
It doesn't seem like a bad idea. Like two-time use, airburst maybe? It would be too slow. I don't know.
I just, I don't know. I just want everything to have a faster cooldown speed and just be able to use a backpack with it, because using a backpack with stuff is really nice.
What do you meant? The cover pack? There is a
Oh yeah.
There is a difference. There is a difference.
It really does give a lot more distance, and if I shoot straight down with the grenade launchers or any explosives, it shouldn't kill me. It should, as long as I don't hit a bug, it shouldn't kill me.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Affirmative.
Calling in extraction.
Now watch
We
this
got
map.
enemies.
Watch this map having more objectives hidden.
Got equipment.
Follow me. Tagging map. North. 300 meters.
Wow, we got everything.
Yeah, we do.
I don't... It's probably... Yeah, there's usually like 10 side of... Like... No, not 10. More like 5 side objectives that usually get put out, but since it's the city, it's super hard to tell.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Calling down a sentry. Tagging map. Southwest.
Oh no,
200 meters.
who dropped the super packets?
I dropped them on a teleport.
Sample.
Oh.
So that's in case you die and you flip off the platform and super sample go bye-bye. You know.
Yeah, I just mixed mine with them together.
Requesting sentry.
I'm gonna run north.
Oh,
If I don't find anything, I'll just kill myself and you call me that.
Yep.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
Like, what I don't get is why the shocks go up in the air. I can't, why aren't they going more towards the enemy?
T-minus 10 seconds. Clear
Good
landing
hit.
zone.
Requesting sentry.
Because to me it looks like a blitzer, looks like blitzer one, like shocks.
From the grenade launcher?
Yeah.
Could be. They like just modded the gun.
Hold position.
They give me about 30 seconds.
How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Dropping a pin,
I
northwest.
think this might be a stalker nest. I might be wrong.
Yep.
Requesting
Oh, we
sentry.
already probably got rid of all that, because...
No. We got two. We got two. There could be three. Because it's like level 9.
Marking extraction point.
Yeah, wait.
I
You got all the samples, you can leave even without me, so it's like 40 XP difference. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But one more objective, even if I die, it's gonna make a bit difference.
Requesting sentry.
Yep.
Yeah, stalker.
Enemy tactical asset within threat
Ah.
range.
Oh, wow, you're actually really good at the city stuff, huh?
Yeah, now call me, because I died.
Calling in reinforcements.
At least you didn't have any samples. That was actually a
No,
good
I
call.
dropped them. I dropped them, because I didn't want to go
Request
there.
approved. Reinforcements have been
Now we
launched.
can go. You can use the passive of, you know,
Joining
the
the fray.
unflinching armor to scan the map. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Marking extraction point.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Fire in the hole.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Oh, the building. Lock the fireworks.
Like if you see the part of the map where there is no POIs, there probably is something, you know, among all the buildings.
Yeah.
And I pinpoint a couple of times around the map and I saw like one enemy next to nothing, and it's impossible.
Wow, you got everything. That's insane, dude.
Yeah, told you.
Good job.
A good job of not leaving. I've seen people like, oh, we're just gonna leave you, and you know, they just bump off the plane.
Yep. Sadly, I have to get off here.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Kenderson. Thanks.
Because, it's 11 in the morning. It's 11 at night, so I gotta get a little bit of sleep, you know?
Yeah, it's 8 a.m. in my place, so I understand. Go. Thanks for help.
I'm jealous for you.
Now that is what I call a profitable use of resources.
Wait, I didn't mean for you. I mean, I'm jealous.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, have a great night.
Yeah, you too.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Oh.
Launch initiated.
down a sentry! Sending out an SOS! Calling down supplies! Requesting advanced weaponry! Bugs, west. Never mind. Heavy, west, 50 meters. Reloading! Follow me!
Changing course! Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Calling down a sentry.
Hold position!
No, it's fine.
Request!
Start.
Vehicle.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Requesting objective equipment.
Engaging terminal.
Package acquired.
Sending down sentry.
I got the terminal.
Dropping package.
Engaging terminal.
Western sentry.
Tagging map. Northwest. I got the terminal.
Mission progress
Thank you.
logged.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 300 meters.
Reloading.
Fuck my leg.
Sample collect.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling. Reloading. Requesting sentry.
Bug outpost spotted. Requesting sentry.
Say hello to democracy.
Calling down a sentry.
Sending in an eagle.
Close.
Reloading. Requesting air support.
One more.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Affirmative.
That's unfortunate.
Heavy. supplies. Affirmative.
Fucking crater in the street.
Thank you.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Supplies.
Calling down a sentry. Heavy. Heavy.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a support weapon.
Sending in an eagle. Liberty saved.
Requesting air support.
Calling in reinforcements.
Bug hive spotted.
Objective nearby.
No, look at that.
Requesting air support.
Requesting sentry. Cancel that. Heavy, southeast. Outpost cleared. That's called democracy.
Calling in reinforcements.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling down supplies.
No, brother, stop.
Not today!
Reinforcing.
How'd you like to taste some freedom? Heavy, on my position. Freedom never... Thank you.
Marking location.
Calling down a sentry.
Just wait for this thug to pass.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Tagging location.
Can't see
Mission
shit.
at 30 minutes remaining. Tagging location. Northeast.
What is it?
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Requesting sentry.
Right here.
Requesting sentry.
Get some! Get some! Sending in an eagle.
Another one. What the...
Their lives were in our hands.
Found something!
Affirmative. Thank you.
Found something!
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a
Run
support
away.
weapon.
Run away.
Follow me.
Heavy, west, 50 meters. Requesting orbital strike.
Tagging location. East. Get some! Get
This is
some!
where the main objective is.
Marking location.
Reinforcing!
Engaging terminal.
Sample collection. Follow me. Hold position.
Calling in reinforcements.
For prosperity.
Calling in reinforcements.
Freedom never sleeps.
Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry.
Reloading. Requesting sentry.
We will never destroy our way of life.
Calling down supply.
Okay, nice.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Supplies.
Ammo.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I knew they wouldn't abandon us. Tagging location, northwest.
Marking location. Southeast.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
It's really them.
Reinforcing.
You have been a stalwart line of freedom. Extract when ready.
Heavy. Northwest. Close.
Dropping a pin. North. 300 meters.
Heavy. Northwest. Close. Heavy. Sending in an eagle.
Heavy. Reloading.
Calling in orbital strike.
He's dead.
Calling down a support weapon.
Reloading. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry.
Sending in an eagle.
Their lives were in our hands.
Requesting air support.
Objective located. Northwest. 50 meters.
Thank you.
Supplies.
Mag's empty.
Objective located.
Nice.
Couldn't. Should have moved, but
Democracy has landed.
Requesting air support.
Tagging map. West. 200 meters.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Calling in reinforcements. Heavy. South. On my position. Heavy.
Thank you.
Affirmative.
Don't do that.
Dropping item. Support
Go
weapon.
again. Where this gun was.
Southwest, on my position.
Engaging.
I'm gonna kill him.
Thank you. Rare sample acquired. Thank you. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Marking location. North. Tagging location. Follow me. I'm on it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Affirmative. Yeah.
Double money.
Thank you.
You must not allow our civilians to perish.
Heavy. Northwest. Close.
Supplies. Marking location.
This way, this way.
I'm on it. Thank you. Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters.
I need supplies.
Reloading. Marking location. North. Tagging location. North.
Wait, do. Hey, S4. Right in.
Tagging location.
Tagging location.
Supplies.
I'm on it.
The big guy.
Heavy. North. On my position.
Is that? No. Press.
Supplies.
Thank you. Marking location.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Follow me. Tagging location.
Has landed.
I'm on it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Reloading. Calling down a... Follow me. Requesting sentry. Marking location.
Here. Oh wow. Bomb grenade.
Steaming you. Tagging map. Northeast. 100 meters. Affirmative.
Wait, soldiers.
Follow me. Hold position.
Don't move. Bridge. did all we could. Move it.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry! For prosperity! Heavy, northeast.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Reloading! Tagging location, northeast. Enemy elite, northeast, 50 meters.
Calling down a sentry.
Reloading.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Outstanding.
Reloading! Thank you. Follow me.
Throwing supply.
Affirmative.
What
Calling
is
in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Dropping item.
In an eagle. Freedom forever!
Orbital inbound.
Requesting sentry.
Tagging map. South. 100 meters. Tagging map. South. 200 meters. Tagging map. Southeast. 200 meters.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Tagging map. Southeast. 100 meters. Tagging map. Southwest. 300 meters. Tagging map. Southwest. Far.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Supplies.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Reloading.
Then I started blasting.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting sentry.
There you go.
Entering freedom. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Affirmative. Calling down a support weapon.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Not getting from circuit.
Marking location, northwest. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Affirmative.
This city will soon be a shining beacon of freedom once more.
Okay.
Freedom wins again. Welcome aboard, Helldiver. We can never have too
Allied
many.
Like your hand or your gun.
Check the map.
The city is freed. The Galactic War, a battleground awaiting your heroic intervention. Operation accomplished. Your valor is beyond question. The fate of this planet hangs in the balance. You must tip the scales.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Our enemy would turn this city into a conurbation of tyranny. Do not let them.
Requesting air support!
Would be running back.
Requesting sentry! Heavy, west, 50 meters. Sending in an eagle! Calling down a support weapon! Supplies. Tagging map.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Requesting...
Calling in orbital strike. Layer sample acquired.
Requesting air support.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Have a taste of democracy!
Welcome.
Another one bites the dust.
And I was gone. I won't back to that.
Requesting advanced weaponry! How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Can't see shit.
You must not allow our civilians to perish.
Tagging location, east. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Watch it, this is green. Watch it. See it.
Calling in reinforcements! Bugs, southeast.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Who's that? Run. Go.
Requesting sentry.
Dropping a pin, south, 50 meters. Tagging map.
Yeah, it's us.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Objective located.
Liberty dispensed.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting tac pack. Calling down a support weapon.
Nothing compared. Come on.
Ne znam šta da radim kad dođem s posla u 11 uveče. Ma, kasnije. Hvala. Hvala.
Engaging terminal. Hold position. Throwing supply beacon.
Dropping supplies at Solidar.
Reinforcing.
Outpost cleared.
Have a taste of democracy.
To the right.
I'm on it. Supplies.
Supplies here.
Calling down a sentry. I'll take it.
I got the terminal.
Requesting orbital strike.
Calling in reinforcements.
Requesting air support.
Requesting sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Calling down a sentry. Reloading!
Calling in reinforcements.
I need supplies. Thank you. Dropping a pin, south, 200 meters. Feel good. Say hello to democracy.
Another step towards galactic liberation. You may extract when ready.
Objective located. Northwest, 100 meters.
Ready to liberate. Marking location, southwest. Thank you. Follow me.
Supplies.
Tagging location. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a support weapon.
Starlight.
Requesting tac pack. Requesting sentry. Affirmative.
Roger that.
Tagging map. Supplies.
So just
Follow me. Tagging location, west.
Allied coordinates locked. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Marking location. West.
Calling in orbital strike.
The enemy has corrupted our metropolis long enough. We must take it back.
Tagging map. East, 100 meters.
fucking
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting orbital. Calling down a sentry.
Calling in reinforcements.
Half reinforcement budget remaining.
Reinforcing.
I got you. Wait for more.
Pointing to the enemy. West, 100 meters.
Heavy, northwest.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Requesting sentry. Calling in reinforcements.
Why are you running, bitch?
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Democracy.
Yeah, yeah.
Reinforcing.
Ball Titan shredded it runner. so many enemies.
Reinforcing. Orbital inbound.
Calling down supplies. Heavy south. Ending in an eagle.
Yeah, I got him. Wait.
Reinforcing.
Headshot.
Pack inbound.
Is that? Yeah.
Thank you. Democracy has landed.
Got him.
Calling down a support. Calling down a sentry. Sending down sentry. Out of ammo. Last reload. Requesting sentry. Get some! Get some! Freedom forever!
Samples all over the place.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry. Heavy. Southwest. Close. Thank you. Calling down a sentry. Reloading.
Tagging location. Marking extraction point. Calling in extraction.
Tag pack inbound. Dropping a pin. South. 100 meters.
Roger that.
Thank you. How about a nice puff of liberty?
Nope.
Tunnel breach.
Throwing supply beacon.
Yeah, go back. Oh, brother, that's close. That's close. Ooh.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Marking location.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Supplies.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Get some! Get some!
You have maintained our way of life.
Affirmative.
Many sacrifices were made today. We will never forget.
Thank you for your service.
Mission coordinates locked.
Yes.
Hellpods prime.
Esto. That's hot. No, thanks. Thanks. Who?
Do you need a buff?
What buff you need? Brother. June 16. I can't. I can't. Levering. Why are people smoking? Stvar. I can't. I can't. Okay. Collect streaming. Come on. Ja nisam vidio da je društvo tu.
Zdravo, Ilija.
Zdravo, momci. Što ima?
Zdravo.
Propuštaš zabavu, Slavko. Propuštaš zabavu. Ne znaš kako je razvaljivanje.
Jučer cijel dan je bilo baš jako.
Ne level 10, jebeš to. Ne. Od 6 do 9 recimo na onim mega cityma. Znači razvaljivanje za svakog ćoška. Razvaljivanje, brate. Da.
Ne dovlače Induse zato što su to lenja, govna, ne vole, ona mene rekla, ona ranila se...
Da si ti mizogen. Jesi mizogen?
Ne. Ona je sa njima radila u Italiji, to je jako vredan narod.
A u Italiji radila, a?
Da, i dovuče ona 12 Indusa.
Da.
I oni radili tu neko vreme i samo jedan dan ne mogu da ih nađu.
Kako ne mogu da ih nađu? Koji su pomeli?
Jednostavno ne javljaju se, zagubili se, samo Bog zna gde su. I ne dolaze na posao. I ovdje prijavi u graničnu policiju i nađu ih posle par meseci u Grčkoj.
Šta tamo radi? A oni su samo iskoristili Srbiju da odu dalje, jel tako?
Samo da uđu u Evropu.
Pa dobro, jel njoj toj ženi to palo na pamet, može se reći? Ne?
Ona je radila s njima tamo, to je jako vredan i pedantan narod.
Aha. Kakva glupa kokoška. Kapiram da neka ljudi imaju najbolje namere, ali da li stanu pa razmisle, možda ovo nije baš tako kao što ja mislim, možda je drugačije. Ne.
Kažem, radio sam sa Indusima,
ima vrednih.
Znam kakvi su.
Ima vrednih, ali još ima ovi što nisu vredni. Ti što su vredni su ostali tamo gde jesu, ajmo tako da kažemo.
Ne, vredan je to narod.
Dobro, čekaj. Ti što su vredni, što stvarno rade, oni su ostali tamo odakle su, nisu otišli dalje, razumeš? Ovi što hoće, na mufte, oni su došli vama da rade.
I žali se kako ne može naći radnike, ja ju kažem. Znači, kad dođe čovjek i vidiš da hoće da radi, obučeš ga sve kako treba, ti treba da mu daš dobru platu da bi on ostao. Neće on iz nekog ubeđenja da ostane da radi.
Zato što je veran preduzeću.
Znači, ne mora mu daješ platu od 75, nego mu je okni platu od 120 i onda će da ima želju da dođe na posao.
Svaki dan. Da ide na bolovanje.
Ali, ona još živi u onom vremenu
komunizma.
Kad je masa ljudi bila bez posla i to.
To je neka zabludela osoba.
Ojebela majku. Evo ti ko. Nije, ne mogu, mislim da je to ko šepeli, ali nije. Ne, nema tako...
Odo čas da doručkujem.
Dobro, slatko,
nema
prijetno.
Nema tako količina ljudi koja je nekad bio. Pošto ona misli da može, to ne može.
Hmm. 19-year-old Dustin Self up and left his home in Oklahoma and drove to the mountains of southwestern Oregon. He had apparently watched the movie Into the Wild, that very same film adaptation of McCandless's story, and wanted to, quote, see if he could live in the wild. Self was also apparently fascinated by a church in the area that uses hallucinogenic tea as a sacrament. Self's parents tried to talk him out of going, but unfortunately, he wouldn't listen. At one point, he had actually called his father and told him that he was lost on a remote road, and he also called his ex-girlfriend, acting extremely paranoid. His ex-girlfriend was quoted saying, he, referring to Self, said there were devil worshippers at every gas station that he stopped at to get help, and that all the plants and animals were dead everywhere, and he was trying to bring them back to life. He was really, really upset and really scared, and then the line went dead. This would be the last time that anybody heard from Dustin Self. He was reported missing a short time later, but a few weeks went by until any new clues were discovered after that. Eventually, though, a rancher located Self's pickup truck on a remote section of Stonehouse Road on Steens Mountain. The pickup truck had slid off the road, and it contained Self's laptop, some food, and his road GPS. This discovery of the vehicle seemed promising. It was unlikely that Self made it very far beyond the car, but unfortunately, his case then went cold. No additional clues were discovered, and his family hoped that he had either made it off the mountain somewhere or had been laying low and living off the land just like Chris McCandless did. And then, over a year later, in October of 2014, a hunter on Steens Mountain was in the process of quietly stalking a deer when he made a horrifying discovery. He was moving through some short aspen trees when all of a sudden he looked down and he saw some discarded clothing and a leg bone. He reported the finding, and by the end of the day, it was clear to investigators that these were, unfortunately, the remains of Dustin Self. They had found the keys to his pickup truck, and they eventually found his driver's license and his credit card. There was no indication of foul play or self-harm. It appeared as though Dustin Self had simply died from exposure. We'll probably never know exactly what his motivations were, but it is clear that Christopher McCandless' story was on Self's mind when he left home and headed for Oregon. When he initially went missing, he was actually framed as a sort of Christopher McCandless copycat almost, an Into the Wild copycat, with many headlines reading like this one from ABC News. Quote, Oklahoma teenager inspired by Into the Wild, missing in Oregon wilderness. Later on, after Self's body was discovered, his family started to downplay the connection to Christopher McCandless. His father said that Self's interest in Into the Wild was overblown. And so with that said, exactly how much of a role McCandless' story played in Self's decision-making is unclear, but it is clear that it at least played somewhat of a role, even if it was small. In a disturbing twist to what is already an incredibly disturbing sequence of events, between the time of Dustin Self's disappearance and the discovery of his body, another out-of-state teenager traveled to Oregon and then went missing. And just like Dustin Self, this teenager had also reportedly been inspired by the story of Chris McCandless. In August of 2013, 18-year-old Jonathan Kroom was visiting a friend in Seattle, Washington. On the 16th, he left Seattle and he was presumed to be heading back to his home in Arizona. He was scheduled to begin his college classes only a few days later. But Jonathan Kroom never made it back to Arizona, and it didn't take long before his parents realized that something had gone wrong. And almost immediately, they began wondering if their son had been copying Chris McCandless by leaving everything behind and living out in the wild. Kroom had reportedly been talking about the movie Into the Wild before he disappeared. And then, on August 21st, Kroom's vehicle was discovered. It was found on a remote road in the town of Riddle, Oregon, which is a tiny community of only like 1,200 people that's located just off of Interstate 5. Inside the vehicle was Kroom's wallet, $200 in cash, and perhaps most concerning, a book on survival. Now, this discovery of Kroom's vehicle only amplified the theory.
Ja. Volim kurca prič. Koga jebe?
That he was trying copy Christopher McCandless. After he went missing, Kroom's parents said that he was, quote, obsessed with the movie Into the Wild. The fact that he had left behind his money and was clearly studying up on survival tactics was not a good sign. Kroom had been a Boy Scout in his younger days, but despite this, he was far from an experienced outdoorsman. Kroom's father was quoted saying, "He's been watching the movie," referring to Into the Wild, "a lot. Maybe he said, I want to do it. That's our theory," because he kept talking about the movie. Just as in that movie, referring to Into the Wild again, he left everything behind and took off. And we just don't know what he left with. He was talking to another friend that it would be great to just leave penniless and just work along the way and get resources like they did in the movie. Unfortunately, the ending to Jonathan Kroom's case was just as tragic as that of Christopher McCandless's, perhaps even more so. On Monday, August 26th, 2013, a search team using cadaver dogs discovered Kroom's body located only 1,000 feet away from his abandoned vehicle. And tragically, it was evident that Kroom had taken his own life. This was shocking, but not totally unexpected either, as Kroom had apparently gone through a breakup recently, and he had also apparently sent some concerning text messages to a friend around the time of his disappearance. Much like the story of Dustin's self, it certainly wouldn't be fair to say the entire situation was inspired by Christopher McCandless, but it's also abundantly clear that McCandless's story once again played a small role at the very least. I'm just speculating here, but if anything, maybe it gave the boys that final boost of confidence that they needed to run off into the woods. This next story, however, was definitely directly related to Christopher McCandless. And that's because just like the story of Claire Ackerman that I shared at the start of the video, the most recent death that I'm aware of at least associated with Into the Wild came as a result of a hiker trying to reach bus 142. In July of 2019, a newlywed couple from Belarus were hiking through the Alaskan wilderness, zeroing in on the famous location where Christopher McCandless met his end. And when they reached the Teklanika River, they had to make a tough decision. And once again, as a reminder, this is the very same river that killed Ackerman and that ended up trapping McCandless, which was kind of the beginning of the end for it. The Teklanika River was once again extremely swollen, and any attempt to cross it would have been essentially a game of Russian roulette. Now, I'm not sure if the couple from Belarus were ignorant to the danger that they were in, or if they just had tunnel vision and were focused on getting to the bus, but regardless, they went for it, and the results were tragic. As Veronika Mikamova and her husband were making their way across the river, the violent current swept her underwater. Her husband did his absolute best to save her, but by the time he reached her down the river, she had unfortunately already died. This story was almost identical to the story of Claire Ackerman that had occurred some 9 years earlier, and it ended with equally tragic results. And for every person who's died trying to reach the famous site, there have been numerous others who have had to be rescued and almost lost their lives as well. There have been so many rescues along the trail that leads to bus 142, the Stampede Trail, many of them related to that very same Teklanika River, by the way, that I can't even come close to going over all of them in this video. According to my research, between 2009 and 2017, there were at least 15 search and rescue operations to save hikers who were trying to reach the bus. And I'm unsure of how many occurred after 2017, but I did read that in February of 2020, 5 more hikers, these ones from Italy, were rescued on their return trip from the bus. I want to note real quick that these 5 hikers were actually rescued because they initiated an SOS call from a GPS satellite communicator. I always advocate for hikers to carry these life-saving devices in my videos, and I've gotten a ton of questions about where to find them or which ones to get, and I haven't really addressed that, so I'm going to start tagging some of the popular devices in the description of my videos. My personal favorite is the Garmin InReach Mini, but there's lots of options, and you can choose whichever one you think is best. From my research, it seems like the Alaskan government performed most of the rescues surrounding Bus 142, but I did find at least one that the Tri-Valley Volunteer Fire Department from Healy, Alaska participated. This is a tiny organization, and I'm not affiliated with them at all, but I have made a donation to support them. I'm trying to give back to these volunteer organizations, so I'll link their PayPal in the description if you're interested in giving back to them as well. So, I'd like to raise a question for all of you, and I'm afraid that this is a question without a clear answer, at least in my opinion. I'm wondering, is anybody responsible for the loss of life, the rescues, and the chaos that has come in the wake of Christopher McCandless's death? And if so, then who is responsible? I'm sure many of you probably thought of Chris McCandless himself as an answer to that question, and I'm trying to be unbiased here, but I don't know. I think it's a little far-fetched to blame him for everything that's happened after his death. I definitely think there's a strong argument to be made that he was being reckless, damn near suicidal in his actions, but he was only acting for himself, right? Like, how is he supposed to know that his story was one day going to go on to reach and influence just so many people? I certainly don't think that was his intention. I think he was just doing what he wanted to do, even if it was probably pretty stupid. I'm sure a lot of folks will also blame the authors, the filmmakers, and the content creators that have repeatedly told Christopher McCandless's story and perhaps maybe over-romanticized it. I find this argument a little bit more compelling than the last one, but at the end of the day, I do think that telling his story is perfectly acceptable so long as it's being portrayed accurately. And lastly, I think a lot of you are probably going to hold each individual themselves responsible for their own actions. And I'm always careful not to victim blame in these videos, but I must admit that I personally have the most sympathy for this argument. At the end of the day, we all have to be responsible for ourselves. And again, I mean, certainly mean no disrespect to any of the victims here, but just because Christopher McCandless's story may have inspired you, that doesn't mean that it's a good idea to go out there and try to live off the land yourself. And the same goes for trying to reach the bus, by the way. And speaking of the bus, in 2020, the government finally put their foot down surrounding the incidences at Bus 141 and the river leading up to it. On June 18th, the Alaska National Guard brought in a helicopter and they airlifted the bus out of the wilderness. The commissioner for the Alaska Department of Natural Resources said, quote, "We encourage people to enjoy Alaska's wild areas safely, and we understand the hold this bus has had on the popular imagination. However, this is an abandoned and deteriorating vehicle that was requiring dangerous and costly rescue efforts, but more importantly was costing some visitors their lives. I'm glad we found a safe, respectful, and economical solution to this situation. My understanding is that the bus is now being held at the Museum of the North on the University of Alaska Fairbanks campus. And with that said, please leave a comment and let me know what you think about the aftermath of Christopher McCandless's story. I feel like there's no right answer to any of this stuff, and so I'm especially, curious about what you guys think of this one. And once again, I'd like to remind you to check out Holzkern and click the link in the description because this video would not have been possible without it. And lastly, definitely most importantly, please keep Claire
nije toplo, vreme je prijatno, ne znam kako kod vas.
Jonathan Kroom,
Jeste prijatno, sad ću ja da čekam dušicu da idem da isprozemim sve što stavio da ne mrdam posle.
In your hearts, may they all rest in peace. And thank
Pa
you
debi,
all so
posle ima da
much
upeče ko juče
for watching
izjivo
this
sam
video.
stišao
I'll see you next
u
week.
12, pola 1 do Lidla i mam peši.
Da, sad ko šta ima.
Ma nedelje idem sad uzem tipa, znaš ono, sok, pičke materine, neće pa mi sve prada nešto za ručak i dolazim i ne mrdam bre ceo dan. Cepam.
Ne znam, ko voli nek ide na bazene, meni je super u vatu.
Na ovaj bazen ovdje ja plapim. Volim nešto ovako sa strane, ali ovdje ne.
Ja volim tekuće vode. Bazen mi stvara
Ja volim mir,
klaustrofobiju.
ne volim gužu.
A to je to. To je to, stane, odeš pored reke, izuješ se, umočiš noge malo, super. Ne moram da se
Reka,
kupam.
vika, znaš, jebeš ti to.
Pa kakav je to odmor?
Idem sad tamo da mi se vernjaju, da mi skaču oko glave, da mislim meni to nije... Ću da idem da se istuširam i boli me kurac.
Puca lobby, primetio sam i ja. Malo pre me bio, samo sam zakočio, vidim sve stoji pored mene. Ja se pomeram, sve stoji. Ja rekao, sad će. Nije prošlo 5 sekundi, bap, izbaci me u brod. Ja, nije mi dobri connect, ali sam otišao na recent players i vidio sam ljudi s kojima sam igrao prošli meč. Samo vidim da su u lobby da fali jedan, neko to se ja. Samo se reconnectujem nazad i vrati se da uzmem
nekog. Ste joinovo na nekog, jesi, vjerovatno?
Pa na nekom od ovih...
Pa, to ti to. Naravno.
Neće da igram bez veze.
Sjećam se. Tako nekako. Ilija, ti igraš Dead Must Die, brate, ne igraš Clear Up Score, mislim, stvarno...
Ne mogu pričam s vama. Kako misliš da igram story igru, da pričam s vama? Jedino ako hoćeš da vidiš gameplay borbu. Ali ta igra ima dosta priče, dosta borbe. Zapravo, vjerojatno borbe ima kasnije. Ovo što sam ja igrao bilo je oko 80% priče je bilo, 20% sam imao možda jedan fight u početku kao tutorial, drugi fight protiv lutke, da pokažem kao nekom NPC-u nešto, treći fight sam kao u fazonu protiv neke ženske i četvrti fight protiv kao neke štićenice od glavnog lika, peti fight kad posle cinematika koji se desio i šesti fight sa Lunom. To je 6 fightova, a igrao sam igru 4 sata. 6 fightova. Čim da izbrojim na prste 2 ruke. Ne smeta to meni, ali mnogo priče ima, a kad ima mnogo priče ja volim da slušam i da niko ne priča. Znaš. A ne mogu ja kad čuti! Ne, sad, ne. Znaš, ne mogu ja to. Nego kad apsolutno nema nikog, a bi ima trenutaka, to ti je sutra. Danas ti je nedelja, svi su tu većinom ovdje na kanalu. Sutra, znači ponedeljak, utorak. Znači, ako nisi ti, sad si kao nešto na godišnjem. Ali inače nema nikog. Ima kad nema nikog. Apsolutno nikog nema na kanalu. Tu je Gradinovački, da pita što sam se osamio, ja uđem u Discord, on priča malo sa mnom, pusti TV, a ode nešto radi po kući. I onda ja pritisnem ono dugme za mute, ok, i onda radim nešto svoje. Ajde, ne se bavim. Juče mi je Vlada nudio neki hardware za telefoniranje ono preko interneta. Ako Vlada, od mene to ne interesuje. Ja sam antisocijala, meni to ne treba. Ja koristim Discord i pomalo i to je to. Kaže, ovo ti je dobro, ma ne interesuje, ne treba. Meni redovno ugase 200 dinara kredita, uplatim 300 dinara, ugase mi 200-250. Jer ne trošim. Nemam koga razovem. Sad ja da kao Milan sedim i da obrćem breve. Ej, Slavko, desi šta radiš, a? Jel ima nešto novo, a? A, stvarno? Boli me kurac. Ako ste svi živi i zdravi, meni je dobro. Ne moram uopšte da se čujem s vama telefonom. Ako sam se uželao neku godinu. Moj kum isto tako uzme pa me zivka telefonom. Ja samo prekinem vezu, odim kod njega. Da rekao je, reci šta ste. Pa ja te zvao da vidim kako si, ako gledaš me, aj reci.
Onaj mim, ne smaraš, kaži.
Kaži mu kurac, evo te.
Kome? Kumu?
Tvom kumu.
Pa on je Bosanac. Napola. Ne znam šta ti kažem.
Napola.
Da, njemu je mama iz Bosne.
Iz
Ali on
Bosne.
kaže da je Crnogorac. To je dovoljno, bez da ulazimo u dalju tematiku, razumeš. On se slika sa crnogorskom zastavu, priča pod crnogorski i tako to, mrzi Bosance i tako to. Ne moram dalje, mrzi sam sebe, ne moram dalje da idem, razumeš, u detalj.
Ja sam vidio da vi tamo...
Koji mi tamo?
Općinac imate akademiju...
Dranskih umetnosti imamo. Ja sam umetnik, sam Slavko. Dajujem samo 99-ki. Ne, ja ne ulazim u te, možda Milan spada u te neke zidare, slobodne. Masone.
Nikica, slobodan zidar.
Slobodni zidar, da.
Crnogorski jezik.
Ne znam šta ti je to. Mi to ne držimo. Mi to ne držimo. Dostina skoro...
Probajte u Hrvatsku treba napraviti.
Ne znam ja sam iz Vojvodine, mi smo većinom
U Hrvatsku
glave.
će sljedeće godine...
Šta će sljedeće godine?
Exit u Hrvatsku. Nema više u Australiju i naši sve.
U Novom Sadu, hvala Bogu.
Nisi ja? Pa pročitaj da vidiš.
Da su to makli.
Naši političari blokirali sve ove sponzore da, pošto zbog studentskih protesta i nemaju ljudi sponzore, će da isteraju kao ove godine nekako i od sljedeće godine seli si zemlje.
Neka miču tvoj iz Novog
Neće da bude naš brend.
Mogli su to i na livadu da naprave, Slavko.
A dobro, opet jebi ga.
Opet bolje da unište spomenik kulture, razumeš, star 200 godina. Nismo da ga unište toplo i uništit će ga jebeni wuferi. Odvalit će svaku jebenu ciglu.
Lepo kad oni Englezi padaju preko
ograde. Da, pijani, pa da.
To mi je interesantno kad ih psujem ko konje.
Ako hoćeš da vidiš tvrđavu, idi kad nije muzički festival, nije problem. Okej, znaš. Ne moraš da se kulturno uzdižeš dok džuškaš uz trans i šmrkaš belu, razumeš? Ili ti je to vibe takav? Da se uradiš od droge i što kaže Slavko, hodaš po Lombedemu starom 200 godina ili 300.
Pa kad padneš brade dole, padneš sa stilom.
Jest, kažu umre kao umetnik. Bože, šta ljudima pada na pamet. Ima onaj film u divljinu ili Into the Wild. O onome liku iz Amerike što je otišao na Aljasku i umre tamo negdje u nekom napuštenom autobusu. I kažu 15 turista je poginulo ili su morali da ih vade helikopterima odatle, zato što su otišli da vide to mesto. Pa nisu davili u reci dok su pokušali da pređu reku do toga čuvenog autobusa da je taj nastradao. I šta su radili, mislim da je kanadska vlada. Kanadjani su uzeli fino, poslali helikopter, digli autobus i rekli kao sve je to super, možete vidjeti Aljasku gdje god hoćete, samo kaže nemojte da idete tamo da ginete, a autobus stavili u muzej. Kao spomenik gluposti, vjerojatno. Još umreti glupi zmaju. Ne planira da umre. Dođi. Ma tako. Ne znam kako gardinovački može, ja ne mogu. Ne mogu da se fokusiram na story igre dok odgovaram na pitanje i pričam.
Ne može ni on.
Pa ne možeš, razumeš, to stvari, možeš sa ljudima koji su ti na onom kao chatu, razumeš, koji dođu pa pitaju jednu, dve stvari, pa te ono malo gledaju. I onda se više fokusiraš na to što ti radiš, nego, razumeš, sad da interaktuješ. Ja sad interaktujem samo mogu dok igram Helldivere, dok sedim sa sačmaricom i igram Ham Showdownu, to mogu, nije mi problem. Ne zahtevam apsolutnu tišinu kao Toma i Boris, dok me guze, razumeš. A ja se ne pomeram. Ja što volim da igram Battlefield ili tako te stvari, ili Kill Floor isto. I diskutujem o politici. To mi daje ekstra motivaciju. Ili dok te juri bav Titana te sačga, a tematika se raspe oko, ne znam, oko dnevne politike.
Ma jebala ih politika, jebote, ja to govno ne pratim ništa.
Ne, samo to gasi. Ili što kaže, promeni kanal. Nešto manje stresno. Možemo li još? Ne znam baš da li ću Drakulu da ubijem, ali mogu da probam. Spore će ući.
Drakulj?
Ne, našeg Drakulu, nego ovoga Vlada Tepeš. Nisu mu ni napisali titulu dobro, napisali su mu Count kao... Ne, Baron, ne Count Grof, već Baron. Benny Baron. Tu negdje po pol health. Ali ćeš me definitivno vidjeti da igram sutra 7 Days to Die, to budi siguran, to mogu da igram dok svi pričate, nije interes, nije problem.
7 Days.
Aha. Igra je izašla kao 1.0 i sad ubacio dodatni sadržaj u igru. Mogu ti reći da mi izgleda jako dobro. Attack speed.
Ovo moram da uzmem mom mačoru krevet za prozor definitivno.
Šta mu to radi?
Pa brate, zalepiš na staklo da može, znaš da...
To sam gledao. Da gleda dole.
Gledaj ga, sad ću da ti pustim da vidiš. Pa jadničak, brate, znači godinu dana i više, sad ću da ti pustim da vidiš.
Ako je to onaj klip s YouTube, gledao sam da onaj lik stavio...
Ma kakav klip? Ma evo ti bre moj mačak, sedi s Roma, gleda kao baba s radijatora u general sam stavio. Kao kroz prozor, jebot.
Kako se to zove? Kivic Penđer, jesi čuo za to?
I vidim da ima da se naruče pa gledam, najvjerovatnije ću da mu naručim jedan. I da uzem ove, za Sony ove moje slušalice, za sunđere sa strane krenuli su već da mi da se trovaju. Jebeni Sky, šta je već, pa ću da uzem od nekog drugog materijala. Zamenu.
Počeo drugi da mi deli savjete u igri. Ne, dobro.
You all know about the gold rush of FPS games in the early to late 90s. You had id Software and 3D Realms putting out the premium stuff, and then slightly below them you had companies like Raven, and if you kept going down that road, you'd end up on the wrong side of the tracks in a bad part of town, where the DOS trash hangs out, where developers like Capstone birthed abominations in a back alley somewhere. The worst Doom clones would come out the same way. Somewhere, somehow, across the world, jealous of what us Gwai Laos were accomplishing, yeah, imagine, this wasn't even 30 years ago, a team of Chinese and Taiwanese developers were able to reverse engineer a 3D engine after closely studying Doom and build. Not closely enough. Coming to us from Engine Technology Co. Limited, registered trademark Esquire DMD, The Ultimate Fighter, a game that disappeared entirely from public consciousness so quickly that there's a debate about whether or not it actually got an official release. Aside from some limited unofficial re-release done sometime in the last decade, with a proper English translation still running under DOS, you can get it for free. Grab the disk image, mount it, install it under DOSBox, and boom, you got a ticket to Mars. Mars 3D, or, as the opening cutscene says, 3D Action Arcade Mars. Behold, an intro with 3D animation that Capstone would want to do another pass on. An alien race that uses the flattest and most pitiful flying saucers you'll ever see attempts to attack this planet, which I have to assume is Earth even if it has significantly less ocean. Give them a break, this is happening in the distant future of 1999. So the aliens launch all our nuclear missiles at us and... It looks like the missiles flew right by Egypt and went straight for France, which is fine. We haven't seen Mars yet. I'm guessing it's here in the title screen, the good old not-at-all red planet threatened by cybernetic demons. Cyber demons, if you will. I'm kidding, they're not cyber demons, because that would be the most humiliating thing for them. They're just... oh god, just wait, tits. They're not demons at all, they're aliens. Alright, I've done all the setup, looked at all the controls, we're good to go. This configuration program, which was made in 2019 apparently, lets me set up the controls to something modern. So let's jump in. Mission 1, Resistance.
The unified force of the remaining humans, which survived the Armageddon, started to investigate why the nuclear wars happened in the first place. They figured out that chaos was caused by the North American Defense Network named Zaker.
Oh, wait, so...
Once their nuclear missiles had been launched, humanity lost control over the system. Other countries tried to intercept their own missiles and nuclear bombs.
Oh my god, you people are lucky Harlan Ellison is dead.
The survivors could only live in those dark, moist, and dirty underground shelters, hoping for dawn one day. One day, an organization, New Hope, rised up.
A New Hope, you say?
They provide new, unheard-of living environments, food, work, and everything if you dispersed for acquiring them. Reportedly, many people joined them but have never been seen again. No one knows if they're still happily alive or just got killed, and those people, mystically disappeared from the world.
That doesn't sound like...
You are a highly ranked loyal soldier
da nisu sve isto
named Jet
kvalitet.
Hunter, and you are working for New Hope organization
Neke su bolje, neke su lošije.
without any doubts.
Oh god, the nonsense is flying at me too fast. Like, where do I even start? Certainly not at New Hope when Skynet City is just sitting there. You're lucky James Cameron is dead. He might as well be. Yeah, you're on my shit list, Jim. What could be the last physical release of your movies look like dog shit. Congratulations on releasing an AI approximation of good movies. It's cool how all the characters' mouths look weird, like the inside got cropped out and replaced with just blackness. And the sets look cheap, and the actors look like they're against green screens when they're on those sets. And everyone's facial highlights are blown out, and they look greasier than Randy Pitchford. Fuck off back down the Marianas Trench. It gets worse because the evil organization that you serve had your parents murdered by authorities for no reasons. So if you're not caught up, here's more backstory with characters. We get to see what Jet Hunter looks like. And the leader of the resistance sends his condolences, but also there's more important things like joining up with the rebellion. Sorry your parents are dead. Also, there's no heaven. Hope you're doing well. To subvert the unreasonable institutions and tyranny. You will get more details after our meeting. By the way, you can call me Mars. Oh, so Mars was actually the friends we made along the way. Are there even aliens in this game? Mars. No wonder I recently received some weird comm mails giving me informations and data about the Resistance. Do they just send out flyers? No, wait, there are huge amounts of soldier troops coming. Probably because you're about as clandestine as a fucking fireworks show. Hello, something is wrong with the connection. Okay, I trust you and want to meet your people. Oh yeah, sure, I trust you, Mars. So I guess dead parents don't make you the world's greatest detective. I'm not sure there's anything here to lose in translation. So we start the game and we're on the run from... Nope, stop, pump the brakes. Just... Does any of this look familiar? So, first frame of this game. The first frame is hideous. I mean, the texture work is alright, but that's because most of it was done by Adrian Carman. We got Doom textures, we got Strife textures, we got a HUD compass ripped straight out of Power Slave.
Who the hell gets this compass?
And let's not forget this. What the game calls the Uzi gun, and obviously that's not an Uzi. That's actually a Mac Nukem 3D. And that's not even getting into the Hexen and Heretic textures they used in their futuristic space setting. In a sewer. I'm not talking about a few textures, I'm talking about the vast majority of the textures in this game. There are Doom barrels that explode into Hexen graphics. The barrels also bleed. Roar like. Roar! And that's just the stuff I recognize. So they're Frankensteining this thing together from reverse-engineered code. To think if they'd waited like a year, they could have gotten Doom source code and then the game wouldn't be total jank garbage. Where are the flying saucers? If you're wondering like I was, yes, this is how the game runs and plays. The supposed source port that's basically GZ Doom plays more like Doom and the weapons are slower, but it doesn't feel like the authentic experience. No, what feels authentic is pressing caps lock to activate run mode. A source port would deprive me of this. I thought that maybe the screen messages were flying by too fast because I was running it with the cycles too high in DOSBox. No, this is just how the game runs. So when you pick up the shotgun and press the fire button, it lets out a bunch of balls of energy because every weapon is automatic, but most enemies die to one shot from anything that isn't the Uzi. And you'd think that the jankiness would make this game a challenge? No, not really.
Nah,
Everything's
nah, nah,
fine
nah,
because
nah,
you can
nah,
pick
nah,
up
nah.
health over 100%, and these enemies drop 15 HP when they die. I'll be fine. I have 135 health. I get a little worried when I'm in the sewer because now we have stuff that they reverse engineer from build swimming. Except build didn't make the screen all hazy underwater, and it didn't also put that effect on Crosshair. You see me losing health, but I'm not drowning. I don't think this game has drowning. It's hard to tell because I keep getting chewed up by these horrifying fish abominations with humanoid faces. We got sewer monsters, too. Who make doom sounds, of course. Sure, it's dark and it's a sewer, but I'll be fine. I have 280 health. We escape the first level, which is mostly sewer, and meet up with the reinforcements that Mars promised us. Whatever building we were just in gets blown up by the Resistance with huge amounts of gas bombs. I should be thanking you for saving me from this evil.
Medusa UA.
According to our informants,
Welcome to my channel.
Environment Control Center on the western side. It's a very important installation that is supporting all of the energy there. They caught many scientists for researching medicinal liquids for the government forces. Medicinal liquids, huh? I got some of those fermenting in the toilet right now. Oh, okay, the text explains more. This facility produces the air that humans need to breathe. We probably shouldn't blow that up, you know, because of the inhospitable atmosphere on Mars. Now, we blow it up anyway, it's fine. Jet Hunter is immune to carbon dioxide poisoning. Wait, does this even take place on Mars? And drowning. Jet Hunter requires no oxygen. His worst problems are fast fish that blend into the brown hexen textures they're using here. And they're hard to hit because only the Uzi has auto aim. Sometimes, it works sometimes. You don't have vertical mouse aiming because that wasn't a thing they felt like reverse engineering from build. So you're stuck with keyboard aiming and the non-hit scan weapons don't aim for you. So if you want to hit this guy on top of this... sure. Aiming is terrible, but I'll be fine. I have 367 health. If you thought that the shotgun was powerful, get a load of the freeze gun. It's the same gun, and if it isn't, it doesn't matter. It doesn't freeze shit. Like the shotgun doesn't shock anything. The nerve gun is actually different because it'll temporarily turn an enemy against their comrades with skull smoke and magic. There is, of course, a huge problem with all of the weapons in this game. There aren't any ammo pickups for anything but the Uzi. You have to pick up the weapons again if you want any ammo for them, and since they're all automatic, you're gonna waste ammo and have to plow through enemies with your Uzi, which is fine, everything is fine. I leave this fight with 339 health. And I know what you're saying, Civvy, you're playing like shit. Why aren't you circle strafing? Because I can't. You can turn or you can strafe. Not both at the same time. You may be able to run and not run at the same time, but fuck you if you want to circle strafe. So we blow up the atmosphere processor, which again is totally fine because it makes the Skynet city crash down to Earth. I mean Mars. This game means Mars, I think. Skynet City is the big ship from the intro, and now it's hit Mars. Very gently. Anyway, now here. Base City. The Resistance wants to get some better weaponry. I can't blame them, so they send you to look into it. So Base City is the most detailed city level you could possibly fit onto the Game Boy Advance. And before I've even really gotten into it, I find this secret with the homing missile launcher, which might look familiar to you. It's a sawed-off BFQ. This is actually the most powerful weapon in the game. Should I really have to keyboard aim for a homing missile? The level design is chaos. I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to it. You run around, hit switches, and find key cards, you know, like in a real game. Now, Jet Hunter, if you go by this game's cute fake vehicles, is about 12 feet tall. It's that lower Martian gravity doing it. When he jumps, there's nothing added in terms of screen motion to make it look like a jump. So you're just Go-Go Gadget leg extending, and they totally reverse engineered Duke Nukem 3D's jetpack, kids. Except the parts where you can reliably move up or down, but then you can't move down. Wait, what the fuck? I can't turn. The game has disabled mouse turning. I don't know why, so I restart and it fixes itself. Not long after, I realized what a bad idea it is to reload saves. I haven't been dying much because I have plenty of health. You know, it actually maxes out at 500. However, some enemies become completely invincible after you load a save. Hold on, maybe if I try another weapon. Oh wait, there's something bound to the 0 key. And not a super weapon, it's... That's adorable. And you bound it to 0 thinking I wouldn't find it. It's not even listed among the weapons in the HUD. I feel like this is a secret. Hey, a friendly NPC I can talk to. You better go and stop the time machine. It'll be all over if you're too late. Okay, but it is a time machine, so I can't really be too late. In fact, stopping the time machine would pretty much guarantee that I would be too late. Also a time machine? I may not have properly introduced that before. See, you have to infiltrate this facility. The government army hopes to send killers through the time machine, planning to murder the parents of Mars, you know, the resistance leader. They're gonna send killers through time to kill his parents. I guess when they killed your parents, they realized it was too late. Hold on, I found it. Just got a keyboard aim here and the game crashed. Also, these two gentlemen are now invincible since I reloaded a save, but I found a workaround. Remember the nerve gun? I can get these guys to shoot at each other like forever. I head into the time machine room and it crashes again. Alright, I just beeline for the time machine after this to avoid the crash. Now, you guys aren't ready. You're not prepared for the curveball this story's about to throw at you. Because you think it's Terminator. Message incoming. You're late, human. Har! Our monsters have been transmitted through time. Har har har! Har! Holy shit, Dangerous Dave wasn't this risky with copyright infringement. So that's a predator. The time machine works and you fly through numbers back to 1999. You would think that exploring the past would be fun. It's not. The level is basically a couple subway stations and, of course, a sewer. Why wouldn't there be a sewer? Of all the locations, the subway looks the most like a place. Oh, look, a sawed-off Doom plasma rifle. Oh, it's a flamethrower. It works like the rest of the guns in that it kills most things in one hit, but it makes them completely disappear also. This fairly tiny level requires you to find 3 keys to exit. There's no mission objective to stop the killers that have already come through to kill Mars's parents unless they're somewhere in this subway. You'd think it would be easy to find 3 keys in a tiny level, but you're forgetting that this game hates you. So this area here, surrounded by glass that doesn't break like the glass in other places, that's where your first key is. You have to find a way to open this glass door. Did I say open it? I meant walk through it, because it isn't a door! Okay, we've returned from the past, and Mars is still here, safe and sound, and not erased from the timeline. So basically, Predators made the Terminator happen. So you're sent into this dead city to shut down the computer system. This is not Skynet City. We're not going there yet. You have to face the game's toughest opponents. Giant robots that die in one hit to most of your weapons. Ammo is becoming an issue since you don't have ammo pickups in your first-person shooter. However, once you get the disc launcher, it's great. You can pick up the discs again after you use them. One small problem, they don't shoot where you're aiming. The computer system is weirdly scrolling Doom textures. Once I get through this ugly, confusing web of corridors and elevators, I need a red key? Fuck you, you son of a bitch! So I go get the red key and... Oh, cool, an invincible turret just gonna sneak by you. You'll know the exits because they're Doom switches with exit written on them. Wait, final challenge? Oh yeah, this game only has 7 levels. 7. I'm gonna round it up to 10 because I had to play a couple of them more than once, you know, because of crashes, glitches, all that. The North American Nuclear Weapons Security Defending Computer System, Zaker, the system has been back to normal. Oh, it has, that's good news. The computer thinks it's getting rid of the virus and tells us it's a alien that lives inside of Skynet City. It's agile and can hide itself. It holds 3 powerful weapons. You must be very careful when battling it. Oh, sure, of course, big bad alien boss.
Se zapitkuješ o životnim odlukama.
Je to.
Preispitujem šta me dovelo do ovdje u životu.
Šta meni ovo treba?
Koji nesretni niz događaja se desio. Viš da si otišao na posao, do ovoga ne bi došao.
Naprimjer.
To je šala, nemoj ideš na posao.
I was joking about having a ton of
Ubiću
health
se,
before, but
ubiću
this
se.
final level has hardly
A
any
igraš
health
staru igru,
pickups.
mislim,
There are
ne znaš
weapons
šta
around, but
očekuješ.
I'm pretty low on ammo in general, forcing me to punch.
Očekujem da pobedim ovdje, da budem najbolji.
I did discover something
Ti jesi
fun.
nedeljem, šta
Mouse
čekaš?
2 is bound to moving forward. So if you press the forward button and mouse 2, you walk forward at twice the speed. So I'm able to jump up here and get a secret jetpack. I can't escape the room I got it because I can't move down, but I got a jetpack. This level actually provides a challenge to the player because there isn't health everywhere, and to get weapons you have to avoid crushers. Crushers that aren't programmed well enough so that you can just walk under them. And that's how you collect ammo in this level. Hitting a switch to lower a platform and then maybe being able to avoid the instant death crushers. This one level is getting an entire game's worth of complaints from me. This whole thing is bullshit. That trick where you hold down both the walk buttons at the same time to speed up is game breaking.
Ja ovo
I
ne
had
bih
no
poželao
idea
ni
how the fuck I
najgorem
was supposed to find the
neprijatelju,
red key in this level until I walked so fast that it broke the collision and I no-clipped right into the platform. Fine, cool. The guy guarding it is completely invincible, as is the guy guarding the rocket launcher, which is the last weapon I have to collect. It's an entirely superfluous weapon when you have the homing missiles and every other projectile-based weapon that basically acts the same way, but why change anything now? Oh, hold on, my mouse turning got locked again. Let me restart. Even as I'm desperately searching for health, this game finds a way to stop me dead. I think the special double walk plus the current from the water causes me to slip out of bounds. A thing you can do in the Doom engine. I've seen speedrunners do it to beat E2M6. But I can't get back into bounds afterwards, so yeah, I load a save and pray that I didn't make the final boss invincible or something. Luckily, I'm able to scrounge up some health to get past the invincible guards in this room so I can hit a switch to grab the final key.
Damn, kiss my ass, kiss my ass, kiss my ass, kiss my ass, kiss my ass.
Oh my god, stop! So I head to the final boss room and yeah, it's a predator. I'm actually a little impressed by the cloaking effect they made. He can't be damaged when he's cloaked, so you have to hit him in between. I don't really have to fight him because standing on a ledge half as tall as he is makes it impossible for him to hit me with his projectiles. He seems to cloak randomly, so I'm wasting ammo trying to damage him. It's a shit boss fight, and on top of that, it's ridiculously easy, even without cheesing him, because there's a little room behind the arena with 800 health.
Pa čučni majki ti ga glupe nesrećne nabijem.
It just takes 10 fucking minutes.
A jebote, te jebem.
I was expecting it to take longer, but he dies when his health bar is down to about 25%. Not gonna complain about that. After a tremendous battle, Hunter finally defeats the alien boss. But afterwards, a lot of aliens appear. One of them starts talking. Respect to you, you are the ultimate warrior. After that words, the other aliens take the boss alien's body and leave. No, that's it, they leave. They just lifted the ending of Predator 2 and stuck it in here like it means something. So the aliens nuked the entire planet just to fight this one guy and call it a day? What happens to Mars, the planet, and what happens to Mars, the person? The ship flies away, Jet Hunter throws his Uzi off a cliff, and it says the end with a question mark, and then seizes out back to DOS, which is really the true measure of DOS trash. If that game doesn't kick you right back to DOS at the end, it isn't real trash.
Puši kurac.
Supposedly there are cut levels in here too, which are inaccessible. You know, unless you can just rename the MAD file and open it up like it's a Doom WAD, because it basically is. So I can just rename the file, open it up in Slate, rename the levels, throw them into a new WAD file, and then load the WAD file from the command prompt because the game accepts it without question. So Episode 2 has much better levels because they're short and they have ammo in them. I think one is supposed to be a remake of E1M4 of Doom. All of them feel a little more detailed than the ones in the first episode. There's a new monster that I don't think has any attacks for Look, a parking garage, many park-related things. Only one of these levels seems like a beta, which is the one for that time machine map in Episode 1. This one doesn't crash. And for something else shamelessly pilfered from another game, these big muscly guys are clearly traced over the golem sprites from Heretic. The first map of Episode 3 is a recreation of the layout from Doom's E1M9. Like they could straight up Episode 3 ends with some kind of shipyard level that looks more impressive than any of the other levels. But for the last
Kako
one
se
I
zove?
want to look at, we've got
Da, glavni
E3M3,
protagonist.
a demake of
U
the
Strictly
Slipgate
of the Moon.
complex from Quake. It's strange to see that a level designer was having some fun trying to recreate a map with a
Pričamo
more
Uncharted.
superior engine and doing a
Pričamo o
kinda
Catherine.
okay job sometimes. Is a lot of sewer though.
Nathan
A lot
Grace.
of sewer.
I
This is
kaže,
all
Nathan
important
Grace.
video game history, kids.
možda neki side karakter koji pogine
As
poslije.
all hell.
Pa
And
možda.
awful. Still the best DOS
Ne
trash
sjećam
I've
se,
ever
sve se mi
played.
pobrali.
When your competition is
Pa
the
znaš da imaš
first
ono koji beše Castlevania Symphony of Night, koji beše ili Trevor Belmont ili koji na početku igraš s njim, on se sukobi s Drakulom, bap. Sljedeće što je, vidiš igraš s Alucard. I ako ne dobiješ onaj true ending, neš vidjeti više Trevor. To jest Trevor će ti biti zadnji boss, ne Drakula.
I ovdje nam aj do mojega. Još će da me sačgaju na kraju.
Nego šta ne da ti sačku.
Ako me prati, mame mu ga nabijem, ne.
Their intentions are shrouded. Kako kaže, njihove autokratske namere su i dalje skrivene. Je ti to poznato?
Da, da. Naš glavnokomandujući iz broda to kaže.
Da, da.
Da li mogu ovdje prići?
To sve se na komunističku propagandu.
Pa da.
Mislim da je to i bilo namjera.
Ovdje neće moći da idemo, dobro. Znači uspjeli smo u životu. Aman ljudi, gdje je sad? Dobro. Dobro. Ne može ni ovdje. Aj, aj, aj. Ajde, dušice, dođi više, da idem te da završim pičku materinu. Samo dole. teleport. Šta je dolu pičku, ma?
Pare.
Otherwolf, ne mogu da skačem, još tu samo mogu da se odbijem za sad zid.
Šta ako odumreš, da li se živiš, ide na checkpoint, jel?
Da, na checkpointe, s tim da su do duše u ovim, jel te, kompilacijama ubacili save anywhere, anytime, load, rewind, sve živo.
Da ne moraš da se cimaš.
Pa da. Heart must increase. Thank you.
Hvala vi. Znači da je to motor tu pozivljen.
Šta je ja?
Ne čuješ na zvuka motorke, jel da?
Čujem se. Ako ništa drugo, naš, barem muzika može ospjeti. Ja ću da dobijem ovo, da mrdam ove sanduke više nego to.
Dođe sveti hladni čeli i bedni grof u Drakulu.
Tako je.
Ma svi svega sisu. Evo koji se sad sme. Ko se sad sme. Najslađi se sme.
Pa jel li gori ne mogu da idem dok čovječe još. Decent size.
Isto je papagaja.
Checkpoint. Pazi ovo, Dead Mantis, brate. A jedan komanđeros ide, brate, i praši od otrovom.
Šta ti to možeš radiš?
Pa antidot, ako imaš, imaš, ako nemaš jedno vreme, prođe, jel te, dejstvo. Pocrkavaš bukvalno. Divno. Divno.
Ja kažem.
Max increase, może?
Jesi čuo za Murphyjev zakon verovatnoće?
Jesu.
E sad, znaš šta sad može se resi?
Ne.
Da ti fino ugasiš tu Castlevania, upališ Helldivera. I ja i ti siđemo i Dušica kaže, ajmo.
Pa da, to ti
kažeš
uglavnom to.
Kažeš znao si.
Pa da.
To je to.
Zato i neću da ga startujem sad, razumiješ?
A, ja neću da te pitam jer mi se to x puta desilo. Ali sam seo i upalio, razumeš, ono, sišao sam dole, trčko sam 2-3 minuta, kaže Keva, ručak. I ja kažem mojim momcima u chatu, please don't revive me. I tako, mrtav sam neko vreme. Dok ne umre par njih, pa onda mora da reinforsi. Epike.
Taj je fazon, brate.
Probam da se izvinem, šta da radim, nemam puno opcije. Hoću da završim meč ako mogu, ako ne mogu, jepik, nema veze, nebitno. Glupo je i onda, znaš, i njih cimam isto. Vidi što su ti dobre rukavice, ljepote.
Džesmo!
Pa nije tu moj kum.
Evo ga, tu je Milan.
Tu je moj obožavac. Fan broj 1.
Kaže mi Mikica da je upućen u ratko krajeva.
Nemoj. Nemoj, teraš me da ga ubijem. Nemoj da mi njegove misli zle prenosiš.
Kakvi ste vi jebeni carevi, brat?
On nije car, on je stalker jeben. Znaš, mraz. To ti to. Onda ja kad stavim get out of here, stalker. Mislim se ja zjebavam. Vrta uzbi. Get out of here, stalker. Samo radi zrata ko sa vitezom ovo, pa dobro je 4.
Ne. Nisam njom. Za koji sam kurac uzeo antidot sad?
Ne treba ti, šta ćete to?
Pa uboli me opet, u sekundi opet. Jebem ti govno.
A se klikaš ti antidoti.
Ma jebot ti sunce. Teško bre.
Ubistvo motorom testerom.
Otprilike. Jo, govnar. Džesmo. Baš teško jebote. Ma nisam ja preskočio neke deonice, te mi je ovoliko teško jebote sunce. Znači ovdje nema šanse da se ide, dobro. Gdje smo? Evo je duška. Toliko o tome.
Kad ne mogu da se tebi vratim, da zbog tebe patim. Odjelo si je pa.
imamo.
Kado himself. Welcome to my channel. Beast virus on quick boost RUCIODVUA.
možem da znaš. Sad imam.
Jel imaš?
Može ih. Čudi me da ti danas preduzeće ne radi.
Ne, ja nemam nikak.
A.
jedino ono, ako baš moramo da završimo nešto, da se očiste te mašine i to, a i ta se plaća, ono, dosta više se plaća. Da, imamo 3 smjene. Sad treba da dižemo još jednu halu za još 50 radnika. Ali ne znam gdje oni misle da naću te radnike. Evo.
Ellie still looks exactly the same, but is supposed to be 5 years older. Also, Ellie's still
Kažem, čovjek, to je možda moglo pre 10-15 godina ili 2014. A, do toga nema više ništa.
Logično.
Ja bih ga koštalo 2 miliona evra da se podigne ta fabrika. To je isplatilo sebe odavno.
Tamo gdje ja radim, imaju te neke mesilice koje mesi testo. Ove dve stare mesilice kaže ovaj majstor da su tu od kad je fabrika otvorena. Nijednom se nisu pokvarila. I to je toliko išlo da nisu ni imali rezervne delove. Sad je otišla jedna mesilica, nema čime da je popraviti, to što nema rezervne delove. Jer nije trebalo. 5-6 godina ono radilo svaki dan. Svaki jebeni dan. Samo su se pomerali iz jednog pogona u drugi. I pre jedno, ne znam, 3-4 dana bilo je 5-6 majstora pokušavaju da je napravi da radi, ne mogu da je naprave zato što nemaju čega da zamene taj deo koji. Neki prenosnik. Ona ti ide preko onih kaiševa, se prenosi snaga sa motora na mesec.
A, preko remene.
Da, sad šta je tačno ne znam, znam da proizvodi vibracije da se trese. I stavili su je van funkcije. Ima druga, tako da nije ono, znaš da ne radimo. Radi se samo malo sporije. Ali, kažem, kad je firma otvorena svaki dan radi. Bez remonta. Bilo je ono, kad sam počeo da radim, bilo je, ne znam, nedelju i po dana bilo je kao neki letnji remont. Tad firma nije radila jedno 7-10 dana.
Pa i mi se nalazi s firmom, sve na kolektivu.
Boli me ovo kad će mi skinuti ili neće skinuti slobodne dane. U suštini je bitno da ga iskoristim kad je ono vreme gadno kao sad. Kad mi se ni ide napolje pokus sunca.
Jebeno ga, po nas su uplaćili za klima. 12.000 evra bio jedan.
Mašina?
Da, postavio se ovdje ono industrijske klime.
A.
Imamo mi one...
Sobne, da?
Ne, sobne, na vodu. Porno grenje, ali ono... Grej i ladi.
Da.
I te neke kao... Kalorife oni što imaju.
Ne znam.
To... Može da oladi, ali ono...
To u ta struja.
Samo ne panela.
To radi samo...
Mi mesečno plaćamo 50-100 evra, šta?
Pa dobro, onda vjerojatno zaradite 100 do 200.000 evra. Ako plaćate toliko struje.
Godišnje milion.
Evra?
Da.
Ti si onda u solidnu firmu. I ako plaćaju radnike na vreme...
Ne, plate ne.
A?
Plate na vreme, samo treba malo da se poveća.
Aha, plata je redovna, ali je malo. Dobro, kapiram.
Za taj posao koji oni rade, stvarno je malo.
Koliko? 100.000? 70? 75?
75, 80.
Pa to je minimalac, čini mi se.
80, 80. Sve zavisi na kojoj si poziciji.
Dakle, ako ljudi rade sa mašinama koje su jako skupe i ono, treba odgovornost da je, recimo, da ne može da radi čovjek koji je nov, što se kaže. Ostavi čovjeka koji ne zna da radi s time da pojede.
Ja da dušijem 180.
Da, dobro, ti si u pravi.
Zvezda me sad će da dođeš u mjesto generalno direktora.
Što ti fali? Ono... Da odgura neko...
On čovjek je svima za sve.
Aha.
On i ovaj menadžer proizvodi. Mašine ne rade kako treba, što ovo, što ono. Ja odem kod ovoga što je u održavanju.
Helldiver, take command of the galaxy's liberation.
Kažem, jebali smo.
How dare the enemy sully our well-swept streets?
Kapiram.
You have a strategic eye. The struggle for managed democracy continues. We have no time to waste.
Za plazmu su dala.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Malaška ti da sve živo, znači i ono što treba i ono što ne treba, inače što može da se spasi i što ne može. Ja vidim na jednom kalupu nalepnica za jedan drugi proizvod, a Baja je stavio tu neku animaciju žicu za zivu. Proizvod samo jedna vežica manja, jedna veća i nalepnica se.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Ne mogu bez veze se škatira tamo da mi ti je tu da pripravimo te nalepnice.
Show no mercy. Let the blood of tyrants fill these streets.
Requesting sentry. Calling down supply.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver. Requesting air support.
Calling down a support weapon. Get some! Get some!
Get back, get back, get back.
I'm sorry. Affirmative.
Ne znam šta ti kažem za škaf.
Supplies. Cancel that.
run for your life.
Tagging
Okay.
location. Marking location. Reloading! Tagging map, west, 200 meters. Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry! Get some! Get some! Calling down a sentry! Requesting air support. Bug out post
Requesting air support.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Dropping a pin. Tunnel breach! Orbital inbound.
Calling down a sentry.
Found something. Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Sending down sentry.
Throwing supply beacon.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Supplies. Reloading. Tagging map. Southwest. 100 meters. Calling down a support weapon. Requesting sentry. sentry! Reloading! Dropping a pin, northwest.
Requesting sentry.
Sending in an eagle!
Unleashing democracy.
Marking location. Marking location. Marking location. Follow me. I'm sorry. Tagging location.
Dropping a pin, northwest, 50 meters. Dropping a pin. Tagging map, east, 100 meters. Tagging map, east, 300 meters. Dropping a pin, north, 300 meters.
Tag pack inbound. Requesting advanced weaponry. Marking location. Tagging location. We've got equipment. Deploying sentry. Marking location. We've got equipment.
Say hello to democracy!
Requesting air support. Bug outpost spotted.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support! Bug tunnel breach!
Requesting air support. Freedom. Spread yet firm. Extract when ready.
Sending in an eagle!
Tagging location. Marking location. West. Affirmative. I'm sorry.
Heavy.
Thank you. Calling down a support weapon.
Calling down a sentry! Reloading!
Calling down a sentry.
Heavy.
Bug tunnel breach.
Job.
Reinforcing.
Mag's empty.
Requesting air support.
Absolute democracy.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support! Reloading! Bug. Heavy, northwest, close. Sending in an eagle!
Requesting tac-tac. Calling down a support weapon.
Heavy, on my position. Tagging location. Heavy.
There we go.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thanks.
Calling in reinforcements.
Thank you. Point me to the enemy.
Affirmative.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Thank you. I see what you did there.
Sending in an eagle. Calling down a sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Tagging map, southeast, 200 meters. Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Enemy elite, south, close. Bug tunnel breach!
Not dead, not dead.
Calling in reinforcement!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry!
Sending in an eagle.
Almost done.
Heavy!
Nice. Got it.
You will never destroy us! Sending in an eagle!
Calling down a sentry.
Fuck.
You must not allow our civilians to perish.
Requesting sentry!
Democracy protects.
Calling in reinforcements.
Bunch of crap in that hole, by the way. Nuke it.
Ready to liberate! Heavy, southwest, close.
To mi je pošteno. Čuo sam da neko priča, ali kao iz pozadine. Izvini, ali ne. ne znam zašto.
Reloading!
Ono... Kamanim se s nekim plavanjem.
Northwest. 200 meters. Supplies.
Onda te počnemo ovo je nevjerovatno. Kako se tiho čuješ. A nisam ti smanjio.
Pa nisam jebote. Čekaj da probam opet.
Ne diraj, sad ne diraj ništa. Sad mogu i sam.
Ne, nisam ništa. Nisam čak ni daleko od...
Ma disku vjerovatno.
Samo ven, to sam primijetio, onda se izađem iz grupe, ponovo uđem i onda je dobro.
Watch out D1, watch out.
I'm sorry. Requesting air support. I'm tunnel breach.
Šta ima kod tebe, Nenad? Ništa. Što?
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Ne znam šta će biti. Igraš petom Frizzel.
Vek. Nenad, da.
Koga?
Vremena nemam.
Aha, vremena ne.
Vreme novci igra. Novci ima puno, sad nema vremena. Znaš kako to ide.
Ah, standard. Standard.
Au.
Ma neka je kupova divajnoj, pa ni slup.
Sad kad je ušao u pare, sad
Pa
može...
znam, ali šta će mi, pa neću. Došao sam iz drugim karakterom u endgame i ne da mi se to više taj endgame samo raditi, šta ja znam.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Ma i sad sam se prebacio na ovaj Elden Ring. Aha. Pa već kad igram 24 sata skoro. Završio sam 3 bossa od 8. A malo su zajebani, znaš, znaju biti malo zajebani.
Ako igra sam da...
Ma ne, čak kad igra Ne, igram s randomima, samo znaš kaj je problem što ti je...
Nema komunikacije.
Prvo nema komunikacije, bilo bi dobro da ste na Discordu, a druga stvar ti je što od 10 partija recimo, aj 2 put uletim sa dobrima, a ovo drugo je baza ko muha bez glave, ne znam kam treba ići, ne znam šta to... Jer isto imaš kruh se zatvara, kužiš?
Da.
I moraš što prije dobiti tih, hajde recimo, 12, 13, 14 level da si dovoljno jak.
Da ti napredi health i šta tu praviš.
Da, sve da. Ali relativno velim ti, ova 3 bossa sam relativno ok, ovaj sad drugi koji mi je ostao, da ga ponovo idem, on je zajeban. Nekakav jebeni škorpion kojega štiti nekakva leteća buba, pa nikad ga preći, ja ne kužim. A moram ga preći da bi mi ovo dala opet nekakav zadatak s kojim dobijem jedan dobar relik.
A s kim igraš? Sa onom lutkom, pretpostavljam?
Ne, igram sa...
To je štos, ima dosta stripova u toj lutkici, one male plave.
Sa Raiderom igram i sa... I onaj nekakav šta ima... Ne znam kako se zove, šta ima, samurajski mač.
A on ti je kao onaj sekira karakter, ima se pretvorio u neku zver.
Da. S njim isto dosta često igram.
Njega je preporučio za solo igru, zato što može da se pohila. Ako želiš baš da igraš solo, igraš s njim.
Ma igram s randomija, velim ti, ali to sad kako koji put. Nekad je to dobro, nekad je...
Kao
uvijek. Nije problem, kaj. Najveći je problem komunikacija, što nema komunikacije, onda... Znaš, možeš reći odi Simo, idemo tamo, mislim, okej, imaš pingaš kam hoćeš da ideju, ali dobro, bit će. A velim, ima dosta dobrih fora i napravljeno.
Malo uključavaš delove priče sa svim karakterima.
Šta da moraš?
Da ti imaš da uključavaš delove priče, ono kao one... Kao u fazonu njihovo poreklo, to jest kako su došli uopšte do toga...
Da, memory, kao memory njihove.
Remembrance, kako već, da.
Pamćenje.
Tako, da, memorija.
Engleski jezik je jako glupi rečenje, to je...
To je igra japanska, prevedena na engleski, pa dosta se izgubi u prevodu. Ja sam gledao fan prevod, Bloodborne izgleda drugačije nego što je na engleskom prevedeno.
Zato što ali ne možeš ti da prevedeš bukvalistički prevod, znači...
Jest. Naravno da ne možeš.
To ne može da bude gramatički ispravno. Volim me na put.
Dobro, Nenade, smiri se, diši, jebote, diši, Nenade!
Kako kažu, ventiliraj.
Jebote, led, pa koji ti je bog, pa... Daj počmi fukat, nešto radi, stari, pa... Ti će zgorit. Razumiješ? Ti će zgorit, prijatelju. Ako mi... Ja da ti nađem, pa šta, vada si sposoban... Pa vada si sposoban sam naći si žensku, jebote.
Možeš da pomogneš malo.
Pa prijatelju, nemam ti ja pomoći, jebote, ti trebaš...
Pa ne tešim ja da ti jebeš za mene. Ja mogu sam da je...
Ja. Već sam tebi rekao da ti jednostavno ne želiš imati...
Seks.
Cure, tebi su cure...
On želi rup. Ne želi cure, želi rup. Da ne bude baš gej. A za to žene sumnjivog morala služi. You will just bombard the building site. It's not accurate.
Countless high liberty citizens call this city home. Defend their property.
Calling down a sentry.
Yeah, no Dubai.
Calling down supplies. Calling down a support weapon. Requesting vehicles. I'm sorry. Get some! Get some! I'm sorry. Vehicle.
Tebe Ilija ne zanima igrat ovaj Elden Ring ili?
To je igra koja se igra sa više ljudi, ne volim randome u bilo kojoj igri.
A, znam, pa dobro, imam ja, ti, još fali jedan. Treći fali. Dobro, Kecman je nešto me spitavao za igru, ne znam.
Nema Kecman par.
Pa nije, pa ja, to je neka, bila je jeftinija. jeftinoća na CDQ, jebote,
Da,
nije
nije
bilo to.
skupo stoji.
Ne nalog, nego igra.
Dropping a pin.
A igra, da, to je igra za sebe. Razumiješ? To nema veze sa Elden Ringom, ja nemam Elden Ring, onaj koji ima Ilija, pa igram ovu.
Nije to DLC, to je stand-alone igra. To pokušavam to mislio da kažem. Nema veze. Nije DLC, nije kao da kupiš još dodatak.
Da, nije DLC, ne, nije kao DLC, to je igra za sebe sama.
Pa možda ljudi koji nisu zadovoljni igram. Nije ono što se kaže.
Pa recimo ja nisam igrao Elden Ring.
Ništa ne propuštaš, što je drugačije.
Ma ne, ali igra mi se sviđa, samo pričao sam ti, meni ima možda da mi dosta teška. Probao sam je, ne znam, negdje sam je probao malo i kurac mi je ispala teška, zato nisam ni u povoda, mi je ali ovo mi nije toliko teško. Ovaj mi ne znam, evo. Polovio sam te nekakve tehnike i relativno je ono ok, bossovi ko bossovi su teški, ali Bože moj.
Nice.
Heavy, southwest, 100 meters.
I see, more.
Throwing supply beacon.
Kad si menio broj na sve? Kad se ono ne...
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Ideal.
Requesting orbital. Found something.
Hoćeš da gleda Karu, šta je rekao? Slavko, čiju Karu bi ti gledao, jebe?
Reloading.
Requesting air support.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Sending in an eagle.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Requesting air support. Tagging map.
To su neke nepostojeće gluposti, kapiraš? Ovi vanzemaljci iz Crne Gore, oni izmišljaju gluposti.
Bug tunnel breach.
Kutara.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Bug outpost.
Calling in a hell bomb. Calling in reinforcements. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Sad sam prvi gas. najbitnije ti ajde do prvog dana bar dođe do nekog 10. levela. 8. minimalno. Jer poslije ako si ispod 8. teško. Borba je.
Borba ne prestane.
I malo je sranje, znaš, ako pogineš, gubiš level. To je malo sranje, ili...
Ali se može koliko hoćeš puta šta. Bunkers, jer...
Možeš sa... teammate te mogu oživjeti.
Calling down a sentry! Follow me. Joining the fray. Tagging location.
Bunker.
Found something.
Yep.
Requesting air support. Thank you. I'm on it.
I think there are more around. Money.
A daj necessary.
Get some! Get some! Requesting
Odi u pičku materinu.
Heavy. 50 meters. Reloading.
Da idemo, kaj smo jedan.
Calling in reinforcements.
Be careful about the napalm.
I'm sorry. Marking location. Northeast. Heavy.
Buono. Bravo. Samba,
Affirmative.
Thanks.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Reloading.
Running would be a good idea.
A ne. Dobro. Još ne mogu to koristiti sebe.
I need a team reload. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Sending in an eagle.
Calling down a sentry.
Briši, konj. Jebote, ta lava. Odi u pičku, mate. Govno hiti nekako govno. Da uzima health.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting orbital. Calling down a sentry.
To me malo žitira što nema nikakvog dogovora, znaš, ono, samo počne bježati i sad ako ih ti nisi u 3 sekundi vidu di su završili, on se onda ih lovi tuda. Hvala mi za level.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry!
Samo mislim da imamo sad jednog bossa ljudi.
Damn it.
Calling in reinforcements!
Reci. Gotovo? Ajde. Seka. Idemo. Dečki, idem na ručak, čujemo se.
To mislim prijatno.
All set to liberate a whole position. Feel democracy's warm embrace.
Follow me! Requesting sentry! Hold position! Calling down a sentry! Out of ammo! Follow me!
Fuck.
Requesting sentry! Out of ammo! Reloading! Hold position! Calling down a sentry! Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready. Calling in reinforcement! Heavy east. Close. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Thank you. Heavy, east, close. Calling down a sentry! Calling down a support weapon! Heavy! Extraction is available. Mag's empty! One-time spotted! Calling down a sentry! Have a taste of democracy! Dropping a pin. East, 300 meters. Mag's empty. Outpost destroyed. Outpost cleared. Tagging map. Northeast, 100 meters. Tagging map. Southwest, far. Requesting tac pack. Mission at 20 minutes remaining. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Get some! Get some! Follow me. Requesting sentry. Extraction is available. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Right here.
Steering you. Thank you. Reinforcing. Affirmative. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements. Ready to liberate. Supplies.
Fuck. No.
Sample. South.
Bunker. Right here.
Requesting sentry. Follow me. Supplies.
Thanks.
I'm on it. Thank you. Reloading. Thank you. Marking location. Reloading. Supplies. Supply.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. Sending in an Eagle.
Nice.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry! Orbital inbound! Requesting sentry! Freedom forever!
It's kind of terrible idea. Look at the buildings. Fuck the Tunis.
T-minus 20 seconds. Heavy. Calling in reinforcements. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing in progress. Marking extraction point. Marking extraction point. You will never destroy our... Follow me! Say hello to democracy!
Maybe he'll get it.
Injury? What injury? Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. The citizens of this city will thank you.
Next one is gonna be super boring.
Freedom wins again. Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
Let's go.
Exactly the same. So it really conflicts with what the character is supposed to be portrayed as here. Like most people, I liked the first season. I thought they did a great job.
Did HBO just replace Ellie without ever saying it out loud? It might sound dramatic, but when you look closely at everything that's unfolded since The Last of Us Season 2 dropped, that question stops being a theory and starts feeling like the truth, hiding in plain sight.
Season 2, I was skeptical on them not recasting Ellie and keeping Bella Ramsey as Ellie because it's supposed to take place 5 years into the future, but obviously Bella Ramsey in real life was not going to age that much in, you know, the 2 years it took between seasons, because Ellie still looks and acts like a 14-year-old from season 1, even though she's supposed to be 19.
Because this isn't just about one performance, or even one character. This is about one of HBO's biggest shows, falling from prestige darling to controversy magnet, and now maybe getting a full-on reboot. Without admitting it, fans were already skeptical going into Season 2. The 5-year time jump, the darker themes, the expectation that Ellie would evolve into something more complex, more hardened, more layered. But the moment Season 2 hit screens, something just felt off. The internet noticed. Fast, instead of a stronger, older Ellie, we got more of the same. Same jokes, same mannerisms, same vibe. And the response? It wasn't just disappointment. It was digital chaos, review bombing, AI deepfakes, casting debates that dominated Reddit and TikTok, and buried underneath it all, the whisper that just wouldn't go away. Did HBO make a massive mistake keeping Bella Ramsey as Ellie?
Ellie just doesn't feel like she's changed. She still feels like that same kid from season 1, who's just constantly joking and extremely grits. Ellie is also smart in the game. For some reason, they made the decision for The Last of Us Season 2 to make Ellie dumb. To the point where she even says
we
that
cannot
she's
allow
stupid.
this city to fall
Now
into the
here we
enemy's
are in
hands.
2025, and HBO has officially announced Season 3, but with a twist, a major narrative shift, a new lead emerging, production delayed for years, and quietly, Bella Ramsey's role being reduced. You're not imagining things. You're watching a high-stakes game of Hollywood chess, and today, we're breaking down every piece of it, because if this strategy fails, it won't just end Ellie's arc, it could sink the entire franchise.
That just kind of betrays the character. Yeah, she's supposed to be like reckless and everything, but that doesn't mean that she's some like feels like the actual main character of season 2, whereas Ellie just feels like the quirky sidekick constantly scrambling to make it look that it's all Bella Ramsey's acting's fault here for the lackluster
Season 2 was supposed to change everything. We were told to expect a darker, deeper chapter, a 5-year time jump that would show Ellie hardened by trauma, maturity, and guilt. In the game, that jump was a defining moment. Ellie becomes quieter, more calculating, and infinitely more haunted. But on screen, that shift never happened. From the first episode, viewers saw the problem. Bella Ramsey looked the same, sounded, moved the same. It felt like Ellie hadn't aged a day, let alone half a decade. And that disconnect hit fans like a gut punch.
And I don't really agree with that. I don't think this material would work even if they didn't recast Ellie for somebody else that could embody, you know, the grits and the intimidation that Ellie had in the game.
Imagine following a character through heartbreak, rage, and loss, only to find them frozen in time. Same jokes, same sarcasm, same emotional. It was jarring. The illusion was broken. Viewers couldn't suspend disbelief because the show didn't let them. The emotional weight that was supposed to define this season, gone. Instead of grief and grit, we got awkward banter and punchlines that felt like they belonged in Season 1. And that's where the trouble really began. Because The Last of Us doesn't just survive on plot. It thrives on emotional devastation. It's supposed to break your heart and make you thank it for the pain. That's what made the game iconic. And when Season 2 missed that tone, it didn't just fall flat, it fractured the entire experience. By episode episode 3, fans were already sounding the alarm. They didn't see a grown, haunted Ellie. They saw a kid pretending to be tough. And once that illusion broke, everything started to unravel fast. The backlash didn't build slowly. It exploded like a firebomb. Within days of Season 2's premiere, the internet was flooded with side-by-side comparisons. Game Ellie versus Show Ellie. Fans weren't just disappointed, they were furious. TikToks went viral, breaking down Bella Ramsey's line delivery, facial expressions, even her posture. YouTube reactors weren't holding back. Entire essays dropped dissecting every awkward scene, every missed emotional beat. Then came the memes. Then the AI deepfakes. Yeah, people literally used artificial intelligence to fix the show by swapping Bella out with other actresses. Not just for fun, but to prove a point. To them, the performance was that far off the mark. That was the level of obsession, or maybe desperation, that started to swirl around Ellie's portrayal. Reddit threads turned into full-blown echo chambers with theories flying fast. Was it bad directing, a rushed production, or was Bella Ramsey just the wrong fit for a legendary character that fans had lived with for nearly a decade? And it didn't stop at criticism. It turned personal. Every scene she appeared in was picked apart, frame by frame. Fans weren't watching the story. They were dissecting the actor. And that kind of spotlight is savage, even for a seasoned pro. But here's the twist. The louder the backlash got, the more HBO stayed silent. No press statements, no public defense, no behind-the-scenes insights, just silence. And that silence spoke volumes. It felt like HBO wasn't just absorbing the hits. They were recalculating. While fans were rage-posting, creators were debating what went wrong, something started happening behind closed doors. Ratings review bombs hit hard. And the most painful question of all started trending. Did HBO miscast Ellie from the very beginning? At first, it was just noise. Angry fans venting online. But then the data started speaking, and it wasn't whispering. Season 2's audience score on Rotten Tomatoes didn't just dip. It fell off a cliff. From glowing highs in Season 1 to sinking below 70%. And it wasn't Metacritic showed the same pattern. This wasn't just one angry fandom lashing out. It was mass rejection. Page after page of user reviews hit like a tidal wave. 0 stars. Savage takedowns. Words like emotionally hollow, tone deaf, and betrayal started flooding the platforms. And it wasn't just the hardcore gamers who were angry anymore. Even casual viewers who had no connection to the source material were chiming in, saying something felt wrong. That's when it became clear this wasn't your typical internet backlash. This was something deeper, something that could actually hurt the brand. Because here's what studios fear most. Not loud criticism, but viral disappointment. When frustration spreads fast, platforms like TikTok and YouTube don't just amplify the noise, they turn it into momentum. Algorithms push the drama. Clips go viral. Misinformation mixes with real concerns. And suddenly, a few bad things become the dominant narrative of an entire season. And that narrative, it had teeth. Some fans even started calling it the season that killed Ellie. Not because of the story, but because of the way the character felt stripped of her identity, watered down, directionless, and emotionally empty. That sentiment didn't stay on Reddit. It led into headlines, forums, review sections, and comment threads. By now, HBO was watching the numbers dip. Engagement stalled. Merch sales slowed. Even their most loyal audience started drifting away. And that's when execs went into full panic mode. Behind closed doors, the pressure hit like a bomb. Reports began leaking that early screening reactions from HBO execs were tense. Meetings ran long. Notes were harsh. The internal vibe wasn't just concern, it was damage control. Because what they saw on screen wasn't just a creative misstep, it was a franchise at risk. Insiders say things escalated fast. Writers clashed. Directors pushed back. Some creative leads reportedly argued that Ellie's arc could still be saved, with the right editing, with some reshoots, with maybe a stronger arc in Season 3. But others, they weren't so hopeful. One phrase kept coming up in internal chatter. Not publicly, of course, but internally, the word was becoming hard to avoid. And once it's said out loud in the studio system, even once the snowball starts rolling, then came the rumors. They weren't quiet. The first major whisper that HBO was considering canceling Season 3 entirely, just pulling the plug before production even started. No press release, no grand finale, just silence. Banish the trailer, make the hype go away, let the fire burn itself out. And honestly, fans believed it because HBO was silent for months.
Marking location.
Casting news, not even the usual PR fluff about exploring new directions. That vacuum gave fans one thing, space to speculate, and speculate they did. Reddit was flooded with leaks, some real, some obviously fake, about scenes being scrapped,
Calling down a
being
sentry.
rewritten, even alternate endings being discussed to completely reset the show's
Calling
direction.
down supply.
Theories started to stack. Had Bella Ramsey already been replaced? Was Ellie going to be sidelined in season 3? Were they writing her out slowly and silently before the outrage would flare up again? It wasn't just speculation anymore. It felt strategic, and that's what made the silence so loud. Because when HBO finally spoke up, it wasn't with an apology. It was with a pivot, a sharp one. But we'll get to that in the next section. Just when everyone thought HBO was out, they made a move no one saw coming. In April 2025, HBO officially renewed The Last of Us for Season 3. No cryptic teasers, no in-development PR.
Reloading!
It was loud, direct, and almost defiant. After months of radio silence and a firestorm of backlash, they pulled the trigger on a full season commitment. But here's where it gets weird. Alongside the renewal, co-creators Craig Mazin and Neil Druckmann dropped something fans weren't ready for.
Calling down a sentry!
Season 3, they said, would dive deeper into Abby's story. It wouldn't just be a subplot, it would be a full-blown dual narrative. The emotional center of the show suddenly split in two. Fans instantly started reading between the lines. This didn't feel like an artistic evolution. It felt like a calculated pivot, a quiet strategy to rebuild the show around a new lead without lighting another match under the fanfare. Because Abby, she's complicated, divisive, intense. Everything Ellie used to be before things got muddled. By splitting the story, HBO found a way to shift the spotlight without announcing a replacement. It's not a recast, it's a redirection, a soft reboot disguised as character development. And honestly, it's smart. They get to preserve the legacy of Ellie while slowly building up a new emotional anchor.
Calling down!
Carry the same weight of controversy.
Reinforcing!
Abby gives them a fresh canvas. New trauma, new stakes, a new lead to lean on, and things with Bella Ramsey continue to spiral. But don't get it twisted. This wasn't just about telling Abby's story. It was about damage control. Because while the headlines celebrated the renewal, the real story was unfolding quietly behind the scenes. And Bella Ramsey was right in the middle. While fans were decoding the Abby announcement, Bella Ramsey finally broke her silence. No dramatic tweets. No
Calling in reinforcements!
Resentment. Just one calm sit-down. And a few words that said everything. She confirmed what many were already suspecting. Her role in Season 3 might be reduced. No denial, no spin, just honesty. And that honesty hit harder than any headline. Because if HBO was still fully backing her as the emotional center of the show, that conversation wouldn't even be happening. You don't reduce your main character unless something shifted behind the curtain. And fans noticed. Some saw her response as a quiet acknowledgement that HBO had lost faith, not just in her, but in the character's direction. Others thought she was stepping aside gracefully, letting the spotlight move toward Abby without making it a spectacle. Either way, the message was clear. The show was changing. Here's the twist. Bella didn't break.
Calling down a sentry!
No passive-aggressive jabs, no throwing shade at the studio, just professionalism. That kind of response speaks volumes, because even though she was the face of the backlash, she didn't fuel it. She didn't fight it. She just let the audience connect the dots themselves. And they did. The fan base, already on high alert, took her quiet tone as confirmation. The theories started solidifying. Bella wasn't just stepping back. She was being phased out, slowly, silently, strategically. All while HBO rolled out a new character to carry the emotional load. Now, here's where things get chilly. None of this was said outright. No official announcements, no press statements, just shifts in tone, in focus, in narrative structure. HBO didn't fight the backlash. They absorbed it, rerouted it, and quietly rewrote the show's DNA. And Bella, she stayed calm, knowing exactly what was happening, and saying just enough to let fans feel it. So now that Season 3 is confirmed, you'd think HBO would ride the momentum, right? Drop casting announcements, leak concept art, maybe start filming within the year, but instead, everything went quiet again. Then came the real kicker. Production wouldn't even begin until sometime in 2026, with new episodes not expected until late 2026, or even early 2027. That's not a delay, that's a deliberate pause. And don't buy the PR spin. HBO might say it's about scheduling or post-strike recovery, but if you've been paying attention, you know what this really is. A total reset. Because this isn't just about logistics, it's about optics. It's about breathing room. HBO is stalling for time, time to rewrite scripts, renegotiate actor deals, build out new characters, and most importantly, figure out how to move away from Ellie without admitting they ever had to. Every extra month, that's a chance to test new angles, tweak character arcs, and reframe the show's tone. Even the narrative structure, that dual perspective storyline that suddenly showed up, it's not just about staying faithful to the game, it's about dividing audience focus, so Bella Ramsey doesn't have to carry the emotional weight anymore. And here's the sneaky part. By waiting 2 years, HBO gives fans time to cool off, time to forget, time to get curious again. And when the new season drops, it won't feel like course correction. It'll feel like evolution. But behind that sleek rollout, you'll see the real strategy. Quietly pivoting the franchise, reshaping its future, and pushing Abby into the spotlight just far enough to make people stop asking questions about Ellie. And in case you're still wondering how far this pivot goes, well, buckle up. This isn't just a shift, it's a risk, and HBO knows it. If Abby connects, if her arc lands the way they hope, The Last of Us gets reborn. A fresh lead, a deeper story, a clean slate without ever saying, we recast Ellie. They win the narrative, dodge the backlash, and walk away looking smart. But if Abby fails, then HBO's entire play collapses. Because without Ellie at the center and without fan support behind the new lead, the franchise becomes untethered.
Calling down
no
a sentry!
Anchor, no familiar thread, just noise. And behind the scenes, the whispers are already starting. Insiders say new characters are being developed, not just to expand the world, but to dilute the Ellie focus even further. That means screen time will shrink. That means fewer plot-driving moments for Bella. That means a main character becoming a side note. And here's the juice, though. HBO won't need to say anything. They'll just do it. No press release. No creative difference excuse. Just one slow narrative shift until fans look around and realize Ellie's not the heart of the story anymore. Some will say it's smart. Some will say it's betrayal, but everyone will feel it. Now fast forward a few years. If Abby works, she becomes the new face. If she doesn't, HBO fades the show out quietly, blames changing audience interest, and moves on to the next big thing. Either way, they'll never admit Season 2 was the problem, because they already started fixing it in secret. This isn't just creative direction. This is brand protection. And Bella Ramsey, whether you liked her or not, she became the face of the problem HBO didn't know how to solve. So they didn't fire her. They just pivoted around her. In the end, this story was never just about one performance. It was about how fast a fandom can turn, how far a studio will go to protect its investment, and how easy it is to rewrite the future without ever owning the past. Because The Last of Us isn't gone, but the version you knew, that might already be gone. So now we're left with the question that started it all. Did HBO just replace Ellie without saying it? They won't tell us. Bella won't admit it. And fans, they're stuck piecing together a puzzle made of whispers, rumors, and shifting screen time. But one thing is clear, the game has changed. And if Season 3 doesn't land exactly right, this risk could turn into game over for Ellie, for Abby, and for The Last of Us as a whole. If you want to keep digging into this saga, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell, because the next twist might drop without warning.
Requesting sentry! Reinforcement budget depleted.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Jest. to, majka? Da.
Keep an eye out for more samples next time.
Reminder, signs of disloyalty should be reported to the Democracy Officer. Allied destroyer has left squadron.
No zbierzali. Ne znam. Znate čujem, ali rekao, razvježali su se. Isto što jutros. Ako te zanima kakav je danas raspored, pitaj, saznaće. Saznaće.
Helldiver, the super destroyer is ready for your next mission.
Njega su poslali štab, on će ti
Our
pomoći.
city burns. We must rescue it.
Znaj.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Sad tebi kiš što ti ne znaš?
Launch initiated.
Homes, burn them in their beds. Tell me if your precious Brandy commanded you to kill your own father and stand by while thousands of men, women, and children burned alive, would you have done it? Would you have kept your oath then?
For 2 whole seasons, Jaime Lannister was the guy we were supposed to hate. He was this arrogant, ruthless man who pushed a kid out a window, slept with his sister, and killed the king he'd sworn to protect. He was the definition of irredeemable. But then, this scene happened, and it changed everything.
Tagging location.
Seen for 17
Follow me.
years, face after face. You all despise me.
In many ways, the scene is an absolute masterpiece. And honestly, I would even say that it's better than the version in the book. Because in just a 3-minute of monologue, it doesn't just tear down the image of a monster, but it also gives us one of the most compelling character arcs ever put on screen. And it does all of that through this amazing storytelling and performance that you can't help but be drawn into. At this point, I guess you're probably thinking about how Jaime's story ended in the final season, and I get it. But trust me, no matter how the final season played out, it doesn't take away from the brilliance of this scene. If anything, it'll make you even more frustrated about what could have been.
I brought the sample extractor.
So as always, I'll talk about all those things that make this scene a masterpiece in detail, but first, we need some context. This scene takes place right after Jamie loses his hand. It's one of the most vulnerable moments in his life. Because that hand wasn't just any hand, it was the one that made him the Kingslayer. It was the one that gave him both his fame and his shame. Now he's beaten, chained, and humiliated. He finds himself in a place he's never been before. For the first time in his life, he's stripped of everything he relied on and left with nothing but the truth of who he really is. So in such a breaking point, this steaming hot bath becomes almost a ritual for Jamie, a kind of purification. If you look closely, you'll see that it's not a coincidence the scene takes place in a bath. Because here, Jamie isn't just washing off the dirt from his body. He's trying to wash away the stain on his reputation. On one hand, there's Brienne. She stands in a soft light. Even though she's in the bath too, she somehow looks clean, almost glowing. On the other hand, there's Jamie. He is completely the opposite, covered in blood and dirt, vulnerable in every way. And the whole scene has this almost church-like feel to it with the voices echoing off the walls and the quiet sound of water, as if we are about to witness a baptism.
We heard of wildfire. Of course, the Mad King was obsessed with it. He loved to watch people burn. He burned lords he didn't like. He burned hounds who disobeyed him. He burned anyone who was against him. Before long, half the country was against him.
Right before Jamie starts telling the whole story, he looks at his injured wrist for a second, just like he does in the books. It's like the physical wound opens a door to something buried inside him. And that one look, that's what triggers the whole scene. Meanwhile, Brienne is us, the audience. At first, she doesn't really care, because when Jamie starts talking about the Mad King and his obsession with wildfire, it just sounds like the same old story. We've heard it before. That's why she doesn't look at him. She hears the words, but she's not really listening. Not until that line.
So we have
calling down a sentry.
In that moment, just like Brienne, we really start to listen. And that's when she stops being just another character in the scene and becomes our emotional
calling down a
From then on, every time the camera cuts back to her, we are not just watching her reaction. We're watching our own, reflected right back at us. But as powerful as Brienne's reactions are, it's Jamie's face that really hits you. Because as he goes deeper into the story, we see this mix of emotions we've never seen from him before, especially when he gets to the part about what his father did during the rebellion. This is the first time we get a glimpse of Jamie's heart in conflict with itself.
Finally, the day of reckoning came. Robert Rath
have a taste of democracy.
Victory and trident. But my father ran first. The whole Lannister army at his back, promising to defend the city.
Maybe he didn't.
You my father better than that. He's never been one to pick the losing side.
At first glance, it may seem like Jamie's giving almost a dry recap without emotion. But then you look at his face and see this deep, quiet pain. The moment he says Tywin was the first to arrive, there's this dark, almost haunted look in his eyes. And later, when he tells Brienne she knows him better than that, you can feel the pain, the shame, and even the disgust, all swirling together in this quiet storm inside him. You see, this is the first time we get to see that maybe he's not the man we've always thought he was. It turns out he has his own moral codes and actually knows what's right and wrong. But that sense of morality is tangled up in a loyalty so complicated that it almost tears him apart. Because as you see, he cannot bring himself to blame his father out loud. That's because doing so would be like blaming a part of himself, a part of his identity. So when you see it that way, lashing out at someone like Pycelle, a relatively safe scapegoat, feels not only human, but also completely in line with who he really is.
The king
calling in reinforcements.
Didn't listen to Varys and tried to warn him, but he did listen.
Heavy.
Grand Maester Pycelle. Grace sunken cunt.
Calling down a
Lannisters, he said. We opened the gates. Father sacked the city.
Up to this point, the scene builds masterfully, revealing layers of Jamie's character we have never seen before. But it reaches its peak when he finally reveals what the Mad King was planning and what he ordered Jamie to do. And honestly, it's definitely one of the most iconic moments in the entire show.
Once again, I came to the king, begging him to surrender. He told me to bring him life from his head. Then here, Return to his pyromancer. Burn them all, he said.
Calling down a sentry!
Burn them in their homes, their beds. Tell me if your precious Bendy
Requesting sentry.
commanded you to kill your own foe and stand by while thousands of men, women, and children burned alive, would you have done it? Would you have kept your oath then?
I mean, what a line. That one question sums up Jamie's impossible dilemma so perfectly. And then there's Brienne's reaction. You can see the horror on her face, mixed with shame and this deep, growing empathy. Just like she does, this is where we truly start to understand Jamie. It's such a powerful turning point. But what really takes it to another level is going back to season 1 and re-watching that scene where Jamie talks about the Mad King's last words. Because even back then, you could see it in Jamie's eyes. There was something more to his story, something he wasn't saying.
What did the Mad King say when you stabbed him in the back? I never asked.
He said the same thing he'd been saying for hours. Burn them all.
With this context, that single tear running down Jamie's cheek as he remembers those words hits us even harder. Because in that moment, we finally get to see what they actually meant to him. And this is where Nikolai Coster-Waldau's performance becomes nothing short of a phenomenal. I mean, I've always thought he was a bit underrated, but here he shows us why he's one of the best actors on the show. This is the kind of performance that should be studied in acting classes.
First killed the pyromancer, then the king turned to flee. I drove my sword into his back.
Thank you.
Now, I've got to say, though, knowing Jamie's backstory from the books makes this scene even more powerful and heartbreaking. Because the trauma of killing the Mad King is deeply tied to who Jamie used to be. The show only hints at this, but in the books we find out that before joining the Kingsguard, he was an idealistic young man, someone who wanted to be like Arthur Dane and Gerald Hightower. But all of his ideals got shattered the day he killed the Mad King. That's when the harsh reality hit him. The world wasn't just black and white, it was full of shades of gray, full of impossible choices. From then on, he became the Jamie we know, sarcastic and cynical, but deep down still hurt. And that's where the Kingslayer name came in. It became his shield, his way to protect himself from the judgment, from the pain of what he did. But the truth is, Jamie never fully became that king. That's exactly why in the books he's often haunted by the other Kingsguard and even Prince Rhaegar. They were the heroes once he admired, the ones he feels he let down. They show up in his nightmares, lingering like ghosts and reminding him that he's an oathbreaker, a man without honor. And as the scene goes on, we get to the ghost that probably haunts him the most. Ned Stark, the first man who faced him after killing the king.
That's where Ned Stark found me.
If this is true, why didn't you tell anyone? Why didn't you tell Lord Stark?
Stark. Honorable.
Requesting sentry.
Stark wanted to hear my side.
Calling down a sentry.
Killed you the moment he said I was you. By what right does the bone judge
Calling down a sentry.
What an amazing moment. This is where we truly understand that his feelings toward Ned Stark go way beyond simple resentment. There's actually something deeper here, something messy, conflicted, and way more human. Let me explain it this way. I just told you how Jamie is haunted by the ghosts of his past. Well, it's not a coincidence that the one haunts him the most is Ned Stark. Because with all his honor and principles, Ned isn't just a reminder of what Jamie could have been. He's a reflection of people like Arthur Dane, those knights who lived by the code Jamie once believed in. And the thing is, Jamie never actually saw Arthur Dane or Rhaegar Targaryen judging him. They were both dead before he killed the Mad King. So all those cold, accusing looks in his nightmares weren't real. They were his own guilt staring back at him. But Ned's judgment was real. He was there. He saw Jamie on the throne, sword in hand, and he made up his mind just right there. At that moment, Ned's judgment went beyond just one man's opinion. It became the embodiment of all the ideals Jamie had abandoned, all the honorable men who would have looked at him and seen nothing but a disgrace. That's why his judgment cuts Jamie so deeply. But that judgment was as infuriating as it was painful, because deep down, Jaime truly believed that he did the right thing by breaking his oath and killing the king. And yet Ned, who himself broke a different kind of oath by fathering a bastard son but was still seen as honorable, seemed like a huge injustice to Jaime. Just remember the scene between Catelyn and Jaime in Season 2.
Do you know, I've never been with any woman but Cersei. So in my own way, I have more honor than poor old dead Ned.
As you see, Jaime's clearly comparing himself to Ned Stark here, trying to measure his own sense of honor against Ned's. And in doing so, he's kind of exposing all these complicated feelings he has. But the thing is, he never actually says any of this out loud, because at the end of the day, he's a Lannister. He grew up with his father drilling this idea into him, that the Lannisters are lions, and lions don't care about what anyone else thinks. They're always above everyone else. But you see, Jaime never fully bought into that idea, because deep down he does care, and this contradiction is what torments him. That's why when Brienne asks him why he never explained himself, the answer hits us hard, because it's heavy with everything he's been carrying inside. And that's where the deepest conflict in Jaime's heart lies. Because with that moment, we come to realize that Jaime is neither the reckless lion his father expects him to be, nor the infamous Kingslayer everyone believes him to be. He's actually a broken man, torn between these two identities, forced to kill his own ideals along with his king.
That guy left.
As the scene ends, everything Jaime's been holding in for years hits him all at once. The heat of the bath, the weight of his past, it's too much, and he almost passes out. But maybe the most powerful moment of the scene comes right in the middle of all that vulnerability, when he says just one simple line while he's in Brienne's arms.
The Kingslayer!
Jaime. My name's Jaime.
In the books, Jaime never says his name out loud, but the show adds this amazing touch and turns it into a plea for identity. For 17 years, he's been called the Kingslayer. That name has followed him everywhere, almost like people forgot he even had a real name. But here, he's trying to take his name back. In that moment, he's not putting on the mask of the Kingslayer. He's not hiding behind the Lannister name. He's not clinging to the honor of the Kingsguard. All he wants, more than anything, is to be seen simply as himself. And for the first time in what feels like forever, the real Jaime finally steps into the light.
Liberty save me! Liberty save me!
Calling down a sentry!
So if you've made it this far, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, I'd really appreciate it if you leave a comment, give a like, and to subscribe. Your support will greatly help the mysterious algorithm notice me. And if you want to support me directly, you can join the channel by clicking the join button. See you next time.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
I mean, plentiful time, they can't do shit. Might as well decontaminate. Let's see. Squeaky clean. Nice and clean.
You have accomplished Liberty's will. Extracted your discretion. Extraction shuttle inbound.
Marking extraction. Northeast. Tagging location.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Democracy prevails once more.
sinned. I want to be clean again. I want absolution.
Where are my moron sons?
They're already here, my lord. They weren't easy to carve.
28 shocking Game of Thrones moments, 7 levels. From the unexpected execution of a beloved character to historically authentic rat. These are 28 of the most disturbing moments ever featured on Game of Thrones. The deeper we move into this iceberg, the more horrifying things will become. Think you know what we're gonna talk about? You know nothing, Jon Snow. Let's start at the tip of the iceberg. Disclaimer. Level 1. Pushing Bran Stark out of the window. At the end of the pilot of Game of Thrones, Bran Stark sets out on an adventure, climbing up the crumbling tower. But the mood shifts instantly when he peers through the window and sees Jaime and Cersei Lannister in, an intimate position. In case you're not familiar with the show, I should probably point out that not only is she the queen, but he is her twin brother. So yes, it's not the kind of thing anybody expected to see. Cersei instantly launched into panic, but Jaime's reaction is calm, almost bored. He asks Bran his age, glances at Cersei, and delivers a pretty cold line, "The things I do for love." Then, without hesitation, he pushes Bran out of the window.
Things I do for love.
The episode ends on the image of Bran's small body falling, the silence broken only by the thud as the screen cuts to black. Welcome to the world of Westeros. Obviously, the whole incestual angle is pretty horrific, but the cold calculation of Jaime's act is also pretty grim. He doesn't even hesitate. The audience is left not only with the shock of seeing a child nearly murdered to protect a secret, but the secret itself at the highest level of power, and all in the very first episode. Actually, this wasn't the plan. All of this was a reshoot because the original version wasn't disturbing enough. The original version failed to make these siblings' relationship clear, which robbed the scene of its impact. The audience simply wasn't creeped out enough. So the reshot sequence made sure the audience understood exactly what was going on, and the actors' performances sold the horror without having to push anything. There's no music to soften the blow, just the raw discovery of the act and its aftermath. Beheading of Ned Stark. Ned Stark's execution in the 9th episode of Season 1 easily stands as one of television's most shocking moments. The scene unfolds at King's Landing, where Ned, having confessed to treason to protect his daughters, is brought before a jeering crowd. Despite promises of mercy and exile to the Night's Watch, newly crowned King Joffrey suddenly changes his mind and orders Ned's immediate execution.
Bring me his head.
Sansa screams and begs for her father's life while being forcibly restrained by a Kingsguard. Even Queen Cersei and Varys attempt to intervene, rushing to Joffrey, who remains unmoved. Ned is forced to his knees as Sir Ilyn Payne dons a black hood and, in a final twist of cruelty, uses ice, House Stark's own ancestral greatsword, to sever Ned's head. What made this scene particularly disturbing was its ruthless subversion of television conventions. Back in 2011, killing the apparent protagonist midway through a first season violated every unwritten rule about main character immunity. Audiences witnessed not just an execution, but the brutal destruction of narrative safety. The death introduced a sense of genuine danger that fundamentally altered how viewers approached the series. Suddenly, no character felt safe, and actions carried real, often fatal consequences, regardless of a character's perceived importance. Level 2. Destruction of the Great Sept of Baelor. Season 6, Episode 10, The Winds of Winter, features one of Cersei Lannister's greatest plans going into effect. Up to this point, she attempted to align the crown's interest with the faith, but nothing goes according to plan.
course you're joking. It's fine. We're just role-playing as a fascist Democrats.
Pry this city from the enemy's grasp.
Calling down fortifications. Tech pack inbound. Calling down supplies.
Deploying equipment package.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
There goes civilians.
Reloading.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Affirmative. Dropping a pin. East. 100 meters. Supplies. Tagging map. Northeast. 200 meters. Follow me.
Maybe it's money. Yeah. Come here, dude. Right here.
Requesting orbital strike. Follow me.
Yo.
Marking location.
Ah.
Rare sample acquired.
I see. I see.
Requesting orbital strike.
We need more mines.
Requesting fortifications.
Oh, look at these civilians. They don't come close.
Heavy.
Yeah, this way. Yo.
Follow me. Heavy. Marking location.
Yeah, the requisition is gonna go bonkers. It's fine, I got termites. Who says we need to kill them?
Reloading. Calling in
Yes.
orbital strike. Tagging location. Follow me. North.
Next one.
Found something.
Yeah, bunker.
Throwing supply beacon.
This way.
Follow me. Heavy, on my position. Reinforcing.
I got you.
Calling down force.
It's not. One is dead, see?
Calling in reinforcement.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
It's fine. I think I dropped on a grenade.
Reinforcing. Reporting to the front. Heavy! Tagging map. Northwest. 50 meters.
Gas strike
Heavy!
incoming.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. Close. Hell divers! Requesting fortifications! Marking location. Calling down fortifications. Requesting heavy. Heavy. Going in orbital.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Supplies. Support weapon. Affirmative.
Their lives were in our hands.
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Point me to the enemy. Dropping a pin.
No civilians. Only soldiers.
Heavy. North.
Wait, he hit something. Wow.
Tagging location.
Yeah.
Requesting orbital strike. Follow me.
Hey, freedom!
Follow me.
Come meet shield.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Follow me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Reloading. Tagging map. Southwest. 200 meters. Calling in reinforcements.
Very good. Push it.
Affirmative. Calling down fortification.
Don't worry, no civilians here. I see only military personnel. Everybody is, you know, engaged to get fighting.
Calling in. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Dropping a pin. South. 200 meters.
Ajde, sad nisu mene grupa misli da branim bazu. Prošli put, znaš što sam radio? Išao sam oko bazi i uništavao one spore. Znaš one male žute govne što treba. Koliko mi bilo dosadno da se to radi. Desimo da se više opet uništavao i pesnicom. Što nisam mogu pustiti sam u to.
Heavy. Reloading. Thank you. No one takes my freedom. Follow me.
Go, soldiers, go.
Let's go.
mogu ti ništa ne treba baviš slabo. Samo gas.
Ma ne mogu oni meni ništa, ali neću ja idem svoje živce. Pokidam.
Što ti nerviraš, poligraj. Tako je.
Moram skloniti da kupim na target. Šone, ti tu? To je najbolja ponuda, ja ne znam preko one nebe, nisam brate pazario do sad. Šta su oni u stvari? Oni kao šta? Reklamiraju druge sajtove za ponuda.
Calling in reinforcements!
Sorry, I shot the fucking hole.
I'm sorry.
Jesi pazario nešto preko njih do sad?
I didn't even aim you.
Ready to get equipment. Affirmative.
So
Found
dumb.
something. Dropping a pin.
Pa gledao sam nešto mi nisu mnogo konkurentniji što se Sony dopuna tiče za UK. Ili ja to ne znam da gledam. S.W.Frost, pa onda ima pita i kure šta spenite.
Requesting orbital strike.
Freedom, triumph over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Reinforcing!
Pa u dupe da jebenu zimom valjda znam. Nema krom, odeš na sede hit, to ćeš toliko pap, korpa pap, ćao.
Last reload!
Moj obraz.
Calling down a sentry! Outpost destroyed.
Affirmative. Throwing supply beacon. Tagging map. Southeast, 200 meters.
Calling in orbital strike!
Supplies. Bugs.
Čudno me da Boris nije
Calling in orbital strike. Reinforcing. Mag's empty. Heavy. Northeast. On my position.
Igra tanka.
100%. Vidim da je na invoice tek. Ne vidim šta je igra, ali je invoice. Ne vidim.
Reloading. Calling down fortification.
Da nam ga vlada je. Možda vi zbranjamo.
Sad ti Riki igra onaj
Requesting advanced weaponry.
kompaniju.
Requesting tac pack.
Čeraj.
A on drugo ništa ne igra sam to.
Pa dobro, čovjek je našto u tome nekog da kažemo zadovoljstvo toga radi. To se ono kaže.
Calling down a sentry!
Tagging map. Northeast. 100 meters. Requesting orbital strike.
Out there, I think we killed 100 men or something.
Throwing grenade.
maksimum collateral.
Log outpost spotted!
Calling down a support weapon.
Mag's empty! Calling down fortification!
Svašta ću još da vidim, nek ide bre u pičku ma.
Requesting air support.
Kaže u Libanu, romantična večera s pogledom na iranske rakete koje lete koje idu u Izrael. No isti čak. Šta ne znam, kako bre, evo bre ima video običaj. Jebavaš, evo ti Pantić još spotlight. Insta.
Nemoj, neće te uplatiti.
Dropping a pin. North. Far.
Koja bol?
Calling down supply!
Job done. We rid the city out of all life.
Calling down a sentry.
Tagging location. Go! Marking location. Mag's empty! Heavy!
Calling down a support weapon.
Mag's empty! Requesting fortifications! Supplies. Injury? What injury?
No injury.
Supplies. Support weapon.
It's full, I think. Go. Don't bounce the grenade on yourself.
Objective located.
Do this.
North. Never mind.
Yo. No man. Shoot it.
Cancel that.
Shoot that bitch.
Found something.
Requesting air support.
Requesting sentry. Mag's empty. How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Robo ko Bangladeška verzija.
Calling down fortifications. Requesting orbital strike.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Affirmative.
Follow me. Extraction is available.
Yeah. There is. Most likely.
Let's go. Calling down a sentry.
If I had my fancy armor
Sentry.
General, my Go jajo.
Tagging map.
Yo, leader. What is it?
Hold position. Dropping a pin.
He's gonna die.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 200 meters.
Their lives were in our hands.
I'm trying to maximize civilians.
Mag's empty. Bugs. Marking location.
Follow me.
Bug tunnel breach.
Oh, it's the bridge.
Calling in orbital strike. Requesting
There you go.
fortifications.
Get that.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Get that.
Heavy. Mag's empty. Last reload.
Requesting sentry.
Good job, he doesn't have more than good.
Mag's empty. Requesting orbital strike. Requesting fortifications.
Requesting sentry.
Back inbound.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Heavy.
Bugs. West.
Heavy. Northeast. Close.
It just bounces off. Can you tag him?
Tagging map.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Calling down a sentry. Calling in extraction. Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Even if you tried, you couldn't kill more civilians, I think. Me too.
ETA T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Request.
Gas strike incoming.
Calling down fortification. Calling down a support weapon. Calling in orbital strike. Follow me.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Supplies. Hold position. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry. Throwing supply beacon.
A kod je bično jebeno sunce, pa sad ću dedem vidiš.
Ma neka stoji ovdje, ne može ti leta.
Hvala.
Only got a support weapon. Tagging location. I've got you. Follow me. Hold position.
Everyone okay? ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Throwing grenade.
Okay.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Why do they keep running into mines?
Marking extraction point. You want my freedom? Remember your duty! Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty smiles upon your triumph.
Well done. Lots of enemies killed, and lots of samples to help us
Maximum
figure out how
effort.
to kill even more.
No. Friendly fire nam je popanjati. 3000 poja smo izgubili. Evo moguće ovo. Oh my god.
Mission coordinates locked.
I'm dying.
Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Another day. Another guess. Opportunity.
Kill the ambulance.
Amen. Ne, suze mi na oči idu. Znači, pobili smo jedno 200 civila, sigurno. Ako smo pobili 300 bufa, pobili smo 200 civila. Sa gasa. Koji me kaže u gas ne mine jebote. Zar ne vide da bipće zeleno?
defending on a building position.
This
Yeah.
city needs our aid.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down supplies. Calling down support weapons.
Sending down support weapon.
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters. Calling down fortifications. Hey, all. Follow me.
The greatest order ever.
Yeah. You flew in the air.
Objective located.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
All my life.
Reloading. Requesting air support. Thank you. Tagging map. Helldivers never die. Heavy. Heavy. Heavy.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety. Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Reporting to the front. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Yeah. Calling down a sentry. Follow me. Requesting air support. Requesting fortifications. Sending in an eagle. Marking location.
An eagle never misses.
Sending in an eagle.
Terminate hive structure destroyed. Another step toward
Requesting air support! Thank you. Thank you. Follow me. Requesting air support. Tagging map, northeast, 100 meters. Calling down a sentry. Going today. Marking location, southeast. Supplies. Dropping a pin, southeast, 100 meters. Tagging location. Heavy. Marking location. Reloading! Heavy. Front tunnel free! Heavy, on my position. Heavy. Outpost destroyed. Calling in reinforcements. Reinforcing. Thank you. Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Bug. Thank you. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a support weapon. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Tagging map.
I want to see this in action.
Calling down supplies. Tagging location. Their lives were in our hands. Dropping a pin. Follow me.
Here?
Get some! Get some! Dropping a pin. 50 meters. Tagging location. Ending in an eagle. Have a taste of democracy. I'm sorry. for Earth! Engaging. Affirmative.
Tagging map. Southwest. 300 meters.
What? Dropping a pin. Southwest. 300 meters.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 300 meters.
Tagging map. West. 300 meters. Tagging map. Southwest. Far.
Stalker nest detected. Yeah, you really go.
You must not allow our civilians to perish. Reinforcing!
Fog tunnel breach! Bugs, northeast. Fire in the hole! Thank you. Call it. Requesting sentry. Bugs. Canister's empty. Throwing supply beacon. Canister's empty. My life pursuit. Throwing grenade. Have a taste of democracy.
Objective located. Northwest. Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters.
They'll think twice before it brings. Reloading.
Yeah, stop.
Calling in reinforcements.
Sending in an eagle. Reinforcements have been launched. Dropping a pin. Southeast. Far.
Dropping a pin. South. 200 meters. Fire in the hole!
Bug hive.
Reinforcing!
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Yeah, they teleported. Same. They just appeared out of thin air and just started spamming.
Sending in an eagle! Calling down a sentry! Calling down a sentry! Bug. Canister's empty. down supplies. Follow me.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's called democracy. Supplies.
Sure about that?
You will never destroy our way of life. Requesting advanced weaponry. Backpack inbound. Follow me.
Attack democracy?
Come, you have to defend.
Calling down a sentry.
For the glory of Super Earth.
For the glory of Emperor.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Requesting air support.
Nice.
Tagging map. East, 200 meters.
Outpost destroyed.
Affirmative. Requesting sentry. Calling down fortifications. Engaging. Requesting sentry. Calling in reinforcements.
My brother in Christ.
Point me to the enemy. Sentry. Follow me. Calling down a sentry. Reloading.
Mission map updated.
Dropping a pin. Tagging map, northwest, 200 meters. Tagging map, northwest, far.
Clear.
Requesting fortifications. Sending in an eagle. Heavy, southeast, 50 meters. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Reloading. Marking location. We've got equipment. Reporting to the front. Thank you. Tagging map. Requesting sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting sentry. Requesting air support. Reinforcing. How about a nice cup of liver? Request approved. Deploying reinforcements. How'd you like to taste some freedom?
Oh, you have. Right.
Dropping a pin east, 200 meters. Reloading. Requesting sentry. Canisters empty. Calling down a... Heavy. Coming in hot. Heavy, southeast, 50 meters. Requesting tac pack. Get some! Get some! Thank you. Affirmative. Withdrawing to rearm. Tagging location. Support weapon. Marking location. Marking extraction point. Calling down a sentry! Calling down a support weapon. Extraction shuttle inbound. Calling down a sentry! ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. That's called democracy!
seconds.
Mag's empty.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Mag's empty. Say hello to democracy.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Sample.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Calling in reinforcements.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Ready to liberate. Requesting air support.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Low tunnel breach! Liberty smiles upon your trail.
Now that was what I call a profitable use of resources.
You know, the one mission that you like.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
The leader of the Sparrows, a highly religious movement, becomes a credible threat to her rule. If the situation isn't handled, Cersei will lose control of everything. But she doesn't really care about that. These are pawns in her game. And it just so happens that everything is about to erupt.
Cersei is not here. Tommen is not here. Why do you think they are not here?
From there, the sequence opens with an eerie calm. Cersei Lannister, absent from her own trial, watches from her window, wine in hand, as the city below prepares for the day's reckoning. The tension is relentless as the camera lingers on the faces of those inside the sept. Marjorie Tyrell, the High Sparrow, Loris Tyrell, dozens of nobles and religious figures, all of them totally unaware of the fate closing in on them. Down in the tunnels, Lancel Lannister crawls, bleeding, desperate to extinguish a candle burning down into a pool of wildfire. He fails, of course, and the explosion that follows is massive, a green inferno that obliterates the set, incinerating everyone inside and killing hundreds of innocents outside.
The fate of all humanity's children are in your hands. Do not
When we
let
cut back to
them
Cersei, she's totally unmoved, sipping her wine as the city's spiritual and political core is reduced to rubble. Tommen, her son, watches and later jumps to his death, a silent consequence of her actions, which is ironic considering how this is how she intended Bran to die. Actually, this was another scene that had to be altered to get the right disturbed reaction from the audience. The director, Miguel Sapochnik, originally planned to show the explosion only from the outside, but the storyboards convinced them to go further, to let viewers witness the horror from within, engulfing the High Sparrow and others in flames. It makes it all feel more urgent, more horrifying, and more real. The sequence has since been called the best scene in the series, praised for its music, cinematography, and sheer audacity. It's effective in its horrific consequences. But under it all, what sticks with us is the long-lasting consequences. Cersei's willingness to kill hundreds, including innocents, for personal power is an ethical abyss. The destruction of a sacred space, the mass murder of rivals and bystanders, and the cold satisfaction on Cersei's face that she has done it, that lingers for a lot longer.
Follow me!
Krasnus Molnakos. In Season 3, Episode 4, and now his watch is ended, Daenerys Targaryen executes one of television's most shocking power reversals. Throughout previous episodes, slaver Krasnus Molnakos repeatedly insulted her in Valyrian, assuming she couldn't understand his vile misogynistic comments, while Missandei painfully translated them into inoffensive language.
Your ship will buy you 100 unsullied. Because Master Krasnus is generous.
But now, in Astapor's Plaza of Punishment, Daenerys trades Drogon for the Unsullied army, and Krasnus eagerly takes the dragon's chain while handing her the symbolic whip of command. The moment he believes victory is his, Daenerys speaks perfect Valyrian, revealing she understood every insult he hurled her way.
Zaldrizes buzdaris kosdaur.
She commands her new army to kill the Masters. Krasnus protests, she utters Dracarys, and Drogon bathes him in flames, burning him head to heel, while the Unsullied methodically slaughtered the other slavers. The juxtaposition of Daenerys' calm demeanor against the savagery creates a deeply unsettling contrast. She doesn't even blink as a man burns before her. This is what she lives for. The liberation of the suffering and the punishment of those who profited from it. Fan reactions were immediate and powerful. Reaction videos show viewers gasping, cheering, and expressing shock at Daenerys' linguistic reveal and subsequent violence. Missandei's actress, Nathalie Emmanuel, conveys volumes through subtle facial expressions, shock, confusion, and possibly pleasure as she realizes what's happening. All of this, the whole shift from negotiation to strife, happens without warning, with Daenerys' expressionless face as humans burn alive, introducing a disturbing quality that would define her character's development throughout the series. Hodor eaten by White Walkers. From the second he appeared on the show, Hodor became a fan favorite. He's so lovable, so gentle, so innocent, that he stands out among all of these less pleasant characters. But this is Game of Thrones, so he had to die. It begins with a lot of chaos, as the cave of the Three-Eyed Raven is under siege by the Night King's army. Mira yells for Hodor to hold the door as she drags Bran's unconscious body to safety.
Hold the door!
But Bran, still in a vision of the past, accidentally creates a psychic link between young Hodor and present-day Hodor, forcing both to experience the trauma of this moment simultaneously. As Hodor braces himself against the door, the Whites claw and tear at him, their hands reaching through the splintering wood, while in the past, young Hodor convulses, screaming, "Hold the door," until it collapses into the single word that becomes his name. It's an insane reveal. Hodor is not only physically torn apart by the undead, but his entire life is revealed to have been shaped by this one act of sacrifice, a closed loop of trauma engineered by Bran's powers, and nobody could have known. The hands of the Whites aren't just killing him, but fulfilling a destiny that's robbed him of any free will since childhood. The audience is forced to watch as a character defined by innocence and loyalty is destroyed, both body and mind, by forces utterly beyond his control. Originally, the death was conceived as even more brutal, with the Whites ripping Hodor's flesh off once they broke through the door, but the showrunners decided to pull back, fearing that too much gore would numb viewers to the loss of the character. Instead, the focus was on the suffocating terror of the moment. Hands, chaos, Hodor's desperate strength, and the inevitability of his end. By the way, if you're loving this video, why not take a second to hit that subscribe button? It won't get you the Iron Throne, but you'll get some pretty good videos. Level 3. The Execution of Rickon Stark. In Battle of the Bastards, the 9th episode of Game of Thrones' 6th season, viewers witnessed Ramsay Bolton's execution of Rickon Stark, a sadistic game just moments before the battle between Jon Snow and Bolton forces began. The scene begins with Ramsay presenting Rickon as his prisoner on the battlefield. In a cruel twist, he cuts Rickon's bindings and tells him to run toward his brother, Jon.
Run to your brother. You need to see it.
As Rickon flees across the field, Ramsay casually fires arrows, deliberately missing at first. Jon races on horseback to save his youngest brother. Just as reunion seems possible, Ramsay's final arrow pierces Rickon's chest seconds before Jon can reach him. The sequence creates unbearable tension through its simplicity. The camera alternates between Rickon running, Jon's desperate ride, and Ramsay's calm archery, building anticipation while viewers recognize the inevitable outcome.
How do we get Rickon around?
What makes this execution particularly disturbing is how it mirrors Rickon's first ever scene in the show, where he laughs while collecting arrows during archery practice at Winterfell. Viewers immediately seized on Rickon's straight-line running strategy. Shoulda zigzags became an instant meme across social media platforms. The scene's impact came from its deliberate pacing and false hope, letting viewers believe rescue was possible before delivering the cruel conclusion. The scene effectively showcases Ramsay's psychological warfare tactics, using Rickon as bait to lure Jon into an emotional, tactically unsound charge, demonstrating his character's calculated sadism in his final appearance on the show. Cersei's Walk of Shame. Cersei Lannister's Walk of Shame has become an iconic moment from the series. The scene unfolds after Cersei, once the most powerful woman in King's Landing, confesses to adultery.
Affirmative.
Sin. To be clean again. I want absolution.
Her punishment quickly becomes a full public humiliation. Her hair is shaved, her clothes stripped away, as she's forced to walk naked from the Great Sept to the Red Keep, flanked by Septa Unella ringing a bell and chanting, "Shame!"
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry!
The city's people jeer, spit, throw filth, and hurl insults,
Calling down a
using the
sentry!
queen to a figure of utter vulnerability and degradation. What makes this scene so disturbing is its relentless, almost clinical portrayal of dehumanization. The camera doesn't blink. The walk is long, unbroken, and the crowd's cruelty is unfiltered. There is no respite for Cersei or the viewer. The woman who once ruled with fear is now powerless, exposed to the collective hatred of the city she ruled. Showrunner David Benioff described it as a scene from a nightmare, designed to maximize humiliation and strip away every layer of protection Cersei once had. Lena Headey, who played Cersei, chose not to appear nude for emotional reasons, saying she felt she couldn't deliver the performance required if she was also managing the vulnerability of being naked on set. So instead, a body double, Rebecca Van Cleve, performed the walk, with Headey's face later composited onto her body using CGI. Van Cleve described the experience as emotionally intense, surrounded by hundreds of extras jeering and throwing things, making the humiliation feel real. Fans and critical response was polarized. Some viewers, despite despising Cersei, found themselves empathizing with her at this moment, disturbed by the sheer cruelty of the punishment. Others focused on the technical aspects, debating Headey's use of a body double and whether or not she should have done the scene herself.
About your infamous walk of shame. How have fans reacted to you?
For the glory of the
But what united most reactions was the visceral discomfort the scene provoked. It was so much more than just a punishment. It was a spectacle of collective violence. It leaves Cersei and the audience devastated. Sansa's wedding night. In Season 5, Episode 6, Unbowed, Unbent, Unbroken, Sansa is forced to marry Ramsay Bolton as part of Littlefinger's political machinations.
Ramsay of House Bolton.
The wedding night turns horrific when Ramsay tears Sansa's dress while forcing the traumatized Theon Greyjoy to watch the entire ordeal.
Calling down a sentry.
What makes this scene particularly disturbing is its psychological dimensions. Ramsay doesn't just assault Sansa. He deliberately forces Theon, who was raised alongside her as family, to witness her violation, adding layers of psychological to an already violent act. The camera focuses primarily on Theon's face and his tears rather than showing the assault directly. A directorial choice that itself sparked controversy but amplified the level of discomfort. Euan Rion, who portrayed Ramsay, later described filming this scene as the worst day of my career and horrible, saying, "Nobody wanted to be there. Nobody wants to do that. If it's telling a story, then you have to tell it truthfully." The scene generated immediate backlash from viewers when aired, with many taking to Twitter to express their outrage and disgust. Some viewers even vowed to stop watching the series entirely, not the first time the threat was made. The controversy was compounded by the fact that in George R.R. Martin's source material, this assault happens to another character entirely, not Sansa. Critics argued the show needlessly victimized Sansa at the expense of her character development, especially after her emerging as a savvy survivor earlier that season. Producer Brian Cogman defended the scene as an important turning point for Sansa's relationship with Theon. However, many viewers found it troubling that the scene focused primarily on Theon's reaction rather than Sansa's experience, suggesting her trauma was being used to advance a male character's story arc. Joffrey's sadistic games with pressure. In Season 2, Episode 4, Joffrey is plotting a twisted response to Tyrion's attempt at pacifying the king's cruelty. Tyrion sends Ross and Daisy to Joffrey's chambers, hoping to redirect the young king's aggression into something harmless. But Joffrey has no interest in pleasure. He wants pain. From there, the scene unfolds with him ordering Ross to spank Daisy, then whip her, and finally to beat her bloody with his stag-horned scepter, all while he sits back, crossbow in hand, savoring every moment. Because because Joffrey truly loves this. He's not angry or out of control. He's calm, almost clinical, as he escalates the brutality. The crossbow is always there, a threat hanging over both women, making it clear that disobedience means death. And at Joffrey's hands, it does ultimately lead to that. It's a clear message to Tyrion, a demonstration of power and a warning wrapped in sadism. The production itself didn't shy away from the reality of violence. Maisie D, who played Daisy, described the day-long shoot. A real leather belt for some takes, a soft prop for others, all carefully staged to look real but keep the actors safe. But the key to the scene is that it has no justification. Joffrey's cruelty is entirely motiveless, performed for the sheer thrill of domination and pain. Jack Gleason's performance was so convincing that he claimed to have received death threats, a testament to how deeply viewers hated the character, and possibly why he took such a long break from acting after the show. The Red Wedding. In the history of Game of Thrones, there has not been a more shocking sequence than the Red Wedding. In a matter of minutes, a substantial number of guests are taken out of the show entirely with no warning and no time to say goodbye. It all begins at the wedding feast of Edmure Tully and Rosalind Frey. The music shifts to The Rains of Castamere, a Lannister anthem signaling impending doom. Doors close and the slaughter begins abruptly. Talissa is stabbed repeatedly in the stomach. Robb Stark is shot with arrows and finished off by Roose Bolton, and his mother, Catelyn, in a desperate bid to save her son, slits the throat of Walder Frey's wife before her own throat is cut. The violence is sudden, graphic, and unrelenting, with chaos erupting as Frey men the unsuspecting guests. The Red Wedding wasn't just betrayal, it was a sacrilege. By violating the sacred guest rite after offering bread and salt, Walder Frey and Roose Bolton didn't just rob Stark, they shattered Westeros' most ancient law. This was the moment Game of Thrones proved no tradition could protect you from pure treachery. The real impact of the Red Wedding is all thanks to its total subversion of expectations and the emotional investment viewers had in the Stark family. The showrunners amplified the horror from the books by having Talissa present and making her especially graphic. A creative choice that sparked some controversy among hardcore fans for its intensity. The actors themselves found filming the scene emotionally draining given the tension and grief. Richard Madden, Michelle Fairley, and Una Chaplin described the set as emotionally raw, with cast and crew crying during and after the shoot. The atmosphere was so heavy that it basically mirrored the devastation on screen. When the episode aired, the fan response was immediate and visceral. Social media exploded with shock, disbelief, and outrage. Videos of fan reactions went viral, capturing genuine horror and heartbreak. Even those familiar with the books were stunned by the execution's brutality. The Red Wedding became an iconic example of the show's reputation for merciless storytelling and the constant sense that no character was safe. Level 4. The Rat Scene. In Season 2, Episode 4, Garden of Bones, the show went to another level in its endless pursuit of the most graphic content it could legally get away with on television. Prisoners at Harrenhal are interrogated by the Tickler, who straps a metal bucket containing a live rat onto the bare chest of a captive. The bucket is then heated from the outside with fire. As the metal grows hot, the rat, desperate to escape the heat, does the only thing it can. It tries to dig its way out, burrowing through the victim's flesh.
Where is the Brotherhood?
I don't know, please.
Bash Kalik.
Welcome to my channel.
What happens next is, predictably, horrific.
Oh, let's see my little bit. Neću ovo. si Borisu Makiću. Ovog puta nema Kecmana da nas samoubi. Ali mogu da razumem zašto me dosadno bilo. Ova misija je, kada ono braniš bazu, ono je teško smrt. Ja gledam to da ne igram ovog tako. Ili igram zadnji. Ili igram zadnji. Da ga jebe. Ljubi ovdje ima. 50.000. Zašto? Zašto?
Resources for freedom's expansion.
Što nije bitan imati težinu. Ne samo da ne igramo. Da nas sinimo ima težinu.
Choose an operation and free this world from tyranny. The bridge is yours.
Jest. Well, diverts. Two.
Helldivers. Igrali TSE.
Mogu ja I sam, ali ono, mogu I da se čeka malo.
A worthy choice.
Restore air quality. Dovučemo odbranu grada do kraja da će nam osloboditi planet. Već sam siguran.
Supply beacon!
Is there anything else besides this guy?
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Lots, west.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldive to the combat zone.
Calling down a vehicle! Requesting advanced weaponry!
Calling down a support weapon. Calling in reinforcements.
Reinforcing! Requesting sentry!
Feels good. I got the grip.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Reinforcing! Reloading! Injury? What injury?
I've got this one.
Calling in reinforcement! Dropping a pin, southeast, 300 meters.
Just shot the raptor.
Reinforcing!
Tagging map. East, 200 meters. Dropping a pin. East, 200 meters.
Reloading! Found something! I'm sorry.
Working accident.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Outpost destroyed.
Requesting orbital.
Heavy.
Tunnel breach.
Outpost destroyed.
Heavy. On my position.
Heavy. North. 50 meters.
Calling down a support weapon.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
I think I see super samples. Maybe.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining. Heavy. Northeast. 50 meters.
That's not it.
Tech pack inbound. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Everybody stay base.
Requesting air support.
Dobar dan. Dobar dan.
Kako se radi?
Ovdje je dođe. Nemam pojma, ja ti bio poruku preko Twitcha i toga, rekao ćeš da ideš sad dalje možda. To se ko neki Kineza random, ono, ono soferisanje života.
Samo da promenim naloge. Vidim, pustili su kupovinu za Srbiju, možda sustav.
Možeš, ali ne mogu uzmeš, ono ja sto uzmem Super Citizen verziju. Dobro. Dobiješ nazad 1000 super kredita ako imaš već dobiješ armor set koji ide sa Super Citizen, dobiješ onu, znaš onu mašinu za igranje, onu arcade.
Sve već imam.
A ti već imaš? Da.
Ne znam sad kako bi kupio redovnu igru, da li mi to sve nestalo, ali ja igram sa onog Family kao na...
Ne.
Jeli? Onda mi više Nenada ne bi pisalo From Your Steam Library, nego form your Steam family library, nego bi mogu da igram normalno. A čekaj, ja to sad mogu i na ovim drugim sajtima samo da kupim onaj kod za $20 Steam Key.
Da, ali ne znam koliko ti je Steam verzija.
Ne, evropski evropski. Imam ovaj srpski account, imam 3 Steam naloga.
Calling down supplies! Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry!
Hoćeš to sad uradiš, kaj sad ću? Neće na tebi ništa ispravljati dodati.
Ideš, jel?
Calling down a support weapon! Helldivers never die!
Da se dogovoriš za to. Da je mene je došlo 3.000. Samo da poneseš novce, ne plaćaj dok ne završiš, to ti je moj savjet. Daš avans, a kad završi, plaćaš ostalo. Inače će da te zavlači.
Marking location.
No, ovo je milina. Vidim da si 4 od 4, aj kad završiš sačekat ću te ja tamo. Delo.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
I'm on it.
Calling down a support weapon. Thank you.
North. I'll handle the terminal.
Koja je razlika od običnog guard dog?
Dropping item.
Puca struju. A nemoj da gledaš animaciju. Puca struju. O tome razlika. Ne. Nego hoću...
Allied coordinates locked.
Join. A uzeo si
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
K9.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Hoćeš to da koristiš, da isprobaš ga. A, Makiću.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. We can
Ček samo sekund.
heroes fighting for peace.
Neko mu uvela seriju, sad ćem te Nenad.
Your fellow Helldivers rage against the enemy's tyranny. Join them. Innocents perish with every wasted second. We must act.
The camera doesn't need to linger on the gore. The mere implication of it, the sound, the anticipation is enough. The victim's screams, the scratching inside the bucket, the mounting panic, it's all there, and the audience is forced to imagine the rest. The visceral discomfort comes from the scene's realism. This isn't magic or monsters. It's a methodical cruelty rooted in actual history. The technique, or variations of it, were reportedly used in medieval Europe and during the Dutch Revolt, and there are even references to similar practices in the Tower of London's Dungeon of the Rats. Rats, when threatened, will do anything to escape, even if it means eating through a human body. A very handy thing to know when looking to prisoners. What showed up on screen certainly had an effect. Some viewers found the scene so disturbing that they stopped watching the show altogether, while others debate whether it was even necessary or just gratuitous. After all, the scene's purpose wasn't just to extract information, it was to show the utter inhumanity of the who seemed to take pleasure in the suffering. The rat quickly became a talking point, referenced alongside other infamous fictional uses of the method in TV and movies. But what makes it so effective is how it taps into primal fears, of being eaten alive, of helplessness, of pain. The fact that it was a real thing throughout history just makes it that much more unsettling.
Šti kod mene, jel?
Jeste on.
Šta ja da izaberem?
Grad da oslobodimo.
Koji će?
Onaj base camp imaš. E, imaš i Lamuriju, stani, desno. To. Probaj level 7, da ne igramo onu misiju sa štitom. Vidiš onaj štit levo?
Kako da pojačam level 7?
Pritisni desni klik jednom. E.
Aha, E. Suicide mission, jel?
Da. Može.
Dobro.
Bilo koju.
Mission coordinates locked.
Izbacit ću ovaj SOS.
Pa to obično ja radim. Ja nekad startam sam, bacim SOS i molim Boga. Molim Boga da ne upadnu idioti, nekad nije lakše samo, nekad. Može i tu. Hoćeš da uzmeš toga električnog robota?
Evo, nisam ga još oslovio.
Ne, nego preporučujem ti da uzmeš onda, ako ćeš to odigraš, uzmi onaj zeleni ili sivi, onaj armor što ti daje 95% resistance na struju. Da te ne bi robot smunje.
Nemam ga još.
Nemaš ga? Pa imaš ga na onome Mobilize Warbondu.
Pa imam, ali nemam medalja da ga otključam.
Koliko je on daleko stane?
On je zadnji, je tamo na zadnjoj strani.
Na zadnjoj strani je? A dobro, nema veze. Imaš onaj light armor što daje 50% na vatru, gas i struju.
Da, to je dobar.
No šta? Ako... A ti još nisi uzeo onoga robota. Da ti medalja. Evo da bi me mogu lakše vidjeti, uzet ću ovo.
Si crven dać.
Jeste, ja sam crveni. Uo, crveni.
Launch initiated.
Zašto auto? Pa kad potamanimo ove... na jednom delu grada ove, kako se zove, objektive, to možemo da se prebacimo na drugi. Jer ako ideš peške imaš šanse da se pobiješ sa svim bubama koje ti vreme. Mislim da sam bio 120. level kad je počeo invazija na ove planete ovih buba.
Let them come. Let them brawl. Let them face the insurmountable might of the Helldivers. Deploying sentry.
Throwing supply beacon. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Neće ovi ostati dužni skirati.
Calling down a vehicle.
Neće ovi ostati dužni.
Got equipment. Dropping a pin. Southeast. 200 meters.
Udri milicije.
Say hello to democracy. Have a taste of democracy. Get some! Get some! Reloading!
Stalkeri su za nas.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Give them what they deserve!
Reloading!
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Calling down a support weapon.
Jos! Samo pokrio, ja ću te pustiti. Ja ću.
Šta je gama?
Their lives were in ours.
Znam. Pa ti rekao sedi u kolima.
Bug outpost spotted.
Sad.
Reload. Reinforcing.
Oj!
Bugs.
Šta im radi ovaj 50 kaliber? Što bi?
Mislim da je bubu udarilo od...
How'd you like to taste of freedom? Last reload.
Sad.
Requesting air support. Tagging map. East. 200 meters.
Pazi da ne ubiješ ovoga zelenog. On ti je na levo kad nišaniš.
Requesting sentry.
Vidi, opet mi nije bacio ovo!
Strategija, jel?
I got him. Da. Zašto ga ne gađa sad, nije mi jasno. Jebote!
Zato što se pomera ovaj grad. Orbital Red Cannon, jeli?
Onaj, brate, trebalo je samo da ga nanišani najjačeg jebote.
Ne. Trebamo vremena dok se okrene. Znam da ne gledaš, ali vidiš na nebu bukvalno kako se pomera onaj destroyer, da dođe u poziciju da puca, nema mogu zagađenja. I kad si van auta, kad slušaš, čuješ kako se... Brother, it's done.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters.
Pa za sad jeste da nešto ne promeni. Ljudi misle da radi malo štete, ali nije ni bitno štete radi dovoljno.
Jebi ga bila bi ovo 5 da je...
To sam i ja rekao. Ne možda ima 100 damage-a, da ima medium penetraciju i da stanije. Ne može. Can somebody shoot a hole?
Fire in the hole. Thank you.
Izađi ti gorici. Yeah, we're not staying for that. Machine gun is empty. Stop mounting it. Are you deaf?
Just
For the 5th time. Click. Stop. Kurac više.
Neka, pusti ga vrat.
Jebote, Bog, znači ti si skinuo se s toga, rekao si mu 3 puta prazne, on i dalje se penje gore, mislim, ima još. Somebody bring more ammunition, we need more ammo.
Ovo je ova pečut.
Brate, dovezu smo tu pečut.
Requesting sentry.
Ne čekamo ništa.
Tagging map. North. 100 meters.
Oj, ti kralje su. A ovdje ima, brate. Macam 500 kila bombu, jel?
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Follow me. Hold position. Not today.
Very inefficient, very inefficient.
Requesting tac pack.
Bag's empty.
Pogledaj, pogodim u leš koji pada. Jebote.
Znaš koji ti najbolja taktika za ovu heavy look raz? Popnem se na gornji oblik i samo rotirati tu. To ti je najbolje.
Got a sample.
The final one is ready.
Outpost cleared. Baci ovaj supply je.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Calling down a sentry.
This is no good. Run.
Sending in an eagle. Calling down.
O, brat, ovdje smo ih potamali.
Injury? What injury?
Resupply za... Nekome treba ovaj guard dog možda.
Tagging map. South. 50 meters. Marking location. Freedom forever! Supplies. Reloading! Requesting vehicle!
Reloading! Od ovoga. Što su ovi slepi, ovo je malo. Došao pored mene i jedno. A, brate, ne vidimo ni nič. Evo ovo me ne kuđi sad, e. A onaj drugi je. Nije bio ovaj. M4 je bio. Ovo, brate, kakva oluja. Tu je negdje da ga ne znam. A ovo, brate, tato si došao gdje treba.
You have accomplished liberty's will. Extract at your discretion.
Još ima tu crvenic.
Buckles. No, stop shooting. You can't do that. Thermite, grenade, whatever.
Bug tunnel breach!
Sad ću ja da bacim ovdje bombicu.
Requesting air support! Tagging map, northwest, 50 meters.
Znači da učemo bubu već neko vremena. Učemo tebi gledat.
Ako više izlazov, aha, evo odavde.
Zato sam rekao da stanemo u
Calling in reinforcements!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Jedno. Stvari.
Requesting air support! Calling down a sentry!
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Gdje smo šipak, brate, evo ga, tu je i onaj što se zabada u zemlju, to se zove.
Get equipment. You will never destroy our way of life! Reinforcing! Affirmative! Reloading! Marking location. Vehicle. Dropping a pin.
Dobro. Da, idemo sad na drugu stranu.
I see. Fuck that guy.
Last reload!
Sending in an eagle! Requesting sentry!
Nije...
Marking location.
Još jedan mali. Evo ovdje.
Ima, ovdje je četiri. Ako imaš 5 kilobac. Gatling.
Sending in an eagle!
Imam.
Requesting sentry!
Baci ga.
Baci se ovaj tamo.
Još kako se nešto vrti.
Calling down a sentry!
Sad se pomera po nebu ovaj destroyer. Čak su dva destroyera pomerene. Nego ovaj se puca jednu. Mora da se okrene da bi mogao da gaći sa jednom stranu.
Calling in reinforcements! Steering you! My leg! Sending in an eagle!
Pazi, tamo je 500 kila bomba. Watch out, man.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Have a taste of democracy!
Ja moram da izađem iz auta. Da uzem auto Canon da zatvorim to što nisi imati gdje sam bio s ovim.
Rare sample acquired!
Niko ne zna kako da zatvori rupu, definitivno.
Zatvoreno?
Jeste, zato sve ovdje zatvoreno.
Bugs!
Dude, where is my car?
Like to film ili dude, where is my car?
Tagging map. South, 200 meters.
A, još jedna pečurka nam je ostala.
Stavke nest, I think they can use it. Meni je ovo brže nego kao sve da strčim peš.
50 meters. Tagging map. Southwest, 50 meters.
Uvek kare. Aha, she found it. Get it. Get it.
Dropping a pin. Southeast, 200 meters.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Sure, whatever. Watch for friendly fire.
Levo treba. Mislim na mapi pokazuje nam
Pa
tamo.
pokušavam. Gledam, bereš mi dozi sa osnovama.
Ovdje levo. U tom je pravcu. Desno, to je to.
Found something!
Tu. A joj, vidi šta ih je ovdje.
It's simple. Fuck. Super samples.
Pazite leđa. From behind.
Storm incoming.
Tunnel breach.
Calling down a sentry! Pulling down a vehicle!
Ajde, sad ti skopiš ove gore.
Throwing supply beacon! Tagging location.
Come on.
Requesting air support! Follow me!
Yeah, bugs can't get up.
Have a taste of democracy!
Preko vatre. Wait, don't get.
Ti.
To se provali da možda se pokuš ovdje. Get up! Use the brace here.
Tagging
Use
location.
the brace. Motherfucker, use that.
Affirmative.
Yeah, bugs can't get up, wait. Ne znam zašto ne mogu to se provaliti.
Reloading! How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Što se cannon, imam još jedan.
Dropping item.
Ne može ni ona debela buba, ona tu
Heavy, west, on my position. Reinforcing!
Bubo jedna debela.
Evo je uslovnik. Ušao je teksturu buba. Isto tebe, Mac.
Calling in reinforcements!
Isto tebe, betonu je. It's below you guys. In the concrete. Thanks!
Mag's empty!
Nice kill.
Reporting to the front.
gore. Aaaa. Ovo je preko leđa.
O, nema veze biti. Jedno ne znam da li imam samplove, imam.
Uzeli su samplove. Think we can go. Set to set.
Tagging map, northeast, 100 meters.
Requesting orbital.
Ajde.
Calling down supply. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Get some! Get some! Reloading.
Tu imaš rare samplove ponekad, pogledaj oko.
Calling down a support weapon.
Dolazi druga još. Ovo je čisto, ja mislim da možemo da...
Dropping a pin, north, 200 meters. Tagging map, northwest, far. That's called democracy! Calling in reinforcements!
Iz ovoga, iz ovoga.
Get some! Get some! Mag's empty! Requesting sentry! Tagging location. Tagging map. North. 50 meters.
Go, go, go. I'll go alone. Go to exit. Idi ubi sve.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 100 meters.
Ima stvarno jedan western, sad ne znam ne vidim da nosim zadano. To je se. Idi pobij sve. Nešto u tom pozonu. Mogu da nađem tačan naziva, umrat sam sve. To misliš da me Čale zajebava, sad nije.
Affirmative! Tagging map, northeast, 100 meters.
Ko je beše? Kako beše ono da izbacim?
X držiš i zabereš dole desno, baciš botu.
Evo izbacim.
Neko obično odbaci i da mi se ne desi neka eksplozija na moj duo. A ne platform. I onda odeš u samplovi, prođe. A ustane zbog operacije.
Evo ovaj je. Ja zovem ovo je.
Zove, zove.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Throwing sky beacon. Calling down a sentry. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Tagging location. Mag's empty.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Requesting sentry.
Ti da bacim bombu,
Skoči napred kad je baca dok leti pozadi malo.
Ovaj jedan je otišao, što?
Have a taste of democracy.
Kako se ga ne? Uzis.
Heavy, on my position. Calling down a
Sending down sentry. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Feels good.
Last reload.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Nije toliko ni loše, mislim, brzo smo
Reloading.
čitamo. Nisam pono 500 kila bombu.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Last reload.
This is Pelican 1. Preparing for touchdown.
Requesting air support. Affirmative.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You leave a more free city than you found.
A ista ti je taktika na svim nivoima težine, da stvarno ne smije da to kruže ovdje. Ako vidiš da krenu da te sabijaju, samo bjež. Jesi maksimalno svoji ljubičasti igre?
Ček da vidim. Maximus Lee.
Welcome back. Well done.
Nisi mi dala dobro.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Circuit expansion, to mi ne treba, jel?
To ti za...
Arcs fired from weapons.
Jest, jel ti pada tu i onaj novi robot?
Ne pada.
Da je samo. To je... Engineering Bay. Ne pada.
Šta mi fali? A fali mi sad na... fali mi dosta i zelenih i naranđastih mi fali ovdje za ovo. Evo, ne mogu ni ovo. Fali mi jedna ova ljubičasta za Advanced Crew Training.
To ti je za brži onaj...
Reduced by 10% is call in while Eagle uses still remain.
A to je ako recimo baciš...
Ariane cooldown.
Da. Naprimjer, baciš jednu bombu od 500 kila i vratiš nazad avion.
520.
To ja radim dosta puta.
Aha, ovdje mi fali... Aha. Ovo ću isto... Za ovo mi fali samo 1000 kredita. Payroll management system. Reduce reload time for all weapons by 10%.
Da. Koliko?
Dobro, ništa. By 10%. Reduce reload time for all support weapons. Tu
za
ide
sva
i
oružja
ovaj
koji se
laser
nose na
cannon,
leđima.
spear,
Sve.
railgun, da.
Ne, sve bukvalno. Za mitraljezist. Oni su spori, dođe.
Kaže sad. Ovo mi ne treba, ovaj pattern. Dobro, samo da vidimo delo koje tu se armori. Neko light delo. Da mogu brže da trčimo.
Jel imaš onaj Warbond, onaj Truth Enforcers? Ona tajna policija. Imaš ono belo delo oficirsko.
Nemam to.
On ima 75 armora, light. I ima unflinching. Ili ti kad nišaniš s oružjem ne mogu da te izbace iz onoga ADS-a. Jako dobro.
Nije loše. Extra padding provides a higher armor rating.
Da. To ti je gunner, jel? Light gunner.
Jeste, light gunner, bravo.
Pa znam. To je jedini koji daje, čini mi se, 100 armora. Dobro sećam. 100 armora, a računa se kao light. Ostao ovo jedini bonus. Mogu da provalim, meni dele kao da nosim pidžamu. Šta pa, nisam nešto bez.
Dobro, idemo sljedeće, jel?
Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
A ovaj civilan izlučen. Ajde, ovo njih da ispratimo, pa ćemo se ostalo.
To ovdje, jel?
To. Uzmi ono za staminu. Ne to. Sve kreću za light.
Sad ću uzeti ovo i neću ono zbog zgrada, uzet ću...
Da, ne radi. Pokušao sam ljudima da objasnim da zgrade blokiraju te orbitale.
500 kila, okej. Uzet ću onda top neki.
Običan mali mitraljez možda pobije rulju. Onaj machine gun sentry, on ti pobije mnogo onih sitnih vuku. Naravno što ako baciš negdje, na primjer, gdje ja bacim, ja sam pola machine gun i ja cannon. Cannon možda sredi Bal Titan. Pa može i Bal Titan dobije, može i Charger. Charger ako se ne zaleti njega, Bal Titan ako ne priđe. Možda ga dobije. Čak bi ti savjetao da ga spustiš odmah.
You are the best of the best. Live up to your name. Live up to freedom.
Requesting sentry. Throwing supply beacon. Freedom requires firepower. Calling down a vehicle. Calling down support weapons. Follow me!
Power of democracy!
Best of the best! Follow me! How'd you like to taste of freedom!
Pokušavam da ih proučam, da ih sredno pobije.
Marking location, west.
Oh, baš briš.
Objective critical stratagem available.
A tunnel breach! Requesting objective equipment.
Aj, sve izgleda za nas, a?
Hold position. Requesting sentry.
Rekao sam im da drže pozicije ovdje gore. Padate na okružje.
I got the terminal. Package acquired. Dropping package. I got the terminal.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Engaging terminal.
Mission progress logged.
Dropping a pin, north, 200 meters.
Živao?
Gdje ste, ja sam se čuo.
Hvala, živ.
Bacio sam ovo, beži.
I think it's empty.
Nije prazno. No, sad tempo. To je tu, da.
Reloading! Say hello to democracy!
Yes.
Got a sample. Requesting sentry.
Stalker, guys, stalkers.
I got the terminal.
No, stalkera možeš pored nas.
Važi.
Engaging terminal. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Reinforcing. Throwing supply beacon.
Only high value citizens.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Heavy, south, 50 meters. Affirmative. Requesting advance. Advanced weaponry! Supplies.
Calling down a sentry.
Reloading!
Treba nam mogu granate, to će...
Hello to democracy!
Bio
Calling down a sentry. Thank you.
Popao na trg.
Ono ga još jedan dolazi.
Heavy, east, 50 meters.
Calling down a sentry. Reloading. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
You have served democracy well. Extraction awaits.
Heavy, east, 50 meters.
Ovo ti je završeno, sad samo uzemo samplovi.
Ide prema vama.
Calling in reinforcements.
Samo si idemo. Ajno. Gunner's lucky. Makiću. Follow me guys.
Pustim ja
Ispred nas. Stalkers. To na vas.
bacam bombu tamo s njih, bježi.
Requesting vehicle.
Imamo auto na sred ulici, baca ga.
Requesting sentry. Tagging map.
If possible, gunner, please don't kill anybody. Thank you.
Affirmative. Thank you.
And another. Možda pucaš manje. Kroz prozor pucaj. Budu ti ispred samo pali. Mogu se bez njih roditi.
Found something.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Your time for pilot. Ne, Max. Nisam to kada se bijemo s njim.
Tagging location.
Van, jedan. Ne znam, ako stojimo samo dolaziti, ja se samo onda potvaramo da uzemo.
Reloading.
Follow me. Calling down a sentry.
Maki su ovdje.
Tagging location. I'm on it. Get some. Get some.
Probali smo da ne skupljamo ovo, ali... Jedan plus. Varam da nije niko alergičan na medalje.
Ja sam ostao
Requesting sentry. Found something.
Bunker.
Tagging location.
Engaging.
tu i neku gnezdu ima.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Get some! Get some! Say hello to democracy! Sending in an eagle!
Beži snake, beži snake. Get out.
Šta mi je rekord? 3800 requisitions smo izgubili. A bunker here.
Follow me! Marking location, southeast.
Requesting sentry.
3000 requisitions smo izgubili.
Found something!
Znači ili smo sa gasnim granatama i
Requesting air
gas.
support! Tagging location.
Cancel that. Tagging location.
Znači nisam trudio, ali boga mi bilo ono u borbenoj zoni nema ciljeva, svi su vojski.
Oj, ubi me moj, jebote, život. A nije, brate, nosi ovaj flamethrower, brate, ne znam s tim treba znati igrati.
Treba nekada pustiš levi klik više, znaš.
Follow me! Marking location. I'm on it!
Evo je Frost.
Tu je njega.
Reinforcing! Tagging location.
Ready to liberate.
Requesting air support. Ignore. Marking location, southeast. Calling down a sentry! Marking location.
Here they come.
Follow me!
They all deserve to die.
Mamu im jebem, srušili su mi ovaj mitraljec.
Možeš paziti na mitraljec. Bolje mitraljec zabije nego tebe. Stalker here.
Follow me!
Pa je.
Tagging map, northeast, 100 meters.
Dođe smo dole, teške na jugu.
Calling down a sentry!
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry! down supplies! Have a taste of democracy! Thank you. Calling down a support weapon! Follow me!
Democracy's warm embrace!
Marking location, southwest. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Reloading! Dropping a pin. Calling down a vehicle.
Extraction is available.
Tagging location.
Guys, start PM straight away. Oh.
Só um carro.
Tá. Maybe it's not really tight, huh?
Found something! Reloading!
Super sandwich.
Get up!
What is
Blood nuggets.
Their lives were in our
Reinforcing! Point me to the enemy.
Mislim da nam je otišao zadnji točak, sam siguran.
Tagging map. Dropping a pin.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Always nice.
You will proceed to extraction when ready.
Sending in an eagle.
Sad baci.
Calling down a
Ja
sentry.
ništa.
Calling down a sentry.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Mislim da će Blue igrati, stao sam 10 sekundi.
Tagging map. Northwest. 200 meters.
Ja se bojim da potrčavam se neko baš mi igra.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Marking location.
Tak. Charger.
Their lives were in our hands.
Ovaj je živ, ne mogu da verujem.
Dropping a pin. Rare sample acquired.
Znači, koliko sample je maksimum, to je. Max sample. Move it.
To je to.
Pa ne znam, verovatno ima još nešto negdje. Znaš kada ono pogledaš izvještaj na kraju, veliki je grad. A obično bacim sample, ne izlazi ako imam auto, malo se provozim. Ako imam auto.
You man! Dropping items. Canister's empty.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Dropping item.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a sentry. Supplies.
Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Tagging map. West. 100 meters. Requesting air support.
Vidim da li još negdje ima stavke.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Ovo govno ovdje, a nema više ovih.
Imaš auto cannon opet ti treba staviti.
A sad ću s ovim sranjama bombe. Majka janja.
No, there is no start in this. I think we have to put here.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Dropping item.
Sija, kako može ispadneš dole?
ETA T-minus
Evo ga
20
ovdje,
seconds.
brate, stoji buba ovdje u čošku.
Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Reloading.
Calling down a sentry.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Target here. To je zeleni oblak, to je po nas. To je ona zelena, to je oblak.
Marking extraction point. Requesting air support. Marking extraction point. Requesting sentry.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Kako se nekad zavuku dole ispod betona. I ako je dovoljno nisko mogu da te od dole po nogama.
A to su ubili prošli put, ne znam kako kroz beton, brate.
Pa zato što, ono, znaš da gličuju, biju, razumeš, ispod tebe. I ne mogu da dođu gore. I onda udaraju dok ne upadnu u teksturu.
Krak probije kroz teksturu.
I onda te šiba.
Pa imali smo negdje ono govno, vidiš uzorak.
Nisam ga nikad vidio u mapi. Ovo je već, igrao sam 3-40 ovakvih mapa gradskih, nijedno nisam vidio te uzor. Mislim da je to zabagovano. Da ga nema. Ne znam.
Ostalo je još ova da branimo.
Ovo ti je penzionerska misija. Staviš kafu, čaj. Ako imaš seriju ili mobilni telefon. Jedan lik je otišao bio na pauzu cigara. Vrati se po 7 minuta kada se nešto propustio. Ja obično pustim nešto na drugi monitor i gledam. I onda sad nam znaš ono kad prođe minut, bacim onaj mitraljez ili onaj autocannon tureti i on ih iskasapi.
You secured a lot of samples. Well done.
Allied destroyer has...
Stop, koja nam je fali requisition? A ne, da. Ja, uzeo sam policijske boje za ovaj automobil.
Evo ga imam sad, mogu da uzmem payroll management system, mogu advanced crew training.
Ja bih ti savjetao payroll management sistem, radi na svak supportu. Od Spira do autocannona, do machine guna, do grenade launchera, na sve radi.
A ovaj je payroll management, a?
Da.
Jeste, Alvar autocannon purchase.
Pa scrolluj ti on dole, na šta sve radi.
Uzeo sam.
Sve. A pogledaj brod sad.
Sad je malo veliki, a?
Sad je taj kao
Let's go, guys. One more mission.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Kad je logiš na primjer recoiler strike ili autocannon ili spear, isto se primeti tih 10% animacija brže, relativno brže. Uzet ću ovo. Imaš šanse da dobiš zelene sample od buba. Čak da mu kažem samo, this is defense mission. Danas sam odradio 3-4 emisije, svaki put sam se sporio u Brusu.
Nekad valja i taka malo misija.
Pa ono, da malo spustiš loptu, to jest.
Pa da.
Gledaj, kad vidim vojnike dovučenih unutra u bazu da ne gubimo
Go now, Helldiver. Let our enemies take no step that is not hindered by the corpse of their comrade.
Odavde ne dolaze sigurno.
Sredina, ovdje. Samo ovdje.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Samo sredina.
Calling down a sentry.
Ima taktika. Više ovdje od centralnog dvorišta.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down supplies. Last reload. Follow me.
Come. This way.
Tagging location.
Ovaj nesetnik je gledam da povučem nazad.
Hold position.
I samo da stoji tu. Tako.
Bug tunnel breach!
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Calling down a sentry!
A ista je taktika i na level 10 i na level 6, na primjer. Jedino što na level 10 dolaze malo veće jedinice.
Calling down a sentry!
Calling down fortifications. Sending in an eagle. Calling down a support weapon.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Brother, there is nothing else to do than just run force around the base. Možda nisam pustao, prošli mi rekao da nisam jednu ubio. Ja vidim. Reci da. Ja nisam pustao ništa.
Requesting sentry.
Ima support, oružje, nemaš.
Not today!
Čekaj, drži ovo.
Support weapon.
Udri vilo, samo gledaj.
Sending in an eagle.
Na machine gun.
Da?
Uzmi machine gun u ruku i samo zameni kutiju. Ovu municiju. Još da je vrši. Ja mislim da se vidi ti 10%.
Kako mi je brže za meni.
Tako nije. To je najbolji upgrade koji se... Taj ima onaj da se brže strate gemovi pune. Mislim da je 5%. Ne izgleda puno, ali to ti je neka 10-20 sekundi razlike. Zavisi koliko čekaš šta. Možda bude... Možda bude.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry. Bug tunnel breach.
Southwest. Close. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Heavy. South. Close. Bugs. South. Thank you.
Calling down fortifications.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a
Luminor.
sentry.
Welcome to my channel.
What's up, bro?
Why are you full? I was about to join.
Requesting.
Ne znam. I don't know. Like, wait like 5 minutes and we'll make a new lobby. Is that okay? Hoćeš ti Max još koji imaš slovo?
Requesting sentry.
When are you done?
Well, we are done in like 5 rockets.
On tunnel breach.
Then we're gonna start a new campaign. This is like the third mission.
Mashallah, I will wait.
No to democracy.
Kad završimo napisamo novi lobby, da može ovaj biti samo. Mislim, glupo mi da kikujem ikad, znaš. Zato je biti samo početak.
Bag's empty. Reloading.
Nije, pogledaj da su ove lečine, maticu. Ove velike bude, jer su umale. Možda bude ovih normal samples izdeliti. You can find normal samples on the place we killed the big bugs. Oni chargeri, oni bal titan, ja mislim ovdje neki.
Marking location,
Ne
southeast.
tako daleko, tu ne.
Tagging location, southeast.
Vidjet ćeš ga na zemlji kao ono sample zeleno.
Evo
Ima? A, ima.
Got a sample.
Ne znam kolika je šansa, ali može da baci. Budući da ove misije ne daju nikad... Da. Nikad ne daju ništa ove misije, znaš. Tako da nije ovo.
Requesting sentry.
At least something. Tužne su za bilo.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
On tunnel breach.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Get some! Get
Ja mislim da
some!
ako pritisneš tab i pogledaš u gornji desni
Riddick.
koš, znaš.
Welcome to my channel.
4, da, a kad padne u gore piše 4, 5, znaš, ne para. Bravo Riddiče, desi. Da li ko više igra bolje?
Requesting sentry. Calling down supply.
Gospodin Riddick ti je bio neki na outlaw ili sam padao ovdje. On ti čovjek uzme account za druga foto
Reloading.
i ono, vrlo ga ljudi. Njemu je zadovoljstvo da igra, a ovi ono nemaju vremena recimo da igraju i daju mu account i on razumeš. Kao kad bi ja sad tebi dao Shodan account da ti meni odališ čitav event. Ja ti
Mark
platim
Acuff well.
ja ti platim 20 evra. Dobro, to si radio koliko ja znam Riddić. 4 nemaš.
Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Azijski RPG.
Calling down a
Pro
sentry.
day thou Zlato.
Requesting sentry.
Bravo Zlat.
Get some! Get some!
Marjok Enigram Mr. Namar Mr. Dobro.
Close. Get some!
4-5, pao jedan.
Marking location.
Ovdje je
Southwest.
pao.
Da, 4-5. We got another one.
Calling down a sentry!
Nema ništa dobro. Kako nema ništa dobro? Super zemlji treba tvoja pomoć. Ne mogu Kinezi samo da brane Šangaj.
Requesting sentry.
Sablju ruke i vidiš. Svi napad. Kako nema ništa dobro? For King and Country!
Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support.
Kesma ne znam, njemu se igra i ne igra, znaš, kada je i on uđe, recimo, u ovu misiju, je dosadno, znaš, i uđe, i onda uzme i šutira me nogom, pa, znaš, opali me, ono,
Dobro, ovdje mu do levela što oružje.
ali možeš, a znaš šta je fora, daje fiksno iskustvo, naprimjer na level 7 difficulty daje 5-6 iskustvo maksimum, ne daje preko. Na level 10 daje 600, baš malo daje. Radi su zato da bi dobio onaj kao Liberation Brain na globalnoj mapi da bi ono kao otvorili kao sektor. Zato se pomera ona skala za oslobađanje tvoje zatvora, ništa, i za medalje, ome troju medalje. A mogu ja izbjegavam, jest da je ono puštena misija.
Requesting sentry.
Nije puštena kad igraš svaki dan, svaki sat i po vremena, po jedno. Vodi dan dve, onako misije regularne, da se po gradu širom sa bubama i onda
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
5-5.
Calling down a sentry. Bug tunnel breach.
7 od 8.
Freedom never sleeps. Reloading! Bugs. Bugs. Have a taste of democracy! Reloading! Aiming at an eagle!
5-6. We got another one. I'm dead.
Freedom triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Evo je, ali ne mogu da je dovatim od leša ispod ovoga.
Baci neku granatu i ga pali, znaš, imaš na tebi.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Evo. Uzo.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Requesting sentry. Marking
Šta
extraction
imamo na
point.
polje?
Orbital incoming. Tagging location. Orbital incoming.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted.
You will forever be remembered as heroes of this metropolis.
Ja se igra da kontaminacije. Prošli put sam svaku onu žutu sporu, sve ono iza slotine oko baze, sve sam polomio. Koliko bi da su ono bilo? I nije mi trebalo pomoć. To je da im da li mogu da stigne na vreme. Tačno imao vremena da svaku onu žutu ispucam ili da je izudaram. 500. Ova daje 500, ona na level 10 daje 650, ja mislim da tako ide. A eto, daje iskustva. A level 9 sam igrao danas, naš smo bili sve objektive, bilo je 1850 iskustva, čini mi se. Skoro 1000. To ti je 1-2 levela. Daj skoro.
We had reinforcements ready.
Rasturam ovaj. Thank you guys, thank you.
Samo uradiš Alter 4.
Good game, no?
Da, lead game, samo reći. Level.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Uzet ću ovaj scout.
Orbit synchronized.
Scout Adam.
Ovaj što ja volim, ovaj što enemies can detect the barrier bar 30%, znači da mogu da me napadaju.
Innocents perish with every wasted second. We must act. How dare the enemy sully our well-swept streets?
Što te pozovem kod nas i mi da pređemo kod tebe.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. We can never have too many heroes fighting for peace.
Kao Superman, a? Ili kao Deadpool, tako sam tad izgleda. Sve mač. Ne znam, nalazim da mi je kad naiđu one male bube da ne trošim ni jedan jedini metak, da mi bolje da ih nije. Da je pred Lemuriju. Mislim da je ova planeta odbranjena. Isto plan. Nego grad. Grad na to plan.
Our city burns. We must rescue it. You have a strategic eye.
Stavi na 9, slobodno. Neš vidjeti razliku. Dobro, već ih više stoji, ali neće biti teže. Može.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Strategijom da ne dolaze tako često ti valovi.
Orbit synchronized.
Dolaze sve. Uzet ću auto, znači gledat ću maksimalno brzo da se krećemo između ovaj...
Da ovdje stavim kod ovoga.
Može. Nisam primetio to radi, jer jednostavno ovo ti je invazija i mnogo ih ima.
Increase the time between enemy encounters.
A može da pomogne, ali bolje da si uzeo staminu. Bolje da si uzeo staminu, veruj mi, kad te pojure boga ovdje. To idemo kucam. Bro, it's not gonna work. Buildings are gonna block your bombardment. Suit yourself. It's not gonna work. You're gonna destroy the buildings with like 5 shells, and 2 are gonna hit us.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Mlad moment i novi u igre. Kad sam igrao s tobom. Pošto se zezao, mašao je to. Šta god, ja mu kažem za kralje otačno. I kažem svako dobro.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Throwing supply beacon. Calling down a support weapon.
Pa ja nema ošto koji se ja dugo vremena igrao. Projektu sam boji. On ti uzima. Ja ne boji. Jedino što je bio zadar kao mazga. Čovjek, zadao sam, ako pogine, obrišim se. To još nisam vidio života. Ono, roleplay na mazga. Grenade! Ovo vojnici kad baci granatu, nikad ne znam ko već drugi.
You want my freedom?
Marking location. Follow me.
Shell of Holland, yeah, well, I'm the judgment of the victim. There you go.
Bugs. Calling down a sentry.
Look this. Throw orbital. Throw orbital. There.
Requesting air support.
Tu sam ja, bro.
A rekao sam njemu kada je ponovno tvrti, jer išao. Čekaj, mak će te ne kokne ovo. Oh my god.
down a sentry! Tagging location. East. Thank you.
Sad beže od toga, pobij se.
Requesting.
Čuješ zvuk? Puče igra. Oj! Stomakić.
Tu sam ja, tu sam.
Puko se ja. Čim je bacio orbital. Ne znam, jesi čuo zvuk zujenje neko prema što je bacio orbital?
Da je to moj.
Kad baciš orbital, ako ti nema ugao za gađanje, onaj razarač, vidiš ga kako se pomera na nebu i čuješ zvuk zzzz, i pomera se s leva na desno dok se nacentrira da mu odgovara i samo stane tu i vjerojatno šiba.
Allied coordinates locked. Mission coordinates
I'm rejoining, bitch. Your orbital kicked me out. Thanks. Told you not to bring that shit, but okay.
The fate of all humanity's children are in your hands.
Niste ni uzeli sample, man.
Pogledajte šta je ovdje.
Pa ne boriš se sa svime, zato sam ponao auto, ne boriš se, uradiš objektiv i odeš dalje. Dude, it took you like 30 seconds to destroy nothing. It still isn't close.
Rastrali tog ne...
Makaki, pa ne možeš to da uništi. You destroyed nothing. Great.
Requesting sentry.
Then your backpack, nema, no? My backpack got deleted from the game. Motherfucker. Gore. Tačno tu. Stani sekundu. To je Matić. Ajmo da. Ništa. Samo da uzem auto. Koliko ja znam imam uniciju. Brother, it's suboptimal, but you do you.
Follow me. Bug outpost.
Throw another orbital. Let's see if I'm gonna crash again. Come, test me.
Onda ovo uradili?
Jesmo uradili. Go ahead. Mislim da je još jedan rokno orbital. Ništa to neće raditi. Evo ga leti, još gore kako puca. Vidiš Makić u gori iza nas. Ne, gledaj ovo. Gledaj ovo. Viš? Ti je gnezdo, druže. Predatori. Stalkers. Majke da spavim. Sekundu samo da naručim oružje. Stalker lair. Close. Watch it. Watch your ass. Nesto mi je vektor negdje. Vidiš ovo isto. Imaš čime da ga gađaš.
Imam.
Ja ga gađam ovo kod Kenana. Viš, sad ti 5-6 granata, oni fragment. fizz.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Did you found stalkers? Neće ono umjeti. Nice orbital! Leštaj ih je dole. Leštaj ih je dole, maki svega.
Bacio bi tamo. Move, man, move.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Naravno vodila telu. Baci mači nuku. Bombu.
Ako smo već nema više. Jebote, sve ovo, vidi ovoga, vidi ovoga.
Termita koji imaš.
Nema sve zvukuš.
No ja. Dead.
Ima li dole municiju?
Ima za 40 sekundi. Stalkers, close. Da ga čuješ?
Evo ga čujem.
Municija je tu negdje inače, znaš? Ja se izvinjam. Municija ovdje. Where did you throw the ammo? Šta bio?
Pao ću prolazi.
Nisam ni vidio. Au. Pao sam pod mapu. Brother, I'm stuck.
Haha! Ti si ispod teksture, druže. Bukvalno si ispod zemlje.
Help me! Help me!
Probaj izađeš iz kola i skoči onako.
Ne znam kako da umrem uopšte. Znaš?
Ubi se bombu, znači. Ti si tačno ispod mene, dolu u zemlju.
Da?
Raznesi se termitom. He's stuck in the texture.
Can I die? Ne mogu da se ubijem. I cannot die. Fuck. Čekaj sekundu. Ne mogu drugačije. Razumeš?
Allied coordinates locked. Mission coordinates locked.
Izgleda da je bila rupa pored rupe i ja sam išao iz jednog heavy gnezda u drugo i samo sam se prebacio. I gdje sam kako se upu u zemlju. Help me, step diver, I'm stuck.
Paš desno, paš desno.
Nek još Makić. Jad.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry. Orbital inbound. Got tunnel free.
Thanks for orbital, eh? Thank you.
Thank you.
Murderous lane. Why don't you can stop several?
Allied destroyer joining
Ajmo
squadron.
matići na
Deploying
cestu,
Helldive.
če da imamo samo dvije glavne ceste.
Bježi, rulja dolazi za nama.
Freedom never sleeps.
Skači dole.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Ovo vidio da nismo normalni.
Calling in reinforcement.
Vidjam se. Pukni omatić, imaš čim.
Objective located. South.
Koje?
Vamo, među grad.
Cancel that.
O, ovdje piše alert.
Aj samo za. Vidiš i torenje ovdje. Satelit visi preko. Ivice zgrade.
Gdje je tamo?
Evo ga.
Reloading.
Aha, to,
Objective complete.
Dropping a pin. East. 200 meters.
Da li izbacio samplove napolje? Evo pitanje. No.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Ne, sam pusti dole one ruke da se ja pao, znaš. Čekaj, mi nismo zatvorili ovo. Ma jesu.
Reloading. Tagging map. East. 200 meters. Tagging location.
Gledaj ovaj hitec.
Ah, tu nam je ovaj...
Gledaj.
Requesting orbital.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
To sam skonto s autokenom se nalazi radi. Možeš level 10 odigrat ovako. Uđeš na mapu, porazbiješ te tornjeve i iako to bi nepisno. Završio se. Sad je pitanje... Mene zanima da li... Don't die, bitch. Da li ima samplova ovdje?
Requesting sentry.
Jebote, piše 69 samplova da možda naći ima. Piše ovo.
Sample collected.
Pritisnuo sam tab i vidi 69 normalnih samplova.
Heavy on my position.
Evo gledam, collecting samples. To svaki ovo ima samplove, ali možeš?
100 meters.
Svaka ova zgrada. We're collecting green samples. You need an order.
Heavy southeast on my position.
Moram
brother, they want me to pick you up.
You are leaving the mission area.
Šta ovo zgrada? Jo, zgrada razvaljena.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry!
Normal samples.
For prosperity!
Bunch of them.
You have been a stalwart line of freedom. Extract when ready.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 300 meters.
Šta se desilo? Ti si ispo i vratio se.
Vratio se, ali da stojim. Nema više municije.
Hoćeš na drugu poziciju staviti. Hoći stani. Može, bravo.
Jo, vidi ovo šta je.
Bitch!
Vidi, slučajno sam.
Nemoj da iskačeš, Makiću, sačgaće nas. I'm not gonna repeat twice. No ammo! Get to the side, no fucking ammo.
Dropping a pin. Northwest.
It's empty.
Kako nisu odradili da mi baci ovaj? Kako da bacim stratagem iz vozila?
Držiš desni klik dok se vozi. Ctrl pa desni. A moraš biti sa strane. Ctrl desni. Desni. Sad, tako stoji.
Neće. Aha, evo ga.
Hoći. Kurat baciš ili orbital ili 500 kila bomba dok se voziš.
Vidi, kako mi izađe iz škola jeva, nema već. Taman da uzmemo ovo.
Amo. Čekaj, nema. To je bilo jedino paklo municije. A mogu ja da bacim, znaš, gledaj.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry!
Kao vozač. Izađe na sekundu, baci strategiju i to je to.
Reinforcing!
Je znao jesi?
Nema potrebe da izlazim, previše opasno.
Get some! Get some! Requesting sentry.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
I don't know where we are. Parkirat će se, ali... Vidim da je auto crveno kao nešto.
Calling down a sentry.
Znaš?
Follow me.
Dakle, moram sekundu supply. Vidi ovo.
Reloading! Heavy, northeast, close. Heavy.
Joj, šta je?
Heavy, northeast, close.
Znaš šta?
Tagging map.
Ako hoćeš, tebe ti zeleni, jel da? Da
Requesting
opalimo
vehicle.
luk dole do... Možemo, ali imaš još zeleni kod zadnjeg kule. There are some green samples at the...
Heavy, northwest, 50 meters.
South.
Sending in an eagle. Vehicle.
Samo pade to.
Tagging map.
We're gonna go south.
Calling
Try
down
to
a
find
sentry.
more
Bugs,
samples.
south.
Their lives were in our hands.
Yes.
Calling down a sentry. Liberty, save me! Tagging the team.
Don't sort this out. I'm gonna kill you with a
Marking location. Injury? What injury? I'm on it. For prosperity!
It's empty. It's fucking empty. Thieves. Ah.
Requesting air support.
not literally get them. Don't go there. Trust me.
Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Aj sam pomerio skoro.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Gdje ću da ga ponovim?
Bilo gdje.
Tunnel breach.
Kupljamo ovaj sabla sample.
Requesting sentry.
Bilo gdje, vodim.
Requesting fortification.
Prici samo C. Eto.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
50 samples.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Tagging location. South.
Nice.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
You just can't throw it, man.
This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
Marking location north. Marking location north.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Legendary.
Imali bi više da sam uzao onaj, kako se zove, ekstraktor. On ti daje 15% šanse da uzmeš duplo. Znači umjesto jednog dođeš 8.
Ovdje smo sve uradili.
Sve. Maksimum effort. Pa treba ti 100, jel tako za neke upgrade, 150? Nosio sam 500 kila bombu, ali nema potrebe da stojim u mestu i da prizivaju oni, razumeš, horde sve veći i veće, kad možda uradiš objekt i sedneš u auto i zapališ. I ako hoćeš poslije se vratiš.
Always good to have another hero on board. Helldiver, bring me back some squid guts.
Go get them yourself. To.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
Ako ćeš da uzmeš Vitality, ono srce. Ako ćeš uzmeš Vitality, to je samo srce, uzet ću ja ekstraktor da vidim koliko možemo sad uzeti.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Ne baciš ih zajedno. Ja ih bacim na 10 metara unakrsno jedno drugo. ta dva tureta. S obe strane ulice i onda ako krenu jedan, ovaj drugi prangija po njim.
Hellpod launch initiated.
History will remember your deeds this day.
Sending out an SOS! Requesting sentry! Pulling down a sentry!
Vidi ovo.
Throwing supplies! Sending in an for prosperity! Calling down a support weapon! Calling in reinforcements! Thank you!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Tagging map. West. 100 meters. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Their lines were in ours.
Bez glave i udaram. Ne vidim ništa. Vidi ovoga.
Heavy. North. Hold my position.
Heavy, west, close.
Requesting sentry.
Thank you. Calling down a sentry.
Jebote, moguće da ono živi.
Reloading.
O, još živ čovjek.
West, close.
Da, ne mogu da verujem. Koliko termita je dobio?
Requesting air support.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Reloading.
Pazi sam, sad će ovo ide.
Calling down supplies. Dropping a pin. Freedom forever!
Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready.
Affirmative. Supplies.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
You must not allow our civilians to perish.
Ovdje Ovdje mora da ima sad centru.
Requesting fortifications!
Evo ti ga park. Išli na...
Calling down a sentry!
Marking location.
1 do 2.
Found something. Tagging location. I'm on it. Found something. Calling down a sentry.
Ima I para, bre. Jeli šta je para je?
Marking location. Follow me. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Tagging location. Requesting sentry. I'm on it. Thank you. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Got a sample.
Requesting sentry!
Ja tebe nešto jako loše čujem sad.
Tagging location.
Sam se zadnje
Southeast.
nazad. Kako me sad čuješ?
Malo bolje.
Legao sam bio. Sad?
Dobre.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Have a taste of democracy.
Evo ovdje imamo s lijeve strane crvene.
Tagging location. North.
Calling down a support weapon!
Calling down a sentry. Reinforcing. Requesting sentry. Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Dropping a pin, northwest. Requesting fortification!
Gdje on baci dole ovo, jebote, ovo je, brate, baš na ovo.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Tagging map. North. Sending in an eagle.
Opet heavy. Another heavy nest.
Throwing supply beacon. Calling down a sentry. Follow me. Marking location west. Tagging location.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Requesting sit. Requesting vehicle. Reloading.
Contact! Stand by!
Affirmative. Hold position.
Weapons ready!
Calling down a sentry.
Incoming! Choose your target!
Marking location. Follow me.
Duty! Fealty! Obedience!
Requesting sentry. I'm on it. Requesting air support. Got a sample. Tagging location.
Koliko ih ima ovdje, šta je?
I'm on it.
A, po mene čita je dovoljno.
Ovdje smo se nakupili bruk. 4 od 4 imamo ovdje.
Extraction is available.
Marking location northwest. Calling down a sentry. Marking location. Follow me. Requesting sentry. On it.
We're here to support, brother.
Dropping a pin north, 100 meters.
Enemy status! Prepare to engage!
Tagging map north, 100 meters.
Dobro, dolazi. Čujem.
Requesting sentry.
Time to move!
Ništa se ne vidi.
Follow me. Requesting
Our
sentry.
citizens depend on you for their safety.
Heavy southwest, 50 meters. Calling down supplies. Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Extraction is available.
Leđa pazi.
Injury? What injury?
Outpost destroyed.
Rare sample acquired. Tagging map. Southwest. 300 meters. Requesting advanced weaponry!
Ovo šova, brate, snajper.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry! Calling in reinforcement! Requesting sentry! Bug tunnel free! Joining the fray! Calling down a sentry! Reloading! Down a sentry! For prosperity! You will never destroy our way of life!
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Dropping a pin.
Imamo dole, brate, skroz.
Helldivers! Follow me!
Kako da prođemo?
Calling down a sentry!
Their lives were in our hands.
Throwing supply beacon! Supplies. Calling down a vehicle. Follow me. Tagging location. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Polevo. punim. Previše. Nema više municije ovdje.
Follow me! Remember your duty! Fight the freedom! Keep the stage! Follow me! Affirmative! Hold position! I'm on it! Save me!
Mission map updated.
Tagging map, north. Mag's empty. New mag. Reloading. Requesting fortification. Marking extraction point. Calling in extraction!
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Dropping item.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Ovaj fault, hajde.
Marking extraction point.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Okej. Jaha, brate, kako partije. Sve smo uradili. GG guys.
A victory for democracy.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Note to self, iron trousers.
Šta je ovo igra s Helldiver? Ovo nije loš. Šest. Šta ti radiš, da se odmorim malo?
Keep killing those squids, Helldiver. The DSS is so large, it's run by 10 shipmasters. Can you imagine? With the DSS around, this planet will be free in no time. The DSS. It's like a super destroyer. The logistics involved in running the DSS. I could think about it all day. Keeping things running around here isn't easy. But if that's how I can best serve Liberty, I'll do it gladly. If the Terminids had stayed on the Element 710 farms where they belonged, all this bloodshed could have been avoided.
Jel imaš ovaj? Gledaj, Makić. Jel imaš, sad ću ti reći koji, samo malo. Gde? Onaj paradni oklop. Da ga nađem. Tu sam gledao, neko je sa tim šlemom jako dobro izgleda.
A nemam ja paradni, brate. Dakle, nemam ja taj.
To smo svi dobili. Ovo, Heroj Federacije. Gledaj.
Pa evo ga. Nosim ga. Vidiš li?
To taj.
A jeste.
Da, na ramenici odgovori. To je to.
To je taj.
Ta ima onaj, kako se zove, Democracy Protects. Ostala ti još jedna, ali tako, misija u onom sektoru.
Da, još ova, da odbrana. Zapravo imaš i bilo koje do ova dva. Imaš? Pa bravo. Da.
Bravo. Može biti i 10 zelenih. Možda ti ne znači, ali mislim da znači. Nešto leveliš.
Znam da uzem mine ove, a?
Ma kakvi. Mortar uzmi. Šikni mortar, neđe pozadi, u sred baze, samo nek cepa.
Ovaj je obični?
EMP. Onda ima duže vremena mitraljezi da ih pobiju. I ovaj autocam.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Ne potreba se. To sam primetio. Treba vremena za sljedeći talos. Tačno. Sljedeći EMP.
You are the best of the best. Live up to your name. Live up to freedom.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Follow me. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Hold position. Calling down a sentry.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
Marking location. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Follow me. Calling down fortifications. Support weapon. Liberty will always prevail. Hold position. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Dobro je poster. Ministarstvo istine. We stay informed to inform you.
Requesting sentry.
Koji monitor? Koji?
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Bug tunnel breach. How'd you like to taste of freedom? Requesting sentry. Requesting fortifications. Calling down a sentry.
Imamo negdje ispalo jedna.
Dropping a pin. South. 100 meters. Back empty. Requesting sentry. Follow me. Requesting sentry. Tagging location. Hold position.
Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry. Calling.
Deploying sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Dosta ćemo ti da peniraš u novom. So I know you catch što bude.
Requesting sentry.
Vidio sam da ima neki novi perk.
Calling down fortification. Tagging location. Northwest.
Da.
Vidio za onaj kite skin, ono za full damage. Piše...
Calling down a sentry.
Zato se neko pada dole stoji. Možda skočiš sa vrha onog porta dole.
Calling down a sentry.
Deploying equipment package.
Calling down a support weapon. Bugs. Bugs. Tagging location. Marking location. East. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Nie bacio do chargera i kopala i ma fightera.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Another diver for the cause.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Bug tunnel free. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry. down fortifications. Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Tagging location. Marking location northwest. Cancel that. New mag. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down fortifications.
Another step towards galactic liberation. You may extract when ready.
Calling down a sentry.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Tagging location west. Never mind. Marking location west.
Kako je zvao, jel?
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Today you've carved another foothold in a long climb to liberty.
Znači, želim skuva kafu. Ja, kafa, ladan sok, pauza. Da. Ima i kolačića.
Pitaj Milane, da on zna do kad sam ja pulu, tako Milane, sam ja pulu 9 ili do kad sam. Znao da je bolje nego ja.
Milane, kad steak radi?
Pitaj kad radim.
Bone, na Slaneće vapi su ti ispod onog. Ja sam poklopio napolju da ne može mačka skoči. See you guys later.
Keep an eye out for more samples next time.
I'll show myself out.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. The Super Destroyer is yours.
Da, ti osto 70 medalja za ovaj zadnji Warbond.
Koliko ti je ostalo?
Još 40 da skupim.
E pa dobro to, ti si brzo.
Pa igrao sam danas juče onako solidno, znaš. Ja mislim da sad odem da probam da...
Odbriš malo.
Da probam, to ti kod mene ide, legnem, probam da zatvorim oči. Ako ne radi posle pola sata ustanem.
Ako ne ide, da.
Ako ne ide, šta ću sad, neću subiti.
Ništa, ajde odmare s njim, čuvam se.
Hvala, zdravlje.
Ćao, čao.
Gotta go try to take some rest.
Prof Amizi. Welcome to my channel.